Who the heck is Mel Kiper? Oh, sorry. What's up, guys? Draft week. Sorry. It's in the blood, man. It's in the blood.
I knew something draft was coming today, man. It's fired up about the draft, everybody.
Welcome back to the Irish Breakdown Podcast, folks. You are in the right show. I'm just joking. I hope that we can take a joke on a wonderful Monday morning for a Monday mailbag. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I know Blue Gold weekend, and that means the end of spring practice. But that means that we now get to talk for several weeks about what the heck is 2024 season going to bring. Of course, I'm joined by Brian Driscoll, publisher here at irishbreakdown.com. This is your show, folks. Throw as many mailbag questions in as you would like. Super chats always get to the front of the line. So if you throw in a super chat, you will get that question answered as soon as the next question is available.
As soon as we see it. Yeah, sometimes
Exactly.
It's also I got to see it first, and I don't always see them right away. So, yeah. Lots to talk about today, Ryan. We got the Blue Gold game just happened on Saturday. So, I know I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. If people want to ask about that, recruiting is never there's never any recruiting dead periods anymore, if we're being honest. The NFL draft is coming up this week. I've seen as many
transfer portal craziness.
And I've seen 7 to 8 guys for Notre Dame projected to get drafted. I saw Jordan Reed had Javonte Jean-Baptiste in round 5 of his mock draft today. Yeah. And he dropped Cam Hart down to round 3, which I was a little bummed by. He had him in round 2 last time. So
I know he actually just came on the NFL Draft podcast, and he has a second round grade on Cam Hart. So I know he's a big fan of him.
Well, my impression is that he's doing what you say guys do with mock drafts, which is trying to go off what kind of he's hearing and maybe what some other people think. But a lot going on, man. Thursday night, obviously the NFL draft starts Thursday night. That'll be round 1. Friday will be rounds 2 and 3, and then Saturday will be rounds 4 through 7. So we're going to hear some Notre Dame guys' names called. I think that they're going to separate themselves a little bit from USC this year because I don't know that USC has a ton of guys in the draft this year. I know they got a couple receivers, a running back, a quarterback, maybe maybe Eric Gentry,
safety.
Yeah, so Notre Dame might get a little bit of separation, by a couple spots between the old Trojans who are, I think, 3 behind Notre Dame all time. Notre Dame is still number 1 in all-time draft pick. So we're, and then, hey, big news today. D-Rock saw it. I decommitted from the Denver Broncos. Biggest news of the day. I've always wanted to put out one of those tweets, Ryan, and today I got my chance. So I'm officially.
Were you a full member of the team though, or were you just committed? Because this could be a transfer portal versus recruiting conversation here.
This is a, I'm not in the portal. I'm a free agent. We're talking about the NFL now, right? So
professional.
I have decommitted from my fandom of the Broncos. I had 40 great years as a Broncos fan, but the organization's been a mess for a while. And when they released those hideous uniforms today, I was like, okay, I'm done.
Well, you can be a Bears fan like Vince and Sean now, I guess.
Yeah, but I wanted to I don't want to go from one poorly run organization to another poorly run organization. So, I'm going to try to find something to bring me some joy. So we'll see how it goes. But Ryan, the star today is these folks over here in the chat. They've got a lot of questions, man. A lot of questions going over here. So speaking of super chats, we're going to go ahead and get started off with one. Our guy Remington Jeans is going to kick us off today.
Remington, I'm going to call you Remy. I hope that's okay with you. Remy, thank you so much for the super chat. Very appreciated. I now know what you meant when you said the ball comes off of CJ Carr's and Kenny Mitchie's hands different. Not that Steve is bad, just different velocities.
Yeah. I mean, Ryan, I'd love to get your thoughts, obviously, from what you saw from the quarterbacks on Saturday. But, no, it was pretty obvious to people. It's not that Steve's bad, or it's just when Kenny and CJ, especially CJ, throw the ball, it just looks, man, when Kenny was a little bit more erratic with it because there were some reads he made where he just wasn't sure where he wanted to go. CJ was a lot more decisive. But when Kenny knows where he wants to go, man, that thing comes out beautifully. And CJ that kid's just got special skills, man. So,
I was excited for Kenny Minch's performance, man, because he had a rough start to the day, and then he got better and better and better, seemingly every drive after the first 2 drives he had. I was really happy to see that. And because Remington, sorry, I shouldn't joke. Remington, Remington, I agree with you. And there was one throw that actually cemented that in my mind. and it was actually an incompletion. There was one play where they were kind of near the end zone, and it was Kenny Minchie that had the ball. And Kenny stepped up, and then he evaded pressure, spun out, and he threw this ball jumping out of bounds where I could not believe the velocity this dude got with no feet on the ground. I was just like, there's juice there, man. There's a whole lot of juice. And yeah, I mean, look, Steve throws a good solid ball, right? Like the ball comes out fine. It's got solid pace, but there were a couple throws. Like I know there was a seam throw to Eli Raritan, I think early, where like the ball just died on him, man. Like it just died.
He's getting a little bit, he was getting pressured a little bit, but that ball still has to come out. Even the touchdown ball just didn't, it almost didn't get there in time before Don Schuler got hands on it, and the problem with Steve is Steve gets decent velocity on the ball. The problem is twofold. Number one is Steve can't get velocity on the ball when he can't step into throws the same way. Or he's not on the move, which is gaining some momentum. And then he's just got a lot longer release. And so that combination of those two things it impacts where you go. I mean, we saw it on Saturday with that seam to Eli Raritan. I saw it in the scrimmage last week on the throw that got picked off and taken back for a touchdown by Jade Mickey. There's just some throws you're not gonna be able to make where, Kenny, the ball he threw to Micah Gilbert was a thing of beauty. That Kenny threw, and CJ had several. The ball where he throws the outcut over the defender into KK Smith, I'm like, it was an even more impressive throw watching it live, because you're just like, that throw shouldn't get made, much less completed, much less with the guy having multiple steps to take before he goes out of bounds, and it definitely shouldn't be made by a first semester freshman. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I was excited to see, especially the growth throughout the day that Kenny Minchie had. I really was. I mean, they even ran like a quarterback sweep with them on the goal line. Where I was like, okay, all right. I like it. I dig it. Right. So yeah, those two kids, the two younger kids that we're talking about with Carr and Minchie, they just have a different level of easiness as throwers. Like they don't need perfect platforms to get the ball where they need to go. I mean, again, that throw Minchie made where, again, it's an incomplete pass out of bounds. I'm just like, just not a lot of kids that can just whip it out there like that, man. Like the upper body flexibility and just that explosiveness, like that's unique. It's very unique. And the crazy part is that arguably your most talented player at quarterback wasn't even playing in the game, right? With Riley Leonard overall. And then when Deuce Knight gets here in 2025, I mean, you're about to see a lot of effortless throwers for Notre Dame over the next couple of years.
I just pray that Kenny and CJ are still here, because I just want to go through a spring practice with Kenny, CJ, and Deuce together on the same team and have some fun watching that one. Ryan, I got to tell you, the thing about Kenny too is, like, look, I actually saw someone complaining about how they were unimpressed by Kenny because he didn't start well. And I was like, actually, if you really think about the proper way to evaluate a player, don't you want to see him kind of go through it's going to happen. I don't care who you are. You can be Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow. You're going to have stretches where you come out of a game not playing well. Yeah. And we've talked about this in the past, right? Notre Dame has had quarterbacks in the past where, like, Tyler Buckner was this way. If Tyler didn't start well, he just couldn't get himself out of that funk. I mean, he really struggled to get himself out of that funk. And with Jack Cohn had a little bit of that, where he just, if he started poorly, it just kind of, that was going to be his day.
Deshaun Kaiser.
Yeah. And so you want a guy that, like, that's one thing I did like about Ian Book, is if Ian could be terrible for 3 quarters, and we saw that at times. We saw that against Virginia Tech in 2019. They were the reason. He was the reason they needed to have a comeback at the end of that game, because he threw 2 red zone interceptions and just was playing terrible. But when the game was on the line, Ian went and made the plays he needed to make, and they won the game, right? I mean, you want that guy that can bounce back from adversity. And to your point, Ryan, Kenny showed that. He showed that he can do that on Saturday. He did struggle.
Especially at quarterback.
Yeah.
Especially at quarterback. That matters so much. I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks that can be that guy when everything's going right. I mean, we talk about system quarterback, right? I mean, I know everyone hates that phrase, but a system quarterback is a guy that can get it done when everything is right. But the great ones, the guys that can be transcendent, or not transcendent, they can ascend of things that are around them and be able to be an elevator. Those guys need to come out of adversity, and those guys need to be able to pick up when bad things are happening. And I think that you saw a little bit of that with Kenny. Again, it's just a scrimmage.
And his first throw was pretty good, Ryan. I mean, people forget that. That 3rd and 7 curl route that split 3 defenders was a pretty nice dime. It just got dropped. And then he kind of struggled after that. But yeah, he did some good things. And as I've said all along, you all saw what we've been talking about all spring. And it's just when CJ Carr throws the ball, John Garcia talked about this. Remember when he had him on our show, Ryan, after the Elite 11 that he saw, the one where CJ was a rising junior. Yeah. And he's like, this kid just throws it different. I mean, just basically kind of, and I'm paraphrasing, just the ball comes out of his hand different than everybody else. And everyone, all the fans got a chance to see that from him on Saturday. It just does. And Kenny's very similar. It's a thing of beauty, man. I've said this, and that's my bias as a former quarterback, but that's one of the prettiest things in sports, man, is a spiral. I mean, a really tightly thrown. I mean, it's like
when they got the low point angle of Kenny's throw to Micah Gilbert in the end zone where Micah pushed off slightly, like the little fade. That ball was just humming, man. You're just like,
it was. Yeah, they threw it. It was fun to watch, and there was a lot of other good things from the game on Saturday. But yeah, it was fun to watch. The quarterback room, to your point, Ryan, is really good, and we didn't see the starter on Saturday. That's the other part of it.
And honestly, in the fall, if the quarterback room is intact, I mean, if you have a 4 quarterback conversation where Steve Angeli is your least talented quarterback. Yeah. You're in a good spot, man. Everybody thinks that is such like a shade thrown, but like legitimately, there are some years in the past where Steve Angeli would be about the most talented quarterback in a room. And now he's the 4th, and it's 4th by a decent margin.
Just from God-given ability. Correct. Right. Now, Steve's got other things, intangibles, moxie, and all, grittiness and all that. But when you refer to just physical tools, it's not really close between him and the other quarterbacks. It's really not. It's really not. But yeah, thanks for kicking us off with that question. Let's go to Coleman Smith next, Ryan.
Coleman says, what do you expect all the freshmen to do this year? That can be season statistics and just what they need to improve on individually.
Well, that's a long list. Let's just kind of focus, Ryan, on the guys that we actually think are going to play this year. And obviously CJ Carr, I mean, for him, I want to see CJ Carr, if we're just talking about what you want to see from him. And I would say something similar if I was talking about Kenny Minchie, but we'll just talk about CJ. You want to see him really continue to show a grasp of the offense, which I don't know if you were able to tell this from the TV copy, Ryan, but it's obvious that CJ goes through more reads than the other quarterbacks. I mean, he goes to his 2nd, 3rd progression much more frequently than the other quarterbacks. He understands eye manipulation better than the other quarterbacks that are there. We're talking about the guys that played on Saturday, but still has a lot more to learn about the offense. There were some throws he didn't make because he didn't quite get there the way he needed to. The seam throw that got broken up by Kingston, that ball's just got to come out a little bit sooner, lead him up vertically into the seam a little bit more instead of bending him inside. And just, it's got to continue to get stronger. But for CJ, it's just about go out there, have a good summer, add more strength, continue to show more feel, and win the number 2 job and just put yourself in position to be that guy. And, I think that would be the thing I would want to see from him. Running back, Keedron Young, dude, stay healthy. I mean, that's really the thing. Like, you looked pretty good early on before you stayed healthy. Aeneas Williams, I mean, it's just with a lot of these guys, Ryan, it's just going to be get more comfortable in the offense. But Aeneas showed on Saturday that kid can play. Yeah, it's a good football player, Ryan.
He should have a chance to find a niche in 2024. Again, like, where I'm not talking about being a high volume kid, but why can't Aeneas Williams get some touches during the course of a game? I mean, you could tell, and the great thing about him is he runs, for being a freshman, which you would expect, a guy to maybe need physical development and continue to add weight. And he is a well-built kid for only being a freshman running back, man. Like, he can go in there and he can run inside. And I think he can move a pile a little bit. He can break some tackles. And we didn't see it on Saturday, but Aeneas is also a really good player in the pass game, right? Like, he can catch the football very well. And I know he's been talking about, I haven't seen him in practice, but he talked about it in his media availability a couple weeks ago about his attention to blocking as well and trying to find a role. I mean, I think he called himself a any way you can do it player or something like that, like a guy that just wants a role on this team in any capacity. So maybe he's a short yardage back. Maybe he's a guy that can do some third down stuff, when you don't want to overload Jeremiah Love in a football game. Maybe it's just against a lesser opponent, he's a guy that gets more high volume. I mean, regardless, I think that there is a role for Aeneas Williams in 2024 if he's able to stay healthy and stay prepared.
Like maybe return kicks like we saw on Saturday. He's just a good football player. Receiver with Micah Gilbert, it's just continue to learn the little parts of the game and be more consistent. He'll have some really good reps where he can win at the line and understands what he's doing, and then reps where he just gets completely dominated. And that just comes from consistency and knowing what you're doing and just learning. Now, he's in a really good place in that regard for a freshman. But as far as for a guy, because like when you get into the fall, Ryan, it can't be, well, hey, he did well for a freshman. You need to do well. This team is trying to do something. And if you're going to be on the field, they need you to do well, not for a freshman. Cam Williams it's about being more comfortable with what he's doing. I mean, when you watch Cam in practice, Ryan, what you'll see is when he's running a post route or a go route. It's just like, whoo, boy, that kid's going to be special. And then it's like, okay, he's running a curl or a stop. And it's like 3/4 speed, lift up at the top, choppy steps, because he doesn't know what he's doing yet. And that'll come. Mm-hmm. But that's the evolution for him, is just get more comfortable with what you're doing and just continue to refine your route technique. Because, Ryan, you saw it in high school. I mean, Cam was not a refined route runner in high school because everything was built on speed, and one play he's a receiver, the next play he's a running back, the next play he's taking a snap, a quarterback. I mean, they didn't really care. His high school coaches didn't care about let's teach him the whole route tree. It was, we're going to find ways to get this kid the ball because he's special.
And I mean, even as a receiver, he didn't have to try hard all the time in high school, right? Like Cam Williams at 3/4 speed was dominating football games in high school football. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, that is the curse though of being such a great player in high school, is that when you are just such a better athlete than everyone around you, you don't have to worry about the finer points of playing the position, because at the end of the day, Cam Williams could just run a vertical route in high school and dust you. Like, there's no doubt, right? He could play wildcat quarterback and get the edge against anyone. I mean, that's just the type of athlete he is. So it's the attention to detail stuff. And obviously I got to know Cam personally, and he's went on the podcast a couple of times. Like, he's a very well thought kid, right? Where I think that he is going to be completely fine with putting his head down and working. I have no doubts about that. So he'll be good.
Well, and he finished the spring with, 5 catches. His last big spring performance was 5 catches and a touchdown, against the scholarship corner. So the tools are there. Both of those kids are going to help Notre Dame this year. There's not a doubt in my mind. Jack Larson. I mean, Ryan, you and I have said this. This is one of Notre Dame's best offensive classes in a long time, and everybody saw that on Saturday. I mean, you saw what Aeneas did. You saw CJ. You saw Micah. Media people got to see Cam catch 5 passes and a touchdown in the Jersey scrimmage the week before. Jack Larson had 5 catches on Saturday.
Jack's a lot more well built than I thought he was going to be too.
He's pretty
good. Yeah, he looks pretty good. Looks good. Yeah.
I thought Anthony Knapp still needs to get a lot bigger and stronger, but his athleticism flashed on Saturday. We saw Bryce Young is going to be a dude. Sean Sevillano was making plays. Kingston's going to be a dude. Kennedy Urlacher did some good things in the game on Saturday. Like, this freshman class is special. But when you talk about the things they need to improve on, I was kind of going through each guy, and I'm like, look, it's going to be the same thing for each of those kids. Get a better sense of what the system is, and then get more, just continue enhancing the technical aspects of the game. I mean, Kingston, for as good as he looked on Saturday, there were times where he was like, not quite sure of what he was doing. Sure. And you could see it at times. But again, this is practice 15 for that kid. When you get to the end of fall camp and it's practice 40, meaning 15 in spring and then 25 in fall camp, he's going to look even more decisive and better. And that's really what it comes down to, Ryan, is continue to put work in the weight room, continue to be in the film room, and just be nerds when it comes to learning the offense, and then just, be coachable when it comes to the technical part of the game. But I mean, you saw it all day Saturday, Ryan. You saw it all day. This freshman class is really, really good. I'll say it again, there were not 10 classes better than this group last year. There just weren't. I don't care what the ranking services said. You guys are already starting to see it. There are not 200 players better than CJ Carr, like On3 said. This class is really, really good. And it's just keep doing what you're doing and just continue to learn the offense, get stronger, and be coachable. If they do that, this class will make a big impact this season. Big impact.
Last thing I'll say on Bryce Young is I forgot that he was wearing number 30.
Mm-hmm.
So he made the tackle where he forced the fumble, right? And I was like, who the heck is that? I forgot what number he was wearing. I'm like, oh, it's Bryce Young. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Notre Dame hasn't had a defensive end that looks like that in a little bit, man. It's been a while. It's been a little bit since they had someone that looked like that. We always talk about like what does an SEC defensive lineman look like, right? What does a high-level draft pick look like on the defensive end position? Like, that's what it looks like, guys. Physically, that's what it looks like.
But, Ryan, the thing that's exciting, that's an excellent point. Like, what is it like to have a 5-star true freshman defensive lineman that's just a physical freak? Notre Dame hasn't had that in a long time. But when you watch Bryant throughout the entire game, or Bryce throughout the entire game, you see it's the same thing. It's like, but then there's snaps where it's like, he's just not sure of what he's doing, and he just kind of – But that's the thing is like when he comes off, though, it's like, holy moly. But what's great about that play is his ability to force the give and then close on the give and then strip the ball on the give. It's just like, that's just not something you can necessarily coach. You know what I mean? Like you can coach the read and the responsibility, but there's a lot of defensive ends that you could say, okay, you're going to play it this way. And then when the ball's handed off, you're going to close and and they're just like, yeah, I'll try my best, coach, but I can't make that play. And Bryce can, but like, that's the thing about a lot of these kids. I mean, you look at Cam Williams, you're like, that's the kind of kid that SEC teams get with some frequency. That's the kind of kid that went down and played for Mike Denbrock at LSU at wide receiver, and you see the same thing with CJ Carr, and you see this with Kingston Viliama-Asa. And that's the thing that's exciting about this class is there's a lot of those type of guys. And really the last two classes, there's a lot of those types of guys. I mean, Boubacar Traore, you guys see that kid just moves at a different speed than everybody else on that defensive line. To the point where there's a couple of times I had to rewind it when I was going back over it on TV yesterday. I'm like, did he jump off sides? And you're like, nope. he's just like that twitchy. It's a special group. Christian Gray is another one. I mean, just the length and athleticism that Marcus Freeman's team has added in his 2 full classes is unreal. And that's where a lot of my optimism comes from when I think about the present and the future of this football team.
And more's coming in the summer when Bronte Johnson gets here and Bodie Cahoon gets here and
Leonard
some more
Moore,
of those Gerby Lambert, like a lot of guys that look like they should be playing SEC ball right now, but athletically. So,
it's going to be fun.
ND Estimate Trucking LLC says between Preston Zinter and Kahanu Kia, who would you say had a better game from a physical standpoint and who had the better game mentally, knowing where to be and what to do?
Well, I think they were similar. I'd say Kahanu was better than Preston's in the 2 areas by a little bit. I thought Preston was pretty good in the game as well. I mean, he made a lot of plays. I think Kahanu is just a couple years older than Preston and just a little bit more advanced physically. But, in Kahanu, I gotta say this, Ryan, and I think you might have heard me say this during the mailbag on Saturday or Friday, but somebody asked me, what's one of your good surprises? And I said, the fact that a kid that was away from football for 2 years on a mission comes back to the game and is just this instinctive and this physical. That's just not normal. And he was impressive, and it overshadowed a little bit how good. There was not a linebacker on Saturday that I didn't think that didn't impress me. In some, even Jalen Seed, who I thought probably had the least effective game of all the linebackers, had 3 or 4 highlight type plays. Like it was unreal how good this linebacking core was. And Preston Zinter is going to continue to get overlooked. But I'm telling you, that kid can flat out play. Kahanu Kia, there are years not long ago, Ryan, like within the playoff era, where we're talking about Kahanu Kia starting at middle linebacker for Notre Dame. Right now.
Good, man.
Right now.
Good. He was another guy that I didn't know what number he was wearing, similar to what I was talking about Bryce Young, where I had to look at the roster and be like, who the heck's 43? Like, I don't know who that kid is, but like he keeps flying and making plays all over the field. And Kahanu Kia, man, he probably was the most decisive and quickest processor of all the linebackers on Saturday. He saw the game very, very quickly. I mean, he looked like a good athlete to me, right? But I don't think that he's as good athlete as like Drake Bowen and a couple of those guys. But regardless of that, he's getting the spots faster. He's getting the spots faster because he sees the game really quickly. So Kanu Kia, man, balled out. What, he had 12 tackles or something like that? Like a crazy number on Saturday.
And I think he had seven or eight of them were solos. So it wasn't like he had 4 solos and 8 assisted tackles because he was the second or third guy in. I mean, he was at the – and there was one play he made that he didn't get credit for because there was a penalty on the defense. He blew it was that 3rd and 15 screen. They tried to run a screen, and he just blew. If he doesn't make that play, Ryan, that sucker goes. And, obviously it was a defensive penalty, so they called it back and then got him to 3rd and 10. But that was a heck of a play, and he didn't even get credit for that play because of the penalty. So he was impressive. But, man, this linebacking core, Ryan, is loaded.
It's fast, man.
Don't know who's going to start. Don't know who's going to play where. Don't know who's going to – but, man, it's just like – I don't even care because it's like whoever plays is going to be pretty good and pretty athletic. It was fun to watch.
I left leaving the game saying I really liked what I saw from Jay Nosbury athletically, but also I'm not really sure what Jay Nosbury is playing right now. Like I had no idea at a couple of points where I was like, I don't know what position he's playing.
They said he's basically playing nickel right now.
Weird. Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike it necessarily, but
what Freeman said is he's just that athletic. I mean, so it's not that he's necessarily – so just to clarify – he said nickel, but it's not that he's necessarily playing nickel. It's just basically the way they're using him as a rover is more like how they're using the nickels than it is like when Jack Kaiser's in there, because they just trust him to run with people more, where Jack is going to be more zone and downhill and things like that. And that's saying something because Jack Kaiser's a pretty good athlete. Yeah. And it just says a lot about who he is, man. This is a really loaded group. Really, really loaded group.
Yep. We had Andy Milton fan with a super chat. Thank you, Nathan. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Parking lot attendants are people too, Brian.
He's trying to start stuff all the time, man.
I know.
They are people too.
I heard you talk about it on Saturday, and I saw the post on the board about it.
So, they are people too, and sometimes people deserve, deserve to be told that they're acting like what's, and that's exactly what happens.
They're people too, Nathan, which means that they make mistakes and are jerks sometimes as well. Every other person,
absolutely, absolutely.
We had another super chat from Lucky Ducks 512. By the way, folks, again, super chats get pushed to the front of the line, as these folks know. So just shouting that out there. Lucky Ducks, appreciate you. Thank you so much. What players in position battles set themselves up well for fall camp to make a move? So we're talking about guys that are coming from behind a little bit is kind of how I'm taking this.
Yeah, I'd look at just anyone that's in a battle. He didn't show me much live, but going back and watching the scrimmage, I thought Emil Wagner did better than I thought he did watching him live. He didn't do anything special, Ryan. He just kind of did his job every snap. And that's been the thing with Emil. It's like, I know he can make some highlight reel blocks, but it's just like it's the not doing the consistency part of it and not getting blown up on some pass pros. I just thought he kind of did his job snap after snap after snap. Now, he did have some issues with Josh Burnham early and then didn't face Josh a whole lot later, and that helped because he wasn't going against – like people say, like, man, Tosh Baker struggled, and he did have some struggles, and Charles Jagasaw struggled. And I'm like, if you watch the game, I thought Charles Jagasaw played a pretty good game, but he had about 5 or 6 bad snaps. Well, when you have a bad snap and you're going against R.J. Oben, Bryce Young, or Boubacar Traore, you're going to look bad.
And I want him to look bad right now. I don't want him to be perfect right now. I want him to have his struggles. I do. 100%.
I said this about Micah Gilbert when he struggled in last week's scrimmage, Ryan. I said that's a good thing for a young kid because it had come so easy to Micah so far in spring practice. You need those days to remind me, hey, I've got to be more consistent with my kick slide. I've got to be more consistent with my angle. But, I think that Emil did a nice job. I'll tell you the offensive lineman, however, that made the biggest move for me as far as pushing for a starting job again, Rocco Spindler was really good on Saturday. Really good. And we're told he's not even back to full speed. I mean, he not only had the dominant blocks, Ryan, I don't know if you saw what he did to Donovan Heinisch on that first Jeremiah Love touchdown run.
Oh, I did. Yep.
Oh, my gosh. But it was also Rocco was consistent. Because Rocco had dominant highlight reel blocks last year, but then he'd have those really bad plays where he'd get kind of caught, his feet would get caught in mud, and I mean that figuratively, and then he'd try to turn and he was slow and he would just have
Well,
those
I mean,
bad reps.
it could be literally as well. His feet could have got caught in mud if it's natural grass. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
But like, you remember the Duke game where he was looking inside and then tried to step right and he was just so out of position he just falls down.
Yeah.
You know, you're just like, oh my gosh. And it would frustrate me because the good snaps were so good that, like I've said this before, and Ryan, I know you've agreed with this, but Rocco, when he's better, is good. When he's right, is way better than Pat Coogan. It's just when Rocco's not right, he's way worse than Pat Coogan.
Yeah.
What we saw on Saturday was what you hope Rocco can be, which is not only dominant at times, but just steady. Just did his job every play. There were snaps where he didn't dominate, but he did his job. And that was huge for me.
I think we would have such an appreciation of Pat Coogan if he was like the perfect swing player, right? Could play both guards, could play center, like great. I mean, that would be the ideal situation. And, again, not to throw
if he
shade
was
at
Trevor
Pat, but-
Ruland. Remember, Rut? Remember, and then sometimes Trevor had to step in the starting lineup and
He
handle
played
himself.
solid. Yeah.
Right. But, you'd need him for a 3 or 4 game stretch when somebody's out. That's a great way of putting that because Pat is that great team player. He can play center. He can play both guard spots. He's a hard worker. He can go do his job. He's just not very talented. Let's just be honest. He's just and we saw that when he was matched up in one-on-ones against Jason Onye. I mean, there were some really embarrassing snaps in that matchup. And if we can get this version of Rocco 12 games next year, Notre Dame could have one of the best guard tandems of college football because Billy Schrouth has having a great spring, and he had a really good blue gold game, in my opinion.
Well, I just think that we come hard on guys sometimes when they're put in a position they probably shouldn't be in. Right. When in reality, it's not their fault. It's not their fault at all. Pat Coogan is doing everything that Pat Coogan should be doing, and he's maximizing his talent. Right. Ultimately, Rocco has higher upside, though. He does, as a guy that's just a pure road grader. I had a scout early in the season last year, asked me about Rocco Spindler. I had a scout ask me, he was like, who's that guy? He's mauling a little bit, but it's just the up and down can't be up and down. I mean, he's like a seesaw right now, man. Like there's some super highs, there's some super lows. Rocco Spindler needs to find that area of consistency.
Yes.
Right. And he's still searching for it, but man, he's strong, man. He's strong as an ox.
On Saturday, we saw it. Now, I don't want to make it seem like that means Rocco's arrived because we don't know, was he that way throughout the spring? We don't know. What I do know is this. He was moved to left guard to compete with Pat. That I know. Yeah. But that was partly because of how well Billy was playing. So I think the way he finished, and he did well in the week before. He did some good things in the week before in the Jersey scrimmage, but wasn't quite as good as he was on Saturday. But he put himself in position to really push for a spot, in my opinion. I think that Deion Colsey, to me, the way he finished the spring, if he can carry it into it. But here's the thing with Deion, it's just I watched him do what he did on Saturday a week after, just looking like he didn't want to be out there on the week before. But you watch him play, and this is what he does, Ryan. He has games like Saturday, and it's like, okay, maybe the light's gone on for him. And I know you're not.
I was just going to say this super playfully, okay? I was going to say it super playfully. I hate Deion Colsey. Every time I'm just like, I'm good, I'm done. He just does something where you're just like, all right, I guess I'm back in for a couple minutes.
I thought I was out, and he pulls me back in.
He's pointing, man. Yes. I mean, Deion was really good on Saturday, man. Like he was really good. What else am I going to say about it? He was great. I mean, again, there's just the consistency just isn't there with Deion, but the highs are very good. I mean, they're very good. So if Deion is the best version of himself and he can help your team in 2024, that's great, man. That maximizes talents, and that gives you a much higher floor of being a good football team the more good players you have ultimately, right? I'm still hesitant to buy in, obviously, but it's great. It's great that he had a great end to his spring on Saturday.
Yep, I get it. There's no doubt. Defensively, I believe that Sean Sevillano has kind of played himself into at least a goal line short yardage situation the way he played. I think Jason Onye is not making a move in fall camp, but I think the way that Jason has played all spring puts him in a situation where you can feel better about not having to rely on Howard and Riley so much. Because once you get Gabriel Rubio back, you know what he can do. You've got Jason Onye, plus you got Donovan. You can give Sean Sevillano some goal line short yardage snaps. Maybe instead of 45 snaps and 50 snaps in the game, Howard can get down to 35 and Riley can get down to 35, which means, yeah, you can still use them for 50 in that big game if they're really playing well. But now you can keep those guys fresh because, Ryan, if you're going to win a title, you got to play 16 games. And you can't have Riley Mills and Howard Cross playing 100 to 200 snaps more than Michigan's defensive tackles were last year when they played 15 games compared to Notre Dame's guys playing 13 games. You just can't do it. But you also can't justify taking those guys off the field when there's a big drop-off between the next guys coming in. So the way Jason Onye played, and it wasn't just a couple flash plays here and there. It was even things you might not notice, like anchoring against double teams and holding up at the point of attack against double teams. Where it's like, dude, he could, if he can give you 10, 15 more snaps a game, take some of that burden off those guys. Now all of a sudden you have that. Like, here's the thing where I compare Michigan's 2023 D-line, D tackles to Notre Dame's. And I'll say this. I think Notre Dame's kids top two kids can absolutely go toe-to-toe with whoever you think the top two is at Michigan. That's my opinion. But the difference is Michigan had 4 of those guys. Notre Dame had 2. You know what I mean? And so now it's like if you can have those 2 plus Rubio if he's healthy, plus Jason Onye, now all of a sudden, dude, you got yourself a nice rotation and you can keep guys fresh. Could you imagine a fresh Howard Cross in the fourth quarter or a fresh Riley Mills with a fresh fourth quarter against Ohio State last year or this year against Florida State or against Texas A&M or Louisville or USC or in the playoff? That's where you want to be, man. But you can't Al Washington cannot afford to make that decision, Ryan. You know this, if the next group isn't also coming in and being impactful.
Sure. Well, I would say this. I don't know if you agree with this. I would say, in my opinion, I think that Jason Onye was the best defensive lineman on either team on Saturday, but I also think there's an argument that you could say he was the best player at certain points on Saturday, like overall player. I mean, he was good, man. I'm in on Jason Onye.
I don't disagree
really
with that at all, Ryan, by the way, at all.
I'm in on it, man. I think that this might be a situation too where even if you're going to keep Howard and Riley Mills in the game at certain points, there might be some times where you do go to a 3-man front where you're just like, we got to get Jason Onye in the game, man, and just do a little bit of more versatile things on the second and third level because he's just too good. He was unblockable, man. Not against scrubs, against pretty good linemen, and he's just unblockable, right? I mean, he's another guy that if it comes on, if the light comes on, he is another kid that looks like he should be playing SEC football. Yeah. Like, he doesn't look like a typical guy Notre Dame always has on the interior defensive line. He's a different type of cat, man. Athletically, he's a different type of cat.
So you're playing USC, you're playing Louisville, you're playing a team that wants to throw the ball around or spread the field, and you want to give me a 3-3 look with Onye, Rubio, and Cross with Kaiser, Drake Bowen, and either Jalen Sneed or Kingston at the third linebacker spot, or maybe a Jaden Osbury. Let's roll. Let's roll. I mean, okay, let's do it. I mean, right. I mean, do I want to do that for 70 snaps a game? Not most weeks, but as a change up, as a look to match up against a team that's got some speed on the field, but still wants to run. Because now you got playmakers everywhere. And I would absolutely spot on, Ryan. I would absolutely love to see that at times.
I mean, I would even be okay with, at some points, we want to give Howard some breath to play Riley at nose for a couple reps and put that kid at 3-tech. Like, I want to get him one-on-one in the pass game at times because he's a freaky, twitchy kid, man. He's really talented.
And what we saw yesterday or Saturday, Ryan, was the motor. That was the thing. Like, people forget how just new to football Jason is. He played football for 2 years in high school, and unfortunately his senior year got ruined because of COVID. So that he was kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit getting to Notre Dame. Like, I remember talking to Mike Elson, and he was like, when he missed that senior year, he was like, man, I was so disappointed basically that happened because he was on the verge of really taking off as a prospect. And then he went a year without playing football. and that kind of slowed him down a little bit. And he's had some little bumps and bruises and moved from end to, but he's really found a sweet spot where he just plays with a lot of intensity as well, Ryan. And that's the thing is there weren't like Jason last year would show a couple of the flash plays that we saw Saturday, and then the next play he's getting driven 5 yards off the ball. That was not the case on Saturday. It was every snap he was battling every single snap that I saw, and that's a good place to be, man.
And he's one of those first guy off the bus type of dudes, man, because you should not be 290 and have a six-pack. That's not a thing that should happen, but it's a reality that Jason Onye has to live with every single day.
Poor kid.
My wife wish I had one, and I'm only 220, so yeah.
There you go.
Anthony Solomon with the super chat. Thank you, Anthony. Thanks for the show today, gentlemen. You are welcome, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Appreciate you.
We had another one. Benami came to play. I meant to say. You both are head coach of Notre Dame.
We do pay for play here at
I know. It was supposed to be a joke, but it didn't come off that great, I don't think. You both
much
are head
better
coach.
in your head than it did coming out. Yeah,
it sounded way better in my head. Yeah, you both are head coach at Notre Dame. What is each of your guys' quarterback depth chart 1 to 10? 10 being the highest. Rank each quarterback with a number, overall talent, and ability to win a championship.
That's interesting. I mean, we're talking just for 24. Let's just do 24 because. Like, I would argue that you could say CJ Carr's ceiling is higher than Riley Leonard's. We could have that debate, but it won't be in 2024. Riley Leonard being healthy in 2024 is absolutely still your best chance to go out and win a championship. I would just contend that CJ Carr's probably your second best chance to go out and win a championship, depending on what kind of growth Kenny Minchie's able to make this offseason. But now I'll go Riley. And when I say, overall talent and ability to win a championship, I'm going to still say I'm going to be at an 8 with him still because I still need to see he's healthy. That's the biggest thing. And I could even, if I was going to change it, I'd probably slide down to a 7 because of the health. But let's just assume he's going to be healthy. I need to see it, but I'm put him at 8. I need to know that he's still going to be a willing runner after all the ankle injuries he's had. And I think I've said this, Ryan, if Riley Leonard just repeats his 2022 season, this offense is really, really good. They're a playoff team and they might be able to win a game in the playoff. If Riley Leonard can just make normal, senior year growth as a passer, decision maker and passer, I think this team can beat anybody when he's on his game. I really do. So, but I just need to see that consistency as a passer moving forward. But I'd give him an 8. Right now, I'd give CJ. See, that's a tough one. I'm not quite sure. I'd probably go 6 right now as far as winning a championship this year.
Because he's a freshman.
Yeah, because he's still a rookie. And that's still putting a lot on his shoulders right now. Could that go up by the time we get to fall camp? Certainly. And again, we've yet to see this team kind of really play and this is the thing. Well, I'll talk about that in a minute, Ryan, because I want to get your thoughts on that. I'd go Kenny at 5 because, again, he's a lot like CJ, but Kenny still isn't quite as decisive as CJ is consistently. That's the thing for Kenny. He's just got to show a little bit more decisiveness with his reads and as a passer. I mean, Kenny will kind of have that off balance, throw into traffic and the ball gets picked off moment where CJ avoids those for the most part. And so that's where I would have him ahead of him right now. And then, Steve's a 4. Like, look, with Steve Angeli, you can go out and win me 10 games. You might even be able to get me 11, 12 wins this year in the regular season. But there's a cap on how good you're going to be when you get in the postseason. And that cap to me is the quarterfinals, pending you getting just a perfect matchup in the quarters. He's just not a guy to me that you can win a championship with because I don't think Notre Dame still has the talent to go win in spite of their quarterback the way that a couple of those Bama teams did. Or where like the Greg McElroy year where he just was a game manager and he made a couple plays here and there and that's all they need him to do. And he was a great leader and a great team manager. Notre Dame isn't there yet talent wise. They're getting closer, but they're not there yet. They're going to still need their quarterback to go out there and win them some of those big games. And I just don't think he has that. I don't think he has the ability to process the way you need to be that guy as a quarterback. And I just don't think he has the arm talent to be that guy. He's got the moxie, he's got the confidence, he's got the character and all those things he's got. But at the end of the day,
New Jersey too. So
he would have been a 2 if he wasn't from Jersey, Ryan. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah. But I look at him and I'm saying, great kid, great backup quarterback, but as a starter, just not that guy that's going to lead you to the promised land the way that you need.
Yeah, we don't have to spend too much more time on it. I'm the same order, right around the same. I mean, like maybe I bump Riley Leonard up to an 8.5 instead of an 8. You know what I mean? Just to be like slightly different, but I think we see it the same. Look, at the end of the day, if Carr and Minshew are the starting quarterbacks in 2024, let's just say hypothetically, either one of them, then you have a chance to make a playoff, in my opinion. Like I think that you have that type of upside. There's going to be some growing pains, but but it's the typical same first year starting quarterback thing where it's like, Trevor Lawrence could do it as a first year starter, but like not everybody can. You know what I mean? Like it's just not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and Trevor Lawrence had the best D line in college football. He had 2 high draft picks at corner. He had high draft picks at linebacker. He had a veteran offensive line, a second-round draft pick at running back, a second-round draft pick at receiver, and a guy that would have been a first-round draft pick at receiver if he didn't have the devastating injuries in Justin Ross, and he had Hunter Renfrow.
Yeah.
I mean, that team was perfectly built for an elite rookie to come in and get there. Could Notre Dame have that kind of talent this year with a CJ or a Kenny? It's possible. It's possible, but like their games need to continue to evolve. Trevor was 6'6" with a huge arm as a rookie.
Yes.
And those guys don't quite have that. And they don't get to play an all ACC schedule that allowed them to. There are some games that if 2018 Clemson had some of the teams that Notre Dame plays on an annual basis, they're going to lose a couple of those games early in their tenure. So it's like for them, it was kind of like it was for Notre Dame this year with their schedule. If you can get past that A&M game at the beginning, you got a chance to make a run. But they just had such an elite squad around him, and I don't know that Notre Dame will have quite that. And they had to win 2 games. This Notre Dame team has to win 4.
Sure.
And but I'll say this: by the end of his freshman year, Trevor was playing at a very different level than he was earlier. And if that happens with Kenny or CJ, then they could do that. But I haven't seen that yet. I would need to see that. Where with the thing with me and Riley is, I'll say it again, Ryan, and I'm curious if you think, if Riley Leonard simply repeats the 2022 season, not statistically, but just how he played, then this is a top 5 to 8 offense, and this Notre Dame team's going to have a chance to win a game or 2 in the playoff. I have no doubt in my mind, barring a rash of injuries.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I would say that he brought a dual threat dynamic ability. And also one thing that we didn't talk enough about with Riley as far as that was he wasn't he took chances in 2022, but he wasn't like just he wasn't irresponsible with the football, right? Like he didn't turn the ball over a ton. Like he just isn't a guy that took a lot of unnecessary risks. So in that sense of a guy that doesn't turn the ball over much, but is a very talented passer and also a dynamic runner, like, yeah, for sure. I mean, he has all the talent to do that. There's no doubt.
Good question on that one. I enjoyed that one.
Tom Connor with the super chat. Thank you, Tom. What have you heard about the new strength and conditioning coach? How important will he be this summer?
Well, incredibly important, because the summer is kind of that building blocks period where, like I was talking to a friend of mine and he was talking about, well, I don't know if you can beat a team with this. And I'm like, dude, they're not trying to beat anybody on Saturday. It's a spring game. This is part of the building process of your team. It's like if Notre Dame had reached their peak as a football team on Saturday, April 20th for the Blue Gold game, I'd be concerned, because that's not what the team is trying to do. So the strength conditioning program is enormous. Number one, it's a great period where you get to the point where you're able to be fully prepared to handle hopefully a 16-game season. That part starts happening now. It's a period where you start, getting to a position where you can, be a little less injury prone than you have been in recent seasons. And you're also, it's a great period of time, Ryan, where you're building up your mental toughness. And that's one of those things with Lauren Landau that I don't know about him, because I love the individualistic approach that he's taken to players and position groups. And I think there's a lot of merit to that, especially in modern times. But at the same time, there's still that team building aspect of it, that where you're really pushing guys beyond this is what Matt Balis was a master at, is he could push guys beyond what they thought was their breaking point and make them realize you're actually capable of more. And I think that has to happen in the weight room first, and then it leads into it. So it's an incredibly important time. What we've heard is Marcus Freeman's very happy with what we've seen. Now, there's been some like hamstring injuries here and there, but as Marcus Freeman said, this has been one of the most healthy practices. And I can attest to that. I mean, we're out there in the second to last week, the week before the Jersey scrimmage, and there was like one guy on the bike. It was Jaden Harrison. There's other guys that have been out all spring, and you had Riley Leonard. But like for the most part, everybody was kind of ready. Normally by that time in the spring, you've got guys waiting their turn on the exercise bikes because you have so many guys that are over there. And so it's a good place to be. I mean, so far so good, and guys like him. Because the thing that I was concerned about, Ryan, was would his approach be too nice? Because he's been a trainer. Like, not all trainers can necessarily really ride guys, because it's like, man, I'm not. Some guys may not like that, but from what I'm heard, he's very demanding, but it's in a teachable kind of way. He's not like just he's very demanding and asks a lot. But the kids have responded well to it and like it and like the push they're getting. And he was also wise to keep, like Fred Hale. It's a familiar face, a guy that the players know and trust. So, you still have some familiar faces around. So, I mean, so far so good is all I'll say. But we're still in April, Ryan, so we don't even have a clue what the full product's going to look like yet. We need to get through a season and see how it goes, at least in my opinion, before we get there.
Right. Well, I mean, the only other feedback I would add is that I have spoken to a couple parents of past recruits that have been very high on the attention to stretching and the pre-workout aspect of the workouts as well. And I think that could, in theory, reduce injuries that we've seen in the past, at least the soft tissue stuff. So I think that is a positive sign, if nothing else.
Absolutely.
We had Caleb Williams safe space. Why is that a thing? Thank you so much for the super chat, though. Very appreciated.
I kind of like it, though. Not going to lie.
I just want to say thank you for IB. And man, I'm excited about the athletes I saw in the spring game. I no longer have to watch other teams and feel envy about the kind of athletes they had on the field.
I mean, I never thought about it like that, but it's a great way of putting it. And that's kind of what Ryan was talking about earlier with like Bryce Young. You'd watch like the Georgia-Bama spring game, and you're like, man, I wish we could get a 6'6", 250-pound physical freak on the edge for a
we have a Michael Williams now. Thank you so much. I appreciate
it. Yes. Yeah. Man, I wish Notre Dame had an elite 5-star quarterback that could put the ball wherever he wanted to. You know what I mean? Oh, they've got a couple of those guys, maybe. Man, I wish Notre Dame had could be without their All-American cornerback and put a 6-foot-plus long rangy 4.4 kid at cornerback like right. Christian Gray. And you're like, oh, okay. And it's like, man, I wish that I could watch a linebacking core that can play sideline to sideline on all three, first team, second team, and third team. It's like, yeah, we kind of saw all that on Saturday. You know what I mean? Like, Notre Dame's got linebackers can line up in the slot and run with slot receivers. You know what I mean? And it's man, I wish Notre Dame had a 6-foot-plus Southern kid that was just an elite, productive wide receiver. Oh, wait, that's Jaden Greathouse. I mean, it's nice to see. And here's the thing I was going to say earlier, Ryan, and I wanted to get your thoughts on, and I'll bring it up now, and you can respond to it as well as this. I was very encouraged by what I saw from the offense on Saturday. Very. I mean, they won some battles, lost some battles, but they competed. They showed some athleticism. They showed playmaking ability. And we didn't see Riley Leonard. We didn't see Jadarian Price. We didn't see Kedron Young. We didn't see Bo Collins. We didn't see Jordan Faison. We didn't see Jaden Harrison. We didn't see Cam Williams. We didn't see Mitchell Evans.
Yep.
Like, think about that. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of really good football players in that group I just talked about, Ryan.
A lot of explosiveness, too. I mean, that's two of your most dynamic speed guys out there, too. I mean, Jaden Harrison might be the fastest guy on the team. I mean, at least he's in the conversation,
he
right?
Certainly is on offense.
Right. Yeah. Cam Williams is obviously a guy that can really get up and go. I mean, and then
Jadarian,
yeah. And then Mitchell Evans was, although not dynamic, like as far as an athlete, he was one of the best tight ends in college football when he got hurt last year, right? So, I mean, yeah, you have A lot of options on the field. I think I would even take it a step further for Caleb Williams' safe space. And I would say not only is it just that you see the athletes, you see the depth of athletes, which I think is the different part. I mean, Notre Dame's always had athletes. I mean, you talk about Will Fuller and CJ Procise and, obviously the more recent years of, Michael Mayer and some of those guys, right? But they didn't have enough of them, right? Like one guy gets banged up, one guy gets injured, something happens, and then you are left with depth that just isn't dynamic and don't have guys. I mean, there's a reality where you're down a couple of your top weapons this year and you still have weapons. That's a differentiator between the great teams in college football and the good teams in college football is that they have depth that when someone's out, someone's injured, doesn't matter because they have a next guy up approach because they have that much talent.
And when you're listing off all the players that are really talented that you're missing, you can forget a guy because I forgot Jaden Thomas.
Right.
So that's the thing. And you talk about Jaden Harrison and he might be the team's most fastest player. And he was an All-American kick returner last year. And those things are all true. But do you know that, and I know this is a rhetorical question because I know Ryan knows the answer, but Notre Dame's kick returner last year averaged 4 yards more per return than Jaden Harrison, but he didn't have enough returns to qualify for the national ranking. He would have been second. Right. And the point being, like you said, you combine that with the guys that are playing that are explosive, Jeremiah Love, Jaden Greathouse, Chris Mitchell, Deion Colsey when he's right. You're like, man, that's a lot of freaking talent. Because here's the thing I'll say, Ryan, like in the past, in 2021, if Kevin Austin doesn't play well, the receiving corps is not going to be that good. In 2022, if Lorenzo Styles doesn't have that sophomore surge we hope for, receiving corps is not going to be very good. This year, you cannot have Bo Collins. You cannot have Jaden Harrison for most of the spring. You cannot have Jaden Thomas for most of the spring. You cannot have Cam Williams at the end of the spring. You cannot have Jordan Faison all spring. You cannot have Mitchell Evans. And you can still look at that and say, well, there's a lot of pass catchers out there that can play.
Right.
It's a whole different universe, man. And they actually know how to play. They're actually taught how to play.
I think it's exemplified by the returners. If we take the special teams for a second, there was a couple years ago where we're talking about returners where it's like Chris Salerno, and no, all due respect to Chris Salerno, but like he's one of your better options as a punt returner, right? Like 2 years later, we're talking about like Jadarian Price, who averaged 30 whatever yards per return in his limited opportunities, is not going to be your kick returner. Like it's going to be Jaden Harrison that you brought in. That's a 30+ yard guy. And then there's options at punt returner and kick returner. And because you know why there's options? Because you have more athletes than you've had a couple years ago. I mean, that's just flat out what it is. You put the ball in athletes' hands and they go make plays. Notre Dame hasn't had enough depth in recent years, and they have more depth.
Well, it's like last
skill spots.
If Chris Tyree doesn't turn into a playmaker, who's your playmaker? Wide receiver. You got solid guys, it's such a different universe, man, and it's a great place to be. It really is.
Yeah. Andy Melton fan. Melton, you are emptying your pockets today, sir, and we appreciate you. What two teams from the past 20 years would be most entertaining matchup? # even Joe Milton and BK are nice to parking attendants. What does Joe Milton have to do with this? This is very okay. All right. Is that a shot at me because I don't like Joe Milton? I don't get that one.
I love Nathan, but I don't always get his references. What two teams from the past 20 years would be the most entertaining matchup? 20 years, so that would go back to 2003. I mean, you're a year away from the matchup that I want to see. I still think that, Miami 2001 and LSU 19 would be that, but that's not enough.
Oh, we're talking about all college football? For some reason, I was thinking 2 Notre Dame teams.
Yeah. Well, we can do that one too, Ryan, because we had a question kind of like that the other day. The mailbag, but so last 20, so it'd basically be 2004 to 2023. That's actually 20 seasons. So I would probably, you know what? I'm actually going to go with two teams that were back-to-back champs. I'm going to go with 18 Clemson against 19 LSU. I would like to, so since we can't go with Miami's D from 01, I would have really liked to see that 2018 Clemson defense against the 2019 LSU offense. I mean, there's some other teams that had dynamic players. Maybe you could go back to say 19 LSU against maybe like 08 Florida. Maybe a team to think about. 04 USC would have been a fun one to watch against 19 LSU. But I do know one consistent. It's LSU 19 is going to be as part of this equation for me, Ryan. But you know what? Now that I think I've thought through all the potential teams, Ryan, I'm going to go 04 USC and 19 LSU would be, I think, the most entertaining matchup. Could you imagine that? You've got Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Thaddeus Moss, and I'm drawing a blank on the other receiver.
Terrace Marshall.
On one side on offense. And then on the other side on offense, you've got Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Lendell White, and they had Jarrett
Mike
was
Williams,
on that team.
Right? Was it Mike Williams on that team?
I'm going to go look 2004 stats. I think Mike Williams might have been on that team, but you definitely had Dwayne Jarrett on that team. You had Dwayne Jarrett. Mike Williams is not on that team. You had Dwayne Jarrett on that team in 04. You had Steve Smith on that team in 04, an NFL player. You had Reggie Bush as your third leading receiver. Dominique Byrd was on that team as well. So, and then of course,
former St. Louis Ram, Dominique Byrd.
And then you had two great running backs on that team. So that team was loaded. That team was absolutely loaded. So now that was the team that won the championship the year before by blowing out Oklahoma. I'm not talking about the 05 team that was banged up. I'm talking about the previous year's team that won it all. That would be a fun matchup. That would be the most entertaining for me, in my opinion.
I would have liked to see 2005 Texas against 2019 LSU for the Vince Young on one side, Joe Burrow on the other. That would have been some offensive fireworks. Well, and that Texas team was really good on defense too, so that would have actually been a decent matchup with LSU.
Like 8 drafted guys off that, like Michael Huff and
Michael Huff and Aaron Williams and all those guys. They were good, man. They were good.
Well, and what was the most entertaining? I thought the most entertaining game LSU played in all year in 2019 was actually against Texas. That was a very entertaining game early in the year with Sam Ehlinger. So that'd be an interesting one as well. Be a very interesting one. So those would be some good games. Some people had mentioned Bama. Honestly, Nick Saban had some great teams a bit, but like none of his championship teams to me were just like these generational, holy moly, they're going to be remembered forever type of teams. I definitely don't think 09 was that way. I mean, the 11 team, some people look that way, but I'm like, they look terrible losing at home to LSU early in the season and then only won a title because they got a rematch. They didn't win the SEC that year.
Right.
You had 12 Bama was pretty good, but even then, I don't know that I think that team could stack up with those other two teams. I'm just not taking A.J. McCarron in that matchup against those teams. 15 Bama with Jacob Coker is not. 17 Bama was definitely not. 2020 Bama is probably the closest to it, but I still kind of put an asterisk by them because it's the COVID year. It just was such a weird year, So great teams, but I don't know if I would say like they were the best program, I'll say, that I've seen in my lifetime over a decade period. But I don't know that any of their individual teams were like that one generational squad that you saw like certain teams have in different, like, Florida State 99 or that went, wire to wire number one, or LSU 19 and Florida USC 04, Texas 05. You know what I mean? For me, I just don't see that from those teams. And definitely not Auburn 2010 is not in that category either because they had a great player.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't a generational team. They should have lost the national title game if they
that team was a farce. They were a farce.
It was a fluky season. It was a fluky season. Cam was great, and it was just not. It was kind of like this past year. There just weren't any great teams in 2010. I mean, that was a rebuilding year for Bama. They lost like 3 games that year. Bama did.
Yeah.
But I remember watching. I think it was Michigan State bowl game. And I'm like, this is going to get ugly, and it did.
I'm trying to remember that Auburn team because like Nick Fairley was really good on that team that year, right? And Michael Dyer was a freshman, I think, right? A running back.
He was pretty good that year. Yep,
he was good. Yep. He was good.
No, it was a good team, but it just wasn't like, oh wow, that
it's
team
probably
yeah.
I felt like that team was probably like an 8-4 team without Cam Newton though. Like I thought Cam was that instrumental to that team.
It was Darvin Adams, Terrell Zachary, Emery Blake, who were nice players. Cody Burns, I said Michael Dyer.
Yep.
Josh Burns, Zach Etheridge, Nico Thorpe, Craig Stevens, Mike McNeil, Desmond Washington, Darren Burtz, El Toro Freeman. I mean, there's some solid players on there, but
Solid college players,
Fairley
yeah.
was a dude that year at D-tackle.
Fairley
He
was great.
really freaking good. And then they had Cam on the other side of the ball. And that's what did it. I mean, that's they had one generational talent and then a really good defensive lineman and just a lot of veteran solid players. And, it's a good team. It's a good team that almost lost to Darren Thomas in the national championship game at Oregon.
Yeah.
So
former Oregon great Darren Thomas. Yeah, man.
Yep.
Damn it.
Yep. All right. Do we we got all the super chats asked, so we can get back up to the top here. Let's see here. Let's go to Iden Benami's got a little two-parter here.
It says, Brian, in reference to your comment last week about Marcus Freeman coaching to not lose, last year after one, maybe two games, you mentioned his style of philosophy was more so to not lose rather than go get the win from the other team. LOL comments was more so joking that Mike Denbrock would say that to Marcus Freeman, but I do agree he wouldn't hire Mike Denbrock if he wanted to keep playing that way.
Yeah, but you have to understand there's a difference between this is my team and I have to coach this way with this team and that being his philosophy. And that's the point that I'm making is he doesn't have a philosophy of coaching not to lose. As I said in the thing, and I think you understand that because you did say LOL, there's a difference between saying my philosophy is coaching not to lose. And there's been a lot of coaches like that. And then there's a philosophy of this is a flawed team and we have to play a certain way in order to win. That's different. So, yeah, again, I understand the point you're trying to make, but you don't hire Mike Denbrock if that's something you need to be told. And that was the point that I was trying to make. Indy Estimate Trucking LLC said Steve Angeli's ball placement didn't look particularly impressive during the game. Is this what you were most concerned with him, and what can he do mechanics-wise to fix it? Yeah, I've talked about this for a while. This is the thing that more than anything else I've talked about when discussing my issues with Steve Angeli is I don't think he's great with ball placement. He'll make some throws here and there, but even some of his really good throws last year, I've told people, like, look, you do that against a better team, and it's not the play that it was. I mean, the touchdown he threw against, was it Wake or Pitt? I forget which. No, the Pitt was the Cooper Flanagan one. I think it was Wake when he checked it out wide fade, the slot fade to Jordan Faison. That ball was way too underthrown in the end zone. If you're playing against another team's first teamers, that ball is getting broken up or picked off. You can't have it catch a slot fade in the end zone behind you like that. The ball against Oregon State to Jordan Faison, it was a good ball, but not a great ball. It was a great catch by Jordan Faison, and the defensive back didn't play it real well. So he's just not a guy that has the ability to just put the ball wherever he wants it. And mechanics-wise, I don't know that there's a lot you can do to fix it because I think his feet are fine. I think he has a very long release that is hard to repeat the delivery point, and it's hard to repeat. It's hard to really snap the ball off with the kind of timing and release to really put the ball where you want it to go. And it's always been an issue for me with Steve. And that's an important thing because that's the difference between getting the ball, completed or getting it batted or even potentially getting it intercepted is not just like I've said this last week, right? I said, not every pass is meant to be right here. Some passes have to be here. Some 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 have to be there, right? They're all different. And you need to be able to understand that. And that's why I said Jimmy Clausen was one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen at being able to put the ball in those spots for Notre Dame. And I don't think Steve is great at it. And I just don't know. I said this about like Mark Sanchez. I thought Mark Sanchez had really good technique and mechanics, but he just wasn't a super, super accurate passer. And that's when you get concerned as a coach when the guy has the mechanics and he just isn't that guy, because not everyone can be Greg Maddux. Not everyone can be Pedro Martinez, where they can just paint the ball. I mean, just literally put it anywhere they want it. And not everybody can be that. Not everybody can be Jimmy Clausen. Not everybody can be those type of quarterbacks. And so I just think some guys just are what they are. And Steve is what he is. And that's okay. There's a lot of things I like about Steve, but that's just not something that I think he's ever going to thrive at. Just kind of my 2 cents. Got another question from Coleman Smith. He said, if the line looks like this from right to left, what do you think the strengths and weaknesses will be of that group? So it'd be right tackle Selvin Absher, right guard Billy Schrouth, center Ashton Craig, left guard Rocco Spindler, left tackle Charles Jagasaw. Well, I'm going to pull up the roster right now because the first thing that you're going to notice about that is that's a big offensive line. So to get to your point, so left to right, I'll go left to right because that's kind of how my mind works. You would have your offensive line would be 6'7", 329, 6'5", 324, 6'4", 308, 6'5", 306, and 6'7", 325. That'd be a massive offensive line. So that's one thing. And not just are they big, but they're big guys. Their style of play matches their size. Like, look, here's the reality for you. Not every 330-pound kid is physical. Some 330-pound kids can move people because they're just big, but they're not all physical. Just because you're 325, 330 doesn't mean you're physical. Doesn't mean you punish people. The thing about those three kids is they are physical and they would punish people. Billy Schrouth is a physical player. Ashton Craig is a physical player. So what you would have with that lineup is you would have a group of 5 players that are physical and big. It would be a relatively athletic interior, in my opinion, because of Ashton and Billy. But your offense would be all about blowing people up. I mean, I'll say this, if that was their offensive line, inside zone is going to be a sweet play for Notre Dame because they're just going to get movement like crazy. But there's still enough athleticism in that group where you can still do things where you're going to be pinning and pulling in certain situations. I don't know how often I'm going to pin and pull Rocco Spindler and Charles Jagasaw, but I'd be more willing to bring Billy Schrouth around on some counters, where I'm bringing the tight end with them. I'm willing to do some buck sweep type stuff where I may pull him in Ashton Craig or him in a tight end or things along those lines, or even him and Rocco to a degree. But your run game is going to be about, with that group, your run game is going to be about, we are driving people off the line. The pass pro would leave me a little bit concerned for this season because I'm still not sold that Selvin Absher's ready to be that guy 12 games, 30 dropbacks a game. I'm just not quite sold on that. Although I liked what I saw from Selvin in the run game. He had some really good moments on starting the run game. He still had some moments where the pass pro clearly is still a work in progress. But big, Ryan, physical, I would have no doubt that Notre Dame's going to be a 200-plus yard per game rushing yards per game team next year if that was a starting lineup. I just think you would really need to rely on Riley's mobility at times in the pass game because I'm not sure you can consistently protect on the edges with that group, at least early on. Maybe by November, perhaps, but early on, if I'm a team, I'm going after those edges with some different things and making those young guys think a lot.
Lot of play action, a lot of RPO with that group is the best way. I want a lot of run action with that front. There's no doubt about it. Hey man, I love Sullivan as a player. I did as a recruit. I did have questions about him sticking a tackle though, and hey, maybe he's figuring out pass pro and it's slowing down for him. I mean, it's very possible, but retro freshman Sullivan Absher, that seems like a big jump to make to be every down offensive tackle starter. But if he's the best at the end of the day, give him a shot. Yeah, exactly. Because
you live with the mistakes, Ryan, because of the dominance. That's the thing. Right. And this is what I've said for a long time. If it's close between the younger, more talented player, go with the younger, more talented player because that experience is going to help him. It's no different than what we talked about last year with Billy Schrouth. Okay, right. Maybe Billy wasn't ready to be the guy game one, but you work him in there, you give him reps because when the light goes on, that's your guy. And when we got to the end of the year, it was very obvious that Billy Schrouth was the best guard they had last year by the end of the year. Yeah. Imagine what he would have looked like if you'd have given him those, maybe you don't start him in the opener if you had Ohio State in the opener. Let's just use that analysis because of how this year's schedule is. But then the next 4 games are against like Navy, Central Michigan, and Stanford, which is kind of comparable to what this year's stretch is after A&M, before you then go play Louisville in game 5. Okay, then maybe you go with that because now you've got some games after A&M to where maybe against A&M you don't start them, or you start them but you protect them with ways like Ryan's talking about, play actions, moving the pocket, RPOs, things along those lines. But by game 5 or 6, maybe he's better positioned to where you can do more of your drop back stuff, because you can take those chances against Northern Illinois and Purdue and Miami of Ohio and let them learn. Because here's the deal, Ryan, when you get to the 5th game of the year, you're going to start a run where you're going to play a few opponents that have some pretty good pass rushers. Louisville's going to have some pretty good pass rushers. Florida State's going to have some pretty good pass rushers. USC's going to have some decent pass rushers. You're going to have to be able to handle that late in the year. So I'd be willing to take that chance if it was close. Right. If it was close, I'd be willing to take that chance. I would.
I just need competition to tackle, man, because it's the one spot offensively that I just am not sure about right now.
Yeah.
Just not sure about. Right tackle, I mean. Left tackle, I think Charles Jagusah is going to be fine long term. But right tackle, we'll see. I don't know. Tosh hasn't done anything. I love that Tosh stuck it out. I love that Tosh came back to compete. I love everything about it, but he hasn't done anything on the field for me to be like, yep, that's the answer, 100%. Well, I need Emil to push. I need Sullivan Absher to push. I need other guys to push.
The thing I said last week, Ryan, and I want to get your stance on this. If Tosh Baker could 100% of the time, the way he plays 90% of the time, I'm totally fine with him being starting right tackle. Meaning 90% of the time, Tosh just does his job and he's solid and he can get you through a game. The problem is there's still that 5 to 10% of the time, maybe 10's too high, but there's still that 5% of the time where he just really gets whipped. And the way he really gets whipped is when you get your quarterback strip sacked or hurt or can kill a drive. And that's the thing with an offensive lineman is you don't need 5 Quentin Nelsons to have a great offensive line. Michigan literally had 0 Quentin Nelsons in 2022 and had the best line in college football. It had 0 Quentin Nelsons on their team, 0 Ronnie Stanleys, 0 Zach Martins, in my opinion, because they had 5 guys that were physical, that just did their job snap after snap after snap. It's just Tosh's problem is he just doesn't do that. He just doesn't do his job. And if he's going to be the guy as a 5th-year senior, you need him to do his job. And right now he's still not able to do that with the consistent. Like there's mistakes he makes that I'm just not okay with, that I'm okay with Charles Jagusah making, because I know that Charles is going to figure it out as he's younger, and I can live with it because of the dominant snaps. But Tosh doesn't give me the dominant snaps that make me live with it. I could live with it from Sullivan Absher or Gerby Lambert, because yes, they're going to have those mistakes, but I can protect it against certain teams with, chipping the tight end or the back or going max pro or play action. But I'm going to live with it because I know the good plays are that 35-yard touchdown run where we cut it backside to the right off of that dominant block where Sullivan Absher drove the defensive end 5 yards inside, which is exactly what Harry Hiestand did in 2017. He said, look, Tommy Kramer's not a great pass pro guy. When we need to do that, we'll put Robert Haynes in the game, but we're going to protect Tommy a lot. But what he can do is drive people off the ball. And you go back and watch that long run that Josh Adams had against Michigan State in 2017, and they're running inside zone left, which means it's cutting back to the right, and he cuts he goes vertical. The cut's vertical, Ryan, but he actually makes that vertical cut behind Tommy Kramer, who's the backside tackle, because Tommy had just taken that defensive end. What was that guy's name? Willikis. Remember him, or Wilkes, or what?
Oh, Kenny Willikis. Yeah.
Kenny Willikis. And he just took him and drove him all the way past the center and just planted him. And Josh comes right. I'll live with Tommy getting beat sometimes at right tackle because I know I'm going to get those blocks. The problem with Tosh is, and Emil right now, is you're not getting those plays. You're just getting the okay, and then what was that? And that's the issue. So I'd rather go with Sullivan or Gerby and say, I know I got a mobile quarterback. I can get away with that this year, but it's worth it because I know there's going to be that game where that young guy's just on it and we can run on anybody. Right. And that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. I always defer to the younger talent if it is more talented and it's on the same level. Like
Right.
same
It's
playing
if
field.
it's got to be close though, right? Like that's the thing I keep saying is like I'm not taking a steady senior who does his job, and I'm playing the younger guy who doesn't because he's more talented. It's got to be close. And right now, it's too close to where I'm just gonna, maybe I start Tosh, but then you work Sullivan in like Heastan did in 17 with Hainsey. Maybe you do that with Gerby. Whatever the case, maybe it's what I wanted to do with Billy Strauss last year. If you have a plan, you can rotate an offensive lineman or even a side to the offensive line. If you have a plan, which means, okay, it's like Harry had a plan in 17, and it was very clear to everyone what it was. The players knew what it was. I mean, I was told this. They knew what it was. It's every other series unless it's 2-minute drill, and that's when Robert would go in, or they were in their 4-minute offense, which is control the clock, run the ball. We're trying to, run the game out or run the half out. Then Tommy would go in, but it would be communicated. But everybody knew what the plan was. The play caller knew what the plan was, the other offensive lineman, and they practiced it every single day. I would be okay with them doing something like that with Tosh and Sullivan or Tosh and Gerby. And then if at some point in time those young guys are ready to take over and be the guy, then they are. And if not, then you can still go with the veteran if the young guy's having an off day and be in that situation. So, but that's the position to me that's got to get figured out, because the other 4 on that line, Ryan, right now, based on what I saw on Saturday, I'm pretty happy with. And now you have a great depth piece in Sam Pendleton and Pat Coogan that can kind of move around. You know who had some really good blocks on Saturday that I was impressed with? Now, he's still a work in progress in body conditioning and footwork and all that kind of stuff. But Christopher Tarek had 4 or 5 really, really physical blocks on Saturday. That's a big boy.
Yes,
He's got to work on moving his feet better, but that is a big boy. And when he gets his hands on you, you're catching an L. I mean, you saw that on Saturday. You definitely saw it on Saturday. That's a big joker right there, man.
Yep. All right. We had Andy Estimate Trucking LLC with another one. Both had good snaps, but it seems it takes Brendan Vernon a long time to actually get up the field pass rushing, whereas Jason Onye just goes. Is that a coaching thing, lack of athleticism, or comforts?
A couple things on that, Ryan. Well, go ahead.
Yep.
You were about to say the same thing I was.
Well, I was going to say that it could be a combination of both. I most of the time, I think it's a lack of comfort. You're just thinking too much off the snap, so you don't explode off and you just get into your rush initially. But it could also be it can at times be a coaching thing, like especially a guy that's 2-gapping a ton, a guy that's just working against at the line of scrimmage. They're not taught to necessarily fire off the ball. They're taught more to be in a solid position and be balanced coming off the line and the contact early on in reps. But a lot of times, and I think in Brendan Vernon's case, it's probably just comforts playing inside. I mean, it's something that he hasn't done much in his life at this point, right? So he's still learning to play inside consistently and being comfortable in there.
Because we saw about 3 or 4 snaps on Saturday where Brendan Vernon flew into the backfield. There was one, and I don't know if you remember this play, Ryan, but the offense was backed up, and Brendan Vernon and Drake Bowen kind of arrived at the quarterback at like the same time, and they both kind of pulled up a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, that's really good. Well, if you can do it 3 or 4 times, then you're clearly athletic enough to do it. It wasn't like he got unblocked. But then when there's other times where it would like kind of take him forever because you see his feet are just kind of moving in place. That's not an athleticism thing. He's just not at the point yet where he understands what he's doing and can do it consistently. And we saw that from Jason Onye in the past. And that was part of the reason Jason Onye didn't play as much in the past, is because he couldn't do it consistently and he would flash. Well, with Jason on Saturday, we saw him do it consistently. And he's a pretty good athlete as well. I mean, I gave Jason Onye a 4.5-star upside grade coming out of high school because you could see the tools. I think he was a 3.5 and a 4.5 guy. 3.5 current grade, 4.5 upside grade. Because you knew the light may never go on for this kid, but if it does, he's 6'5" with super long arms, and he's pretty athletic. You know, and you could see the tools with him. You just didn't know if he was ever going to maximize them. And we're starting to see him get to the point where maybe he is on the verge of doing just that. So we'll see.
Brennan Vernon is a big joker, man. Big joker. So
it's just about you need to be willing to work with them. That's the thing. Be patient and work with them. Let him know, hey, you're not ready yet, but we love you. We think you're a guy that has a future here, and we're going to work with you. Because if you're willing to work with him and not just kind of toss him to the side, but work with him, he's going to have a chance to be a really good player down the road, Ryan. Very good player.
Do you want to talk about the breaking news that's coming across? Do you want to talk about that?
I don't know what it is.
Zach Wilson just got traded to the Denver Broncos.
No, he didn't.
I don't know what it was for, but yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. Well, I've now solidified my decision. I'm now confident in my decision.
I'm going to find what the terms were here.
The deal includes a late round swap. So 6 for a 7th. So Denver gave up a 6th and they're getting a 7th. And the Jets are going to pay roughly $5.5 million of his salary. So whatever, fine. Well, I'll say this: if this means they're not going to trade up to get a quarterback, then I guess I'm happy about that, But I don't. Whatever. I mean,
Jared Stidham and Zach Wilson, baby, battle it out, buddies, battle it out.
I have never been more certain that I made the right decision to decommit from the Broncos as I am right now, Ryan.
Just wait until they trade up to get JJ McCarthy, so you can have Zach Wilson and JJ McCarthy in the same room.
I just be like, okay, I'm like, part of me, like, some back in my mind, I'm kind of sad about it, but I'm like, okay, that would be like, yep, I'm good. But that's what this Broncos organization has turned into, Ryan, where you joke that, but that's not out of the realm of possibility.
They might do it. Yeah, they could get desperate. They could definitely get desperate. Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, Gregory Perez for the super chat. Thank you so much. Is there one ingredient that you would add to any player other than the quarterbacks to make Notre Dame a national title favorite? Who and would it be and why? Keep it up, guys. Go Irish.
That's a good question.
An ingredient? I mean, could I just make Riley Leonard healthy all the time? I mean, that's an ingredient, right?
That's one. Yeah. He said, other than the QBs. Here's one. If I could add, here's a few that pop off to me. If I could add 2 years of experience, would this be an ingredient? If I could add 2 years of experience to Gerby Lambert right now. Gerby Lambert plays in 2024 like the junior version of Gerby Lambert's going to play. That would make me pretty happy. That'd be a pretty heck of an offensive line. Let's see here. What ingredient? Boubacar Traore reaches his full potential in 2024. That'd be impactful. I mean, like,
so you're just giving him like the Mario mushroom or whatever, and just leveling up a little bit.
Like, I'm not making them something that they can't be, right? Like, I'm not like, okay, I'm going to make Mitchell Evans a 4.2, right? Speed guy. Like, I'm trying to be like, okay, this is what they can be, but I'm just speeding up the process of getting there, right? Like, we talked about this with some of the freshmen that played last year. We talked about this with Rico Flores. I mean, I'm not surprised that Rico Flores did what he did numbers wise. I'm just surprised he did it as a freshman. Don't think he should have, but that's a different conversation. You and I agreed on this about Jordan Faison. I'm not at all shocked that Jordan Faison put up the numbers he put up last year. I'm a little surprised he did it as a freshman, but there were some tools to work with there. So, like with Boubacar, like, can you name me another defensive lineman on the roster? And this is an honest question. Is there any defensive lineman on the roster who, if they reached their full potential in 2024, outside of Bryce Young, who could have a bigger impact on turning this team into a title contender than the light going on for Boubacar?
Oh, probably not. No.
Like, could you imagine Boubacar being – because he was your number one upside. No, he was your number 2 upside guy. Armel was 1. I had Boubacar 1 and Armel 2. So we were close. We both had those guys 1 and 2. But we both had him as 5-star upside guys. If Boubacar starts playing like a 5-star upside guy this year at Viper, and you've got RJ Oben and Josh Burnham and Bryce Young as your other ends, and you've got Jordan Patel as part of your rotation.
Yep.
Come on, dude. Like, yeah. I mean, that could have more of an impact, because now that makes your secondary even better, because the ball's got to come out quick. Now, all of a sudden, Jaden Mickey's got a pick 6 on the season. Christian Gray's now making more plays. Benjamin Morrison, you can't avoid him, because a lot of times when a quarterback gets sped up, Ryan, where does he go? He goes to the boundary. If you go to the boundary, I'm talking about college quarterbacks. You get sped up, you get rushed, you're going to the boundary. That's normally where teams, it's the shortest throw. It's where your number one receiver usually is. I'm going to the boundary, which means I have to test Benjamin. And then we know what can happen there. So, or like Caleb Williams, I rush a throw over the middle because of the pass rush. It sails the tight end, and Xavier Watts is there to take it back. So, I mean, that could have such a huge impact on the team. I don't know that there's anything else I could say that would have a bigger impact on Notre Dame being a title favorite outside of the quarterback thing Ryan said than the light going on for the young defensive ends. I mean, Boubacar, Bryce Young, Josh Burnham. I mean, those are the three guys that the closer they get to their full potential this season, the more. I mean, how do you stop this D line when you've got Riley Mills and Howard Cross and Jason Onye and Gabriel Rubio up the middle, and you've got those cats at end playing somewhat close to their potential? That's. Because Ryan, what did you always say about Georgia in 2021 about what made their defensive line so special? It wasn't that they had a great player. Right. You always said what? It was you take this guy off the field and you're bringing on somebody who's just as good, if not better, but just a little younger. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that.
Yep.
That's a fun place to be. Yeah. Anybody else other than Boubacar that you were thinking of during my long?
Nah, I was just thinking about a health elixir. So, obviously we can't include quarterbacks. I did not read that fine print there, but I mean, Ben Morrison's banged up, so maybe a health elixir over there, because obviously having a shutdown potential corner makes your defense a lot better just to have him on the field, right? So, yeah.
All right, I'm going to read this one, Ryan, because this is another super chat from Gregory Perez. Thank you,
Gregory,
very much. But this is for you, Mr. Roberts. He says, mainly for Ryan. I am a Niners fan. Hey, you never know. I may be one too.
I hate the Niners. Keep going. Yeah.
I don't understand why Cam Hart isn't considered a fit with the Niners. Why is he or isn't he? And who are the best ND 49er fits? The owner is an alum. And they've drafted some Notre Dame guys recently. They drafted Mike McGlinchey. They drafted Aaron Banks. Yeah.
I'm a little confused, Gregory, on why is somebody saying that he isn't a fit? I mean, I'm just kind of curious on that one, if you want to throw that in the chat. But I mean, he makes a lot of sense for me. I mean, they have structurally been a cover 3 heavy system to my recollection. I mean, Robert Saleh, obviously kind of his bread and butter before he left for the New York Jets a couple years ago. But I think they've kept that because I think they've had like Emmanuel Mosley recently-ish and like those types of guys, a little bit of longer outside corners. So I feel like they're still kind of a heavy zone, heavy scheme. So I think in that sense, Cam fits great. Like I think Cam with his length and his athleticism is best when he has his eyes back towards line of scrimmage, because that length is just so hard when can be a little bit more proactive than reactionary is kind of the best way to put it, right? And then his eyes back towards line of scrimmage also lets him activate in the run game a whole lot more into the screen game. So I think he could be a fit for sure. I'm trying to think of like San Fran's needs on this roster. I'm trying to think. I mean, they would love if they could have Joe Walton throw him over at right tackle to go with Trent Williams. I mean, that's probably their biggest needs on offensive line overall. I mean, maybe Blake Fisher's a guy in round 3 to 4 your draft to be your heir apparent at right tackle, or at least mix in and then, utilize his ability to potentially play inside as well. Defensive end wise, I mean, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, I think, is just going to be a solid rotational player, most likely on defensive end on the next level. I think San Fran needs to find a guy on opposite of Nick Bosa right now, though, that's like a dude, right? A guy that can take a little pressure off of him. But I think Cam Hart makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but I think Cam Hart makes a lot of sense. The other guy that I think makes a little bit of sense, because I know Dre Greenlaw got hurt in the Super Bowl, so I don't know when he's getting back, but I do think that Maris Loifau presents some interesting opportunities on the second level as far as being versatile, right? And you're not in a situation where you have to bring in Maris and ask him to be a every down will linebacker early on, right? Because when Greg Greenlaw gets back, they won't need that necessarily. But if you bring him in and ask him to be a versatile piece on the second level, I think he brings at least some sub package upside to that conversation, right? And I saw, no, I'm actually a LA Rams fan, Gregory. So same division there, my man. Same division. So I'm not a Niners fan overall. No, it's not. It's nothing with Philly allegiance, though. I actually I actually kind of despise the Philadelphia Eagles and fans, even though my wife is one. So nope,
Except
nothing
for
to do
her.
with the Philadelphia.
Except for
Yes.
her. It's the
Oh,
only
I
one.
love my wife, but
Right.
I disliked her fandom.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes. Dislike her fandom.
I still, Ryan, we talked about this a few weeks ago. I would love to see Audric Estime with the Niners and then just kind of have him be that, bring him in as a hammer behind that line to kind of take some of that burden off Christian McCaffrey. Because my point is like, okay, what else is Christian McCaffrey's won MVPs? You know, it's about winning a Super Bowl, right? And if you can have someone to kind of take some of that burden off of him, I think that'd make them very dangerous. But that's just more of my personal preference. I just want to see Audric Estime running behind Aaron Banks and Trent Williams. I just think that'd be fun to watch. You know what I mean? As a change of pace back. But Ryan, there was a question I was going to ask you about the draft, and it was related to Notre Dame, and it was related to Joe Alt because you had said something. I've seen a lot of people projecting Joe Alt to the Chargers at number 5. Would that be a situation where they would move Joe Alt to right tackle or Rashawn Slater to right tackle?
It sounds like they would move Joe Alt to right tackle is kind of the thought process there. I think that more naturally speaking, Alt fits at left tackle better than Rashawn Slater does, but Rashawn has been pretty good at left tackle overall so far in his career. So I don't think they're going to move the guy that is kind of consistent and is kind of found his home there, right?
Even with
for multiple years.
a new staff and stuff, you still think it would be kind of.
Yeah, I think you watch Rashawn Slater on film. I know he was hurt 2 years ago, but 2 out of the last 3 years, obviously, and he's been a very good left tackle. So I don't think you move a very good left tackle for a rookie necessarily. I think you let Alt play right tackle, and because he obviously can do it. I mean, there's no reason that he can't make that transition. But I think the Chargers, excuse me, I almost said the LA Raiders as if I'm in the 70s still, but the Chargers I think are a big trade back option at 5 is kind of what I believe. So we'll see. Andrew Gilmore. What's up, Andrew? Thank you for the super chat. Based on what you've seen this spring, did Holden Stace and Chris Tyree make the right decision to leave? Who would you rather have, Logan Diggs or Jadarian Price as the 1B running back?
Well, I'll answer the second part first. And I'm going to say this, Ryan, is I don't know if there's many Notre Dame fans that are higher on Logan Diggs than I was. So would you say that's fair? I was always very high on Logan Diggs. That's an easy answer. It's Jadarian Price.
Especially now. Yeah.
Now, I will say this, Logan would be a better compliment to Jeremiah Love than he was to Audric Estime, because when it was him and Audric, they were just kind of the same dude. I mean, you did the same stuff with the two of them, although Logan could do a little bit more in the pass game than Audric could back then. But I tell you what, I don't know that I'm trading that 1-2 running back punch for anybody, especially with the quarterback. Now, if it was a different quarterback, like let's say I knew that CJ was going to be the quarterback, I might say maybe give me a bigger back that I can kind of do more 12 personnel, because I don't necessarily want to ask CJ to carry the team. Both Riley Leonard at quarterback and what he can do, having him as what he can do as a runner and with the read zones, with those 2 home run backs at running back, oh my goodness. Yeah. I cannot wait to see that. So that's a no-brainer. Do you agree with that one, Ryan? So we can kind of.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I liked Logan Diggs. I did think that Logan Diggs was just kind of solid, right?
Yeah,
like as far as like do your job every play, make some good plays, but not like he wasn't dynamic though necessarily.
Good vision,
good runner.
Right. Could catch the ball out of the backfield and make some. He had the wheel route against Carolina, the little slide he took for a touchdown against South Carolina. It's a good back. And the run game was a whole lot different at LSU last year when he was healthy than when he wasn't.
Right.
But again, Jadarian is if you want to say it, you take the two. There's some similarities between the two. Good feet, good vision, can catch the ball in the backfield. But here's the biggest difference. Jadarian is way more explosive than Logan was. Way more explosive. And that's an easy one. Did Holden Stace and Chris Tyree make the right decision? I don't know that I can say that Holden Stace made the right decision, because if he stays all spring, he may very well have emerged as a dude at tight end for Notre Dame, as that guy at tight end. So no, I don't think that based on what I've seen, he made the right decision. What I'll say is Holden made the right decision for himself, and I don't think I think the decision he made has a chance to work out well for him. Tennessee needs that kind of player at tight end, in my opinion. I think he can add value to what they do. Did some nice things in their spring game. So I don't know that there was a bad answer for Holden, but I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, he got passed up by those other two guys. I don't know that he would have. I think Holden State's a pretty good football player, and now he'd be going into his junior season, and it'd been fun to watch him play this spring. Chris Tyree, did he make the right decision to leave? Look, if you can't find ways to get Chris Tyree the football, even with Jaden Greathouse breaking out, I don't know what to tell you. But if Chris wants to be a featured guy, then yes, he made the right decision. If it's about being featured more, then 100% he made the right decision.
You should get a lot of opportunities in Virginia, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at who was their dude last year, it was their slot receiver Malik Washington. So I mean, there's no reason to think that if he can't take a nice step forward from a technical perspective as a receiver, Chris Tyree should have a really good season down in.
He had over 100 catches last year, Ryan, didn't he?
He's a good player. Yeah, Malik Washington's a good player, man.
Yeah,
good football player, Malik Washington.
Yep,
like a 42-inch vert at the combine, 4.4 in the 40. Malik Washington's good. Yeah, it's a good player.
I was not happy to see Holden State or Chris Tyree leave. I think they're both good football players, and there's no doubt they could help Notre Dame. I also wasn't like, man, what a mistake. I didn't feel that way about either kid, and I still don't. But I also don't think, oh, they weren't playing if they stayed. Yeah, they would have. Would they have played as much as they are for the new teams? No. And if that's what you value, then I get it. And here's the thing. Logan was Chris already had his degree from Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. And Holden was still at least a year and a half, if not 2 years away from getting his degree. So it's not like so Chris accomplished what he wanted to accomplish in Notre Dame, and Holden would have had to wait another 2 seasons. So if you're going to leave, now's the right time. So I'm happy for both kids, and I think they'll both do well in their new spots. And I think Notre Dame will be just fine. But I just come back to this, Ryan. I've just always been a guy, is Notre Dame going to be fine at tight end with Mitch Evans and Cooper Flanagan and Eli Brennan? Yeah. But wouldn't they be even better if they had those 3 guys and Holden States? That's just how I've always looked at it. Like, I've never been like, well, they're still going to be fine. Yeah, but wouldn't they be even better if they had, this other guy? And as long as he's got the right attitude, that's just kind of how I look at it.
Logan Diggs is in Ole Miss now, right? Isn't that where you ended up? Ole Miss?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
He should do well. Yes. He should do well in that system, but
just got to stay healthy.
They just got a transfer. They got another transfer portal running back a couple days ago, which is interesting. So
because I'm not sure that Logan's going to be 100% healthy when the season starts because he got hurt late in the year for LSU.
So they got this running back named like Jacoby Merritt or something. He's from New Mexico. I know that sounds weird, New Mexico. But he ran for like over 1,100 yards and 18 touchdowns last year for New Mexico. He's pretty good, man. Pretty good player. So they should be all right at running back. I think should be all right. All right, Ida Benami, can you touch on if Notre Dame pays for play? Asked last week, but I didn't think Notre Dame did. For sure, not to high school recruits, but portal guys. I guess Sam Hartman, Riley Leonard got money to come.
Well, again, is it pay for play? That's a very specific thing. No, I don't believe either one of them got a pay-for-play situation. Do I think there were some endorsements lined up for both players? Yes, I do. And that's a different thing. And I'm okay with that. If like, hey, look, you come to Notre Dame and you're going to sign with Gillette, you're going to sign with this, you're going to sign with Beats headphones, you're going to make this. That's what NIL is supposed to be about. You're going to be the starting quarterback at Notre Dame. You're going to be, especially if you have talent or you're a good-looking guy or you're charismatic or wherever the case may be. Like I think back to past Notre Dame quarterbacks, like, man, Tony Rice would have made a lot of NIL money. Man, Brady Quinn would have made a lot of NIL money. There's been guys like that. And sell that. You'd be stupid not to sell that. That's different than saying, if you come here, we'll give you $2 million. And Ryan, I think you know a little bit more about this as well, but Riley Leonard was not given just upfront money to come to Notre Dame. Are there some opportunities that he knew he'd have for advertising and for NIL? Yes, but it's not pay for play the way that people describe pay for play. Am I correct on this from what you know?
Yeah, you are correct. So I mean, he's definitely not getting money in a McDonald's bag, right? I mean, like that's not happening. I mean, there is a morality to this conversation, Iden, right? And there's a right way to handle this. There's a wrong way to handle this. The right way is to actually utilize NIL the way that it's supposed to function, is directly working for or profiting off of a service that you provide to a company or organization, right? And then the other side is here's some money, come play football. That's it. And that's not the same thing, obviously, right? So we just need to separate what pay for play and actual NIL is. And I think that for Notre Dame's sake, they are trending on the good side of that conversation as of now.
I'm going to ask this question from Coleman Smith, Ryan, and I'm going to give a brief response to it. And then as my resident former linebacker on staff, I want you to answer it more, to answer specifically what he's saying. But Football 101, can you explain the difference between Mike and Will from a skill set standpoint? I just want to say this one thing very clearly. Notre Dame would rather not have skill set differences between their Mike and their Will. That's their goal, just so people understand what they're shooting for. The way that the modern game is played, you don't want the old school Mike and Will variance in skill set the way the perception is. They would rather have interchangeable parts to a degree. And if you ask anyone at Notre Dame, they don't view Drake Bowen and Kingston Viliama-Asa as being in perpetual battle against each other for the Mike job. If they're both starting caliber, then they will start one at Mike, one at Will, and they think both have the skills to play both. That's the kind of kid they're primarily looking for. They will take some guys that are more suited to Will. They'll take some guys that maybe are more suited to Mike, but their preference when they build this team is there's a lot of carryover, just so people understand that that's what they're shooting for. However, there still are going to be some differences on how they play the game that's related to a skill set standpoint. And Ryan, I'll let you address what those are.
Yeah, I mean, so if we're just working fundamentally in Notre Dame's 4-2-5 system, because I think that's the easiest way to understand. Obviously, Coleman is 4-2-5, Rover included, saying it's a base defense. There's going to be two inside linebackers on the field, right? So the Mike is the strong side inside linebacker. He's to the front side, okay? A little bit denser, usually. A guy that usually is more equipped to play at the point of attack, to work against blocks, to stack and to shed those blocks. The guy that is more of the key communicator on the field as well. That's what obviously JD Bertrand was lauded for over the last couple of years, was his ability as a communicator and help get everyone he set up. Will linebacker is the rangier guy, so he's on the weak side. You will hear me say play in pursuit a ton, because typically if we're running to, let's just say, the front side, he's the guy that has to cover down space and has to be a little bit more explosive and has a little bit more range, because he's a guy that's going to be asked to play in just increased space more than a Mike is. A Mike is still a downhill-centric player, although those lines are getting blurred a little bit. But the easiest comparison, again, middle linebacker, thicker, stronger built, a little bit denser, a little bit more powerful typically. Will linebacker, probably a little longer, a little rangier, a guy that's used to playing in pursuits a whole lot more.
So Ryan, I've seen a lot of responses, a lot of people trying to recruit me to their teams, and we had this response from Daniel McCack. He says, "Don't come to the Bears. Not that we wouldn't love to have you. I just respect you too much as a person to put you through that." It's a great response.
Amen.
Great response. Amen. I appreciate you, man.
We had IC05 says, if Tyler Buckner stayed last season, would the staff have gone after Riley Leonard this offseason? Would they turn the keys to Tyler after Sam left?
Well, I mean, there's so many different factors that could go into that, Ryan.
Yeah.
Number one, did Tyler stay healthy all year? That would have factored into it. Would they have turned to Tyler at some point in time during the season? Like, would they have turned to him after Louisville? Would they have turned to him maybe in the second half against Clemson? I mean, if they did, then that might change some things, and so there's so much to it. But look, if Sam Hartman would have been the starter all year last year and Tyler played in the bowl game, yeah, I think you still go after Riley Leonard. No question. And then Tyler's got to battle him. Look, Riley Leonard, and I know that not all Notre Dame fans feel this way. I get that. But Ryan, this is a kid that's got day one, in my view, day one potential when you talk about NFL drafts. At the very least, day two. This kid's got special talent. And I've seen so many takes about, well, what about his stats against top 25 teams? I'm like, guys, he was at Duke. He took over a team that won 10 games in the 3 years before he became the starter, and he won 9 in year one. He beat Clemson by 21 points last year, the same Clemson team that beat Notre Dame from start to finish later that season. Like, this kid's a really talented quarterback. And from what I was told by people I know at Notre Dame, it's like us going to him is not because we didn't think CJ might not be able to help us as a rookie or that Kenny might not make those jumps. We love those kids, but you just don't pass up a kid this talented. And that's really what it boiled down to. And I don't know that would have changed if you still had Tyler Buchner. I think the only way you would have not gone after Riley Leonard is if Tyler would have beat out Sam, or you didn't bring in Sam last year. Tyler was your starter all year. He developed and stayed healthy. I think that's the only way you would have considered not bringing in Riley Leonard after the season. I can't think of another scenario in that case, Ryan.
You had to bring in veteran competition, didn't you? I mean, even if it's not Riley Leonard, you had to bring in someone, even if it was Tyler ready to go. I mean, look, Tyler was talented, right? I think most of us agree with that. But you couldn't count on him, though. I mean, he just had too many injuries. I mean, it just is what it is. If you were building your roster heading into this season, even if Tyler Buchner was here and the guy that you thought was going to be the starter in 2024, you doing a disservice to your football team if you didn't have other options that were potentially ready to play on the table, right? So, yeah, I think they would have explored. I think they would have at least looked around for another option, even if Tyler was there, because, again, a young man that, unfortunately for himself, has been banged up a lot over the last few years, and I just don't know if you can depend on him, right? And ultimately, now you are in this situation. You have 4 quarterbacks that are, even if you want to say Riley Leonard, you have to see if you can depend on him. You now have 3 very talented players behind him, right? So ultimately, I think that just changes the situation a little bit. It's a little bit of a wild card.
Yep. I think the part you nailed, Ryan, is it's like, guys, you have to have a quarterback that you can count on. And it's not about counting on him to play well when he's out there, but if you just can't count on him to be out there, I don't know how you can just put all your eggs into that basket. Now, maybe they would have thought, yeah, but if he's not, we've got Kenny and CJ ready to go. Maybe.
It's possible.
But Riley Leonard's and what's funny is getting Riley Leonard was a good pickup the day it happened. But the one concern I had was, and you and I discussed this privately, Ryan, I'm not sure if I said it publicly or not, is I know that Riley Leonard does what Jared Parker wants to do offensively. We just have never seen him do it. And so there's always sort of that what if. Well, the minute Mike Denbrock was hired, it's like we know for a fact that Mike Denbrock knows how to run an offense with that type of talent. So it became an even bigger pickup when they switched OCs. The fit was even better when they switched OCs, and so that made it even better. But Riley Leonard's a really, really good player, and I just think it would have been hard to say no to that. I do.
Yeah. All right. Adam Benami says, what do you think of Prime's coaching style? He replied back to Kermani's comments. At some point, Prime's got to grow up and help these kids besides just being tough, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't agree with your take on that. Number one, there's a lot of stuff that Deion has done that's not just being tough on them. Look, when a kid who comes to your program doesn't work hard, doesn't go to class, is late to practice, acts like a baby, wants to leave your program and take shots, you know what? I got no problem with Deion Sanders clapping back a little bit. Like, I get it. People don't like Deion. So anytime someone throws shade at him, no matter how unreputable that person may be, they sop it up. Oh, take a shot at Deion. Deion's in the right here, in my opinion. Like, you don't think you can learn something about playing cornerback from freaking Deion Sanders? You might be the problem here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you
very
might
entitled.
Exactly.
Very entitled by Kermani McLean. Yes.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, the kid's a great talent, but like, if you're, I mean, look, I don't even know if I want to go there necessarily. Like, look, man, Deion Sanders was an incredibly gifted football player, right? He also worked very hard at his craft, right? He also worked very hard. Kermani McLean's very talented, but he's not going to be an NFL player and a Pro Bowl level corner on the next level potentially if he doesn't work hard, right? I mean, the kid went to Colorado, all due respect. The kid went to Colorado and he was coasting off his athleticism, and he thought that that was enough, right? Didn't matter about coming to every team meeting or being on time or working hard. He just thought he was entitled to it. And I have no problem with a guy coming back and being like, bro, you haven't earned this, man. You haven't done it. You haven't done it. I mean, I think Ronnie McClain honestly needs a little bit of a reality check right now, man. And which unfortunately he's not going to get because it seems like teams are opening up the checkbook for former
and they're afraid
five-star
to
whatever.
do that. Like this is one of the many problems with this open portal system where you can transfer whenever the heck you want, how often you want. There are going to be kids who are like, I can't discipline this kid because if I discipline this kid, he's just going to leave. And honestly, I think that's going to cost a lot of coaches their jobs because the good coaches are going to be like, well, I'm not going to put up with that. But the counter to that is like Kirby Smart can say, you don't want to act a certain way. I don't care who you are. You're gone because I just got another dude coming right down the pike. Not every other team can do that. No, they can't do that. And that's the thing that's hurting is like these kids now are able to just act however they want. Oh, if you don't want to let me, because there's always going to be some a-hole coach who doesn't give a crap about developing young men who just wants to win that's going to let a kid do whatever he wants as long as he show up on Saturday and play.
And that's the one thing I will give Deion Sanders credit for. I think Deion's in a little bit over his head, to be honest. I'm not certain that he's going to get it to like the highest of levels. But the one thing I will not say about Deion is I do think Deion holds kids accountable and makes them work hard. I do not agree with that at all. It's not like this is like a laziness thing, right? Where it's just like, oh, I don't like Kermani, get the heck out of here. He wants him to get out of here because he didn't work hard. Right. I mean, like
he's entitled.
Right. I don't think that he puts up with entitlements. And that doesn't seem like that.
Deion is all about Deion, and Deion's flashing, is all those kind of things. But like, I think you nailed it, Ryan. Deion came from not the greatest. Like, if you know anything about North Fort Myers, like that's a hard place.
Oh no, Deion was a hard worker.
There's not a lot of entitlement that comes out of there. Now, I know you see the chains and the attitude, but you never heard anyone say Deion didn't work.
Right.
In football, you didn't. There may be entitlement to him when it comes to deals and money and things like that. But when it came to the game, that's a different type of entitlement. But when it comes to I'm the best cornerback, I deserve this. That's a whole lot different than that. And so I tend to agree with you, Ryan, that I think Deion Sanders got this job too soon. And I don't know that he's ready for it. But in this particular instance, I don't care how much you dislike Deion, right is right and wrong is wrong. And Cormani McClain is in the wrong on how he acted at Colorado based on everything everyone is saying, and then on how he handled his way out the door. There's a right and a wrong way to leave a place. Deion Hayes saying, I'm leaving here because I don't think we can win. There's no need for that shot at Pitt. And then to then choose Colorado as your destination of Mr. I want to win. Like there's a right and a wrong way to leave. I know for a fact that there were kids at Notre Dame did not ask back this year. And I know for a fact there were kids that left Notre Dame with hard feelings towards Notre Dame, their position coach. But when you read their I'm transferring responses, pure class, no need to burn that bridge. Both ways. That's how it should be handled. Unless you were genuinely screwed over by a coach and a coach is trying to hurt your reputation, then maybe you might have to be forced into certain things. But there was no reason for Cormani McClain to say what he said. And when he did say what he said, it was right for Deion to defend his program and himself. And if more kids would realize, I'm not putting up with that crap. Who do you think you are? You know what I mean? Right. Like, I've earned this place where I'm at. You haven't. So, don't come at me like that. Yeah.
Kermani McClain went to Colorado for the wrong reasons, if we're being honest, just 100%. From the get. Like he wanted to go for the flash, and what you miss is that actually beyond the flash, at least for Deion, there is substance, right? Like again, he didn't get there off of just being exceptionally talented than more talented than everybody else,
which he was.
Did work. Like there's no doubt.
Right.
I mean, he was.
And Deion could have been entitled if he wanted to, because he was a truly freaky athlete. I mean, you just don't see, especially back then, you didn't see 6'1" corners that could run 4.2s and move with that kind of ease. I mean, but like you said, he worked at it. He worked at it. So there's just, and it's like this, like Ryan, somebody just made a point. Salty just made a point. I love Phil Dracovic. Love the family. Mm-hmm. Got to know his dad real well. Like, love the family. But there's a right and a wrong way to leave a place. And the way that Phil kept going back at Notre Dame publicly was just, dude, let it go, because you're now turning off your supporters with this constant complaining about it. You said the one thing, okay, I understood it. I okay, say what you got to say. You had some bad stuff happen to you that wasn't your fault. But then he would come back to it the next year, and then he'd come back to it the next year. And it's like, dude, clearly this is in your head. This is now a you problem. This isn't a Notre Dame problem anymore. This is a you problem. And that's one of the things that I think hurt Phil is he didn't have the internal toughness to take a situation that sucked and turn it into something that made him better. He kept allowing it to drag him down. And you need to be able to power through those. Because look, we've all been in situations where you get screwed over. I got screwed over in college, and we've all had high school coaches or middle school coaches or little league coaches. But it's about how my dad always taught me this, Ryan. And having met your dad a couple times, I wouldn't be at all shocked if he also taught you this. It's not about what happens to you that defines you. It's how you respond to it. You failing doesn't define you as an athlete or as a man. It's how you handle that failure that's going to define you, because we are all going to fail. We're all going to get knocked down. It's like that scene from one of the best scenes from any of the Rocky movies was the one in Rocky Balboa where he's talking to his son. It ain't about how hard you get hit. You know what I mean? It's about it's about getting up off the canvas, basically. I wish I could play that, but it's just like that's what life's about. And too many of these kids in this era are not being they're being allowed the opportunity to avoid that. They can just run away from their problems and then run their mouths on social media, and people will trumpet it because act like a petulant child because we want you to run your 4.4 speed in our secondary. And it's a shame. It really is a shame. I don't like it. I really don't like it. So, yeah, there's a right and a wrong way to handle things. Cormani handled it poorly, in my view.
Yeah. Joe Marciano. What's up, Joe? Would you agree that one of the biggest obstacles to getting elite recruits is no online classes?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm going to say this, Ryan.
I've never even heard of this before.
It's a new thing where a lot of schools aren't off, or just like they were people talking about how Shador Sanders this semester took his first in-person class.
I saw that one. Yeah.
Look, here's the deal. Marcus Freeman made a comment the other day, and I was so happy he said it because I've been saying this for years. He was like, look, if we didn't get a kid because of the facilities, he wasn't coming here. Like that's not a fit. Meaning a kid's not going to look and say, man, Notre Dame's got everything I want in the school, but I don't like the facilities, so I'm going somewhere else. That kid was looking for a reason not to come to Notre Dame. If a kid's like, oh, it's the weather, it's the girls, whatever BS excuse people would use, that's kids looking for a justification not to come to Notre Dame. If a kid's not going to come to Notre Dame because they don't have online classes, he was never going to come to Notre Dame anyway.
Right.
Because if the other schools offered didn't offer online classes, then it would be about, well, they're going to make me go to class. That's the root of it. It's easier to fake online classes. It's easier to have somebody else sitting at your computer doing your work in online classes. That's just a fact. And so if a kid's looking for that escape, he's not coming to Notre Dame anyway. And they're not going to get that kid. So no, I don't think that that's an obstacle to it. What's the obstacle is kids that don't want to do the work.
Right.
That's always been true. Now it's just manifested in the form of no online classes, and so no kid that values what Notre Dame is about is going to say, nah, I ain't going there because they don't have online classes.
Right.
It's just not happening, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, I guess some elite recruits might say I'm not going there because I have to even work hard at anything resulting in
But
school.
They weren't going to come anyway.
Yeah.
That's my point. They weren't going to come anyway.
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, it's an excuse. Yeah, no doubt.
So those kids aren't coming to Notre Dame. If Notre Dame starts offering online classes, that kid's not going to now all of a sudden want to come to Notre Dame. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. We had Ida Minami with another one. If Steve Angeli still needs a real game experience, and so does CJ Carr and Kenny Minchie, why go with the lesser talent? LOL, I thought Vince was kind of saying this Saturday, but was being polite.
Well, I don't speak for Vince because I'm not sure what comment you're referring to, but I don't know that they're making that decision. I mean, right now, Kenny Minch or Steve Angeli has gotten real game experience, and he won a bowl game and played well. I mean, you can't like I've put caveats in there, Ryan. Okay, they didn't have any of their starting linebackers. They had half their secondary was out. You weren't facing the same Oregon State team that played in the regular season, right? But that you still had to make the reads and make the throws and do the things that Steve did. I mean, I don't take that away from him. Put some context to it, but I'm not going to take that away from him. I don't know that I don't know why people are assuming that they are going to go with Steve Angeli. And if they do, it's probably because he's playing more consistently in practice. That's why I don't believe, Ryan, that this and knowing Mike Denbrock, I'd be shocked if they just play Steve just because he's the veteran. It would be because he's handling himself better on a day-to-day basis. He doesn't have the highs that CJ and Kenny do, but he doesn't have the lows either. And with the team that we have around him, we need a guy that's just not going to make those mistakes. That would be the only reason. If those other two guys prove to be better players, then I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that Notre Dame would put those guys ahead of him. And I just don't see how that's the case. Not this staff. Maybe the previous one, but not this one.
Yep. It's going to come down to consistency. As a backup quarterback, you need that especially.
Yeah, absolutely.
TD Brammy, thank you so much for the super chat. What college football matchup would you like to see that hasn't happened yet? I would love to see Alabama, Oregon after the DeBoer hire, and Texas, Florida State.
Texas, Florida State. Yeah, I don't know that I've seen that one. I'd be kind of curious why you'd like to see those particular matchups. I think that'd be very interesting to see that. I thought one that I've kind of always wanted to see that I don't remember seeing in my lifetime happened already this past 2 years. That was Texas, Alabama. That would have been one I would have wanted to see. Would be Texas, Alabama.
I think he's saying Alabama, Oregon because DeBoer had like a big back and forth with Oregon when he was at Washington.
Yeah.
So
I get that one. Yeah, I get that one. I was curious more about the Texas FSU one. Like why that one? I'm trying to think what would be the connection other than just Southern, long time.
Maybe schools back on the rise. Yeah. I don't know. But
I'm trying to think some matchups that I would like to see. Well, I mean, I'd like to see. I like the old cross-country rivalry. I mean, back in the day when I was a kid, you'd see a lot more regular season Pac-12, Big Ten games.
Yeah.
I'd like to see more of those type of things. I'd like to see more crossovers. Like, what I think would be fun, Ryan? And I don't know that I off the top of my head have any of these. You can say if you do. Mm-hmm. But one thing that I would like to see is in football, kind of like what we've talked about, what we see in college basketball. You get that Big 10, Big 12 showcase where this one weekend, just, you get 10 opponents from both leagues playing each other, however many teams you have, and just kind of have that weekend where like everyone's playing somebody and the ACC, SEC matchup kind of thing, and then mix it up, in different years or whatever. And then, when it's two different TV networks, you just split it. Look, you can negotiate it. Like we'll take, this year we get Ohio State at home and we get, or we get the games that are at home, and then next year you get or you get the games that are home, and then we'll try to mix up the schedule. I mean, there's things they could do, but I think more stuff like that. But as far as individual matchups, I don't know that there's anything that I would want to see that we haven't seen before. Mm-hmm. Like Michigan, Texas this year is one that you might think of, but if you're my age, you remember Michigan playing Texas. One of the best bowl games of the 2000s was Michigan, Texas. The year before Texas won the national championship in 2004, Michigan and Texas played in the Rose Bowl, and it was a phenomenal game. Great game. That was kind of the national breaking out party for Vince Young. He'd done some really good things that year, but how he played in that game was like the springboard for what he was going to be that next season. Oregon, Ohio State, we've already seen. Has Oregon and Michigan ever played each other before? I'll tell you one. Here's one that just aesthetically would be interesting. A home and home with Oregon and Penn State, just because, you've got these two really unique stadiums with these really two unique home environments. And then you've got Penn State with the most basic traditional uniform in all of football against the team that's got the most wild, unique, varies all the time, never wear the same uniform twice team in Oregon. That would be one I'd like to see. I don't know if they've played each other before. I feel like they have, but that would be a home and home in the regular season that I would like to see, that we will at some point in time see, because now they're in the same in the same conference, but I can't think of a whole lot of
Yeah.
others outside of that off the top of my head today, Ryan.
I was thinking Alabama, Michigan, if that's one that we can
Yeah.
get on the just because they're just such different stylistically now that Kalen
Yeah.
DeBoer is the head coach at Alabama. I think it's just stylistically going to be a very different game. I think that's kind of where I tend to gravitate towards those games as matchups of teams that are just very different, right? And seeing that difference and how those differences parlay against one another. So that's one on the top of my head. But
because you're saying like they played this year, but they were very similar teams. They played after what year was it?
I want to see. I want to see
was,
DeBoer Bama though. I don't want to see Saban Bama against.
It was
Michigan.
It was 19 when they played also. But yeah, they were similar styles of play in both years.
Yeah,
Harbaugh versus Saban, and to your point, they're much different now, obviously. So that makes sense. I'm trying to think. I mean, I grew up watching Alabama and Notre Dame play each other in the regular season. Like that used to happen all the time. Games like that used to happen all the time. I mean, so I kind of miss those days a little bit. But like Florida State, Michigan would be one that maybe here's one that I'd like to see in the regular season. Florida State, Ohio State. That would be one. I don't know that I've ever seen Florida State and Ohio State play each other. So that'd be one that I'd like to see. You know, traditional Southern team against a traditional Northern team. Be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Be a very interesting one.
Domer Grizz, what's up, Domer? What part of the plans for the Shield, new football HQ, impress you the most? And does anything seem lacking or like it will already be outdated by the time it opens in 2026?
No, I can't tell you that I've actually studied enough of what's going to be in it to be able to say that. But the stuff that I've heard the stuff that I have heard that's going to be in it, there's no way it's going to be outdated by the time it opens in 2026. I mean, it's going to be. And here's the thing. Some of the things that they're going to do, like let's just say they're going to have, it sounds like they're going to have some sort of like VR type thing where players can kind of study things, where it's like a virtual reality type thing.
That's cool. Yeah.
If the technology improves in the next 2 years, and they're just going to put the new technology in the room, but the room is still going to be there and that can be updated with new technology. That's the thing, is you got to have this. And this is the thing that Marcus, we'd outgrown it space wise. And so now, like, if there's this room that's meant for this, if there's new technology, then you just. But it's like meeting rooms. You know, Ryan, when you and I were playing college football, it's like you had to have the big projector and you had to have the VCR and and you had the clicker and all. Well, it's different now. I mean, so it's still the same meeting room. We're still watching film, and we've just brought in the new technology for how we watch it. So I think the space is the key, but. I mean, look, to me, the thing that impressed me the most is actually not what's in it. It's the commitment that Notre Dame is making to this. Because when this was originally being discussed, Ryan, from what I understand, the thought was that it's going to be a renovation of the Goog. Then it became an expansion on the Goog. And now it's a brand new, completely different facility that's going to be football only basically everywhere except the cafeteria part. And it's going to be a 9-figure deal. Or a 9-figure project, and from what I'm told, it's closer to 200 than 100 million. Like, you think about the fact they just spent over 100 million a couple years ago on the indoor facility. You know, the Crossroads project was over $500 million, if I remember, about $500 million. Like, then they had the recruiting renovation. They've built the new basketball facilities recently. Like, that's the thing is, and I'll just say this now. I talked to a source the other day that was in the room for some of these conversations. And all I'll say is the takeaway he had was that this current group of leadership at Notre Dame understands the campus-wide value that a successful football program and successful sports programs in general brings to the institution. They understand what impact on the college it would have to have a women's basketball team that's dominant and winning championships, a men's basketball team that's competitive. But more than any other, they understand that if the football team is good and dominant, that benefits everyone. So if we're going to invest in it to be great, we understand that we're going to get that back in return. And to have that kind of leadership in place, Ryan, it was great to hear. And this wasn't just someone at a speaking engagement saying the right things. This was part of the internal dialogue about this whole thing. This was like real people in real conversations about it, talking about why they're doing this and what they need to continue to do. That's a great sign, because that hasn't always been true at Notre Dame. And a lot of times they'd give lip service to it, but then didn't back it up. I mean, right now, Ryan, when you look at what they've done this offseason, paying coaches, building this, winning these battles against other teams that pay a lot more for coaches, and now this, you're like, dude, guys, Notre Dame has doubled down and say, hey, we're in this. We're putting all our we're going all in. We're putting all our chips in. We're going in because we think we can win this thing.
Notre Dame's hurting for money, though, according to some weirdos on Twitter. So, yeah.
Because they don't have a – like, I want to say, do you guys understand in the world of Notre Dame how basically the $15 million gap in TV money between Notre Dame and your league is to Notre Dame is pennies? And I've tried to explain this to them. Like, some of these Power 5 schools that are great at football have like $900 million endowments, barely over $1 billion endowments. Notre Dame's over $20 billion. Now, again, endowments don't pay for these things, but the point is Notre Dame's fundraising power is unmatched in college athletics, unless you're talking about the Ivy Leagues. It's unmatched. And they don't do that for sports. They do that for other stuff. Notre Dame will never have a problem raising money. It's always been about the will to spend money. It used to be where boosters and the leadership at Notre Dame would kind of be in battles because the boosters want to spend the money on this, but the leadership won't let them do it. That's changing. And you've got a development office that from everything that I've been told is doing a phenomenal job with raising money for on projects on campus, but also the athletic stuff. You've got a booster class that's excited about the future of the program, and they're stepping up to the plate with the money that's needed. But more importantly, if you don't have a leadership team that understands the value that a championship can bring to Notre Dame of football campus-wide, not just sports, then it's not going to matter. And I believe this leadership team does. And that's a big part of it. And people won't give him the credit for it. But Jack Swarbrick's going to deserve some credit for this as well, because he's been dragging people in Notre Dame towards this for a long time. And now you have more people in positions of authority that understand that. And they're going to benefit for it. And I just Ryan, I'll share some of the stuff with you later, but I'm as excited as I've ever been about the future of this program, because growing up as a kid in the Lou Holtz era, reading Tim Priester and Lou Emoji, you always kind of understood there was this fight for the soul of Notre Dame going on between the administration and Lou Holtz, and Lou lost. You know what I mean? And that's why we've kind of been going in this wilderness for the last 3 decades. This administration gets it. And that's a very exciting thing. And they're not just spending money to spend money. It's very targeted. We understand that this is going to bring value to the student athletes. And that's something you and I have talked about for years. This isn't just about spending money to have a cool slide. This is about making sure your student athletes have the best things for them. You and I have been adamant. I don't care about paying players. Put that money towards the kids that are here. And that's what they're doing. And I think that's got me really fired up about the direction of this program, because it can't just be football and football only. They have to have that support, and I believe they have it.
Broke Neck Boy, NCAA 25 triple option showdown against Ryan, and want all the smoke, by the way. Who would the Saints draft, and should they take Brock Bowers if there? Broke Neck Boy, telling you, man, you can want all the smoke you want, but you shouldn't want that smoke, okay, sir? It's NCAA 2025 is going to be a story, my friends. It's going to be an absolute story, and it's going to be a one of Ryan winning a lot. Okay, Broke Neck Boys. So I don't know about that one. Who should the Saints draft? I think that the two most likely ones are positions, I should say, offensive tackle and best pass rusher on the board. I've mocked Jared Verse to them at 14 for Florida State. I've mocked best tackle available to them, whether that's Olufashanu or Amarius Mims from Georgia. Those are probably the two most likely outcomes. Brock Bowers is great, right? And if Brock Bowers is there at 14 and they take him at 14, is that a bad pick? No, because Brock Bowers, I think, is a top 10 player in this class, maybe top 5 player in this class. But so if he's there at 14, you draft him, it's still a good pick. But ultimately, I don't think the Saints will do that, because they have positions of need at two very important positions. I mean, right now you do not have a trusted starting left tackle. You have a great right tackle who might be on the end of his career because of injuries, and you don't have a true pass rush threat opposite Cam Jordan. So that's where I think they go. Offensive tackle, pass rusher, outside pass rusher.
We had a super chat down here from Tyler Evans, and this is an NFL draft question, so I'll go ahead and ask this one for you, Ryan. Tyler Evans asks, Ryan, who are going to be the top 5 picks Thursday night?
Man, I have to project trades in this too, because I think there might be a trade or two in the top.
Well, how
five.
about let's go players? Well, no, let's have some fun with it, Ryan. If you think there's going to be trades, who do you think of the top 5 picks are going to be, and who do you see picking those players?
Number 1, Chicago Bears are going to take Caleb Williams, quarterback from USC. Number 2, I believe the Washington Commanders are going to draft Jaden Daniels, the quarterback from LSU, I believe. Number 3 is going to probably be Drake May, the quarterback from North Carolina, but I am not convinced that New England Patriots are going to stay at 3. I'm not convinced. They're in a little bit of a long-term rebuild, so I think that they are going to try to recoup some draft capital potentially. Again, I'm not predicting a trade, but I think they could be open for business. I think it'll be Drake May, though. Either New England stays at 3 or one of the Denver Broncos, Minnesota Vikings have 11, and Las Vegas Raiders at 13. One of those 3 will be the trade-up candidate, I believe, to get up to number 3 potentially. That'll be a trade-up destination. So Drake May to any of those teams. 4, I think the Cardinals will draft Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver from Ohio State. Number 5 will either be quarterback 4 or Joe Altz. And I'm not convinced necessarily that the Chargers stay at 5. If the Chargers stay at 5, I think more than likely they draft Joe Alt or Malik Neighbors at wide receiver. But that also could be the quarterback trade-up party. So again, that's the Denver Broncos, that's the Raiders, that's the Minnesota Vikings to potentially trade up for quarterback 4.
That's going to be interesting, yeah.
That'll be JJ McCarthy if it is quarterback at 5. Yes.
Yeah. I'll say, why do you say things to hurt me, Ryan? I think sometimes you say these things that hurt me. You talk about the Broncos trading up, but then I remembered I'm not a Broncos fan anymore. So,
yeah.
You know, the initial sting kind of got me, but I was like, wait a minute, I don't have to worry about that anymore. I got my dude Troy Pride online lobbying me to become a Texans fan. So, you know, I mean, you know, I'm open for business, man. I'm open for business. Ryan, I get one chance in a lifetime. This is a lifetime decision. Respect my decision. You know, I just got to get it right. I got to get it right, but I can be bought. I can be bought.
I would like to say this. Eric Santini, who is a great member of the chat, has said that Zach Wilson, blah, blah, blah. Zach Wilson is not going to deter the Denver Broncos from drafting a quarterback if they can. No. I guarantee it. Guarantee it, Eric. Yeah. Guarantee it, sir. Guarantee it.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Someone's going to trade up for JJ McCarthy, though. Just think about that in your minds. Think about that. It's probably going to cost 2 first-round picks at least.
Yeah. Ryan, I'm going to read this one because I've already answered this question on Saturday after the game, so I'm going to read this one so you can answer this one. Or I kind of talked about it a little bit, but Irish Gordy Not asks, who surprised you the most in the spring game? For me, it was Kahanu Key on D and Aeneas Williams on O. Who would your picks be, Ryan?
Kahanu Kia would be my pick on defense. Absolutely, Irish Gordy Not. I agree with that one. Again, he was one of the 2 players on Saturday I had to look up because I didn't know what number he was wearing. So 43 was absolutely my biggest surprise on defense. Offensively, I don't know if I had a huge surprise. I lied. Deion Colsey doing what he did was a surprise to me. I just kind of thought Deion might be an afterthought in that game and he wouldn't get a ton of play and, you know, would just kind of be like, oh, 2 catches for 15 yards. That's cool. Whatever. Deion looked good, though. So Deion on offense, Kahanu Key on defense were probably my 2 picks.
Those are good ones. All right. Here's another question up here, Ryan, from Ronnie Reeves.
Ronnie says, schematically speaking, with the linebackers we have, wouldn't it be better to stay with the linebacker nickel rather than the safety nickel? Or is that what they did by putting Jaden Osbury in the nickel rotation?
Well, there's a lot that goes into this, Ronnie, in my opinion. Number one is it's also about matchups. Like I could have Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah type guy at nickel or my rover, and there's still going to be matchups where I'm going to maybe say, hey, maybe this isn't the best thing for him to be in coverage matchups all day against this guy. You know, where you might want a little bit of a bigger body. Or it may be the reverse where I like to go kind of 50-50 between nickel and rover. but this team has a bigger tight end, and I want to put my bigger athletic, linebacker on him, in this game. Because, hey, look, Thomas Harper's a really good player. Tariq Bracy's a really good player, but I'm not going to have him matched up against Brock Bowers all day in coverage in the semifinal game. You know what I mean? That's just not a matchup. Now, look, maybe that can Jaden Ausberry run with Brock Bowers? Maybe, maybe not. But I know at least physically he'll have a better chance of holding up. And so, I mean, there's so much of this that goes into it. So I don't think it's a no-brainer every week you're going to do this. I think there's merit to having the ability to have a linebacker that can do some of the things that a nickel can do, so that there's not such a stark difference between what you do with your nickel and what you do with your rover, which is what Notre Dame's done the last few years. Very different stuff with rover compared to nickel. With Jaden Ausberry, what the staff believes is his unique athleticism allows them to have a player that they can kind of be a bit of a hybrid. He can do rover stuff, but he can do more coverage stuff than they've done with the nickel in recent seasons as well, or the rover in recent seasons as well. And I think there's a lot of value to that. And that's what Jaden Ausberry is basically being tasked with doing. But I still feel, Ryan, in today's game, it's going to be, unless you just have a freak, a Jeremiah Usu-Koramoah, a Isaiah Simmons, unless you have a guy like that, you're going to still be playing a lot of situational package football against most of the good teams that you play.
Well, I think you should have options available too, Ronnie, if I would just add something there. Like, I mean, just the fact of Jaden Ausberry being in the rotation doesn't mean that he's the only part of the rotation, right? The rotation can also look a little bit different. Like, I mean, like there's a reality where the nickel, 4-2-5 nickel is a nickelback, obviously, right? But also a safety body type, having an opportunity to do that, maybe to be a little bit more of a force alley player, or having a linebacker to be able to reduce down in certain situations too against a team that likes to spread you out, but then also run the football. You know what I mean? So I think that having options of different body types in a similar role is very interesting potential as well. D-Troll Hunter said, based on spring, based on spring, who are your starting five? Mine is Charles Jagasaw, Rocco Spindler, Ashton Craig, Billy Schrouth, and Tosh Baker at the moment.
That would be mine for now.
Yeah.
But I think Emil Wagner did enough in the last two scrimmages we saw, the scrimmage and then the spring game, to say he's still in the mix of right tackle. I would say that Sullivan Absher is going to be a guy that has done enough for me to say he at least deserves a chance to say, let's see how he grows in the summer and how he looks in early fall camp. And he may be in there too. So I'm with you on those four. I mean, I just think there's a big difference between Rocco and Coogan, just because, and Ryan, I think you nailed it earlier. There are a lot of times when Pat was a better player than Rocco last year. But that was more about Rocco than it was about Pat. Right. And what Rocco gives you is he gives you a significantly higher ceiling. It's about whether or not he can be more consistent. And the emergence of Billy Schrouth as their clear number one guard now gives you a chance to kind of roll with that a little bit. And I think of a left side of Charles Jagasaw and Rocco Spindler. I don't know how much I love that in pass pro. Like, I almost kind of wish that I could maybe flip the guards and put Billy at left and Rocco at right. But I'll tell you one thing, I know I'm gonna be able to run left. I'm gonna be running inside zone. I'm gonna be running my inside zone right call all game, and I'm gonna be running the ball left, because inside zone right, just so most of you know this, but you're cutting back to the left. Like Notre Dame, I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this. Notre Dame in 2017 called inside zone to the right more than to the left, because you're cutting. If you're running it to the right, your hope is that you're actually cutting behind your left side. So you actually run it away from your strong side. And then they're going to be running their other stuff to the left, because that is a big, like, if you're running duo, you better be running duo left with that group. There's no doubt about that, Ryan. Right tackle in this situation, if Rocco can keep doing what he's doing, then I think 4 of the 5 positions should be solidified with pretty good football players. And now it's just about who steps up at right tackle.
Agree. And then I'll be anxious the rest of the offseason to see who's the right tackle, because that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Absolutely. Couple quick ones. Bobby S. says, any word on Greathouse or Payne injuries? Neither were significant. They were both fine after the game. They were both walking around fine after the game. It's just they're not going to put a guy that gets banged up at all back into a blue gold game. And I know Jades was at the end, but if you saw after the game, he's walking around fine. He was doing the alma mater thing. He was fine. And then here's one, Ryan, that I think is very interesting. Bobby S. says, how do they find roles and keep all of the linebackers in the room?
I mean, we just talked about it a little bit with the Jay Nosbury situation, right? Like him playing that nickel spot, like nickel backer, I guess, for the lack of a better terminology, right? I mean, there's different ways. I mean, you would even saw it last year with Maris Loifau. I mean, what did Maris do a lot on third down situations? They put him in as a situational pass rusher. I mean, I think that there's obvious roles that you can find. One is obviously figuring out the rotation of Mike and Will and making sure that there's reps available in those certain spots. But then it's finding situational roles like Jay Nosbury has. Jalen Sneed on third downs, I imagine, is going to be used as a blitzer off the edge, sort of what I was talking about with Maris at times, which opens up another role potentially on the second level, potentially for a team as well. So I think it's those situational roles, right? Like it's the pass rusher on obvious passing situations. It's the nickel backer position. It is, Mike Will, and it's in 3-3 alignments. Maybe you do more of a traditional 3-3 stack where Jalen Sneed might not be on the field as much because he's a little bit of a smaller guy. So maybe you want a little bit of a bigger stacked backer. So I think all those things together, you potentially have an opportunity to get guys a lot of reps on the team.
Special teams is going to benefit from the linebacker depth at all. But here's the reality too, Ryan. We have to understand the fact that I'm not saying someone is going to transfer, but that's just part of life now. When you have rooms that deep, you're just going to have somebody at some point in time most likely leave. I hope not, but that's also something you have to which is why you got and get Teddy Rizak and Bodie Cahoon and Anthony Sacca the next year. That's why you got to keep recruiting every year because you just never know. You really just never know.
All right, so we have another one from Brian Swint, who says, with the volatility in defensive line evaluations, how much are Al Golden and Coach Marcus Freeman involved, or how much should they be at the evaluation level?
I talked about this last week, Ryan. You want to take a swing at that one?
I mean, they should always be involved. I mean, Coach Freeman should always know who's on the board, who are we evaluating, what are they going to look like, and who are we pushing for. And I think that's the same thing with Coach Golden, right? I mean, like at the end of the day, if a defensive lineman is in Coach Washington's room, he should be the guy that is deciphering. That's a guy that I can work with personally. I can figure him out. We can hit the upside, right? But ultimately, he does have people that are above him that he has to answer to. So Al Golden and Marcus Freeman should both be signing off on these players. Like, yes, that makes sense. He fits schematically. It makes a ton of sense. So it's Coach Washington's pick, but things should always be signed off. There should be no decision that is made willy-nilly without people above you that sign off on those things.
I would like to see a little bit more maybe finagling him into what you want. I think that can be done too. Like, okay, here's why it's important for you to like this guy. I would like to see that as well. Because, look, let's be honest. Some guys are really good coaches and good recruiters, but they're not good evaluators. Some guys are great evaluators, but not good recruiters. Some guys are great recruiters, but not good coaches. Some guys are good coaches, but not good recruiters. I mean, there's and the good coaches understand, okay, this is his strengths. Let's make sure we're asking him to do that. But in this area over here, he needs to understand that we're going to have a little bit more of a say. And he's going to coach this guy up. This is your job, coach this guy up. And that's where we're going to be at. Here's one, Ryan, that I will ask because this is very specific for you. This is from Christopher Crosby. He says, draft question. Ryan, your Rams have a first-round pick for a change. When was the last time they had a first-round pick, Ryan?
It's been at least 3 years, 4 years, somewhere in that ballpark, yeah.
Who are they taking? They're at 19 this year, right? 19?
19.
Who are they taking, and are they the most underrated scouting department in the league? They are always hitting mid and late round picks.
So I have a lot of former scouting friends in the industry, Christopher, and I have always been told, and I have agreed with this for a very long time.
Are they former friends or former scouts?
Former scouts.
Okay.
Former scouts. So friends that have been scouts in the National Football League who have told me, and I agree with it 100%, scouting departments are judged based upon day 3 selections and mid-round selections. That's the bulk of the roster. Like, we always freak out about the first-round pick because that's the new shiny toy, right? But the teams are built off of mid-round, late round, priority free agent players. Those are what teams are built off of. They are. So the Rams are very, 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 and maybe I'll throw in another very underrated team in the sense of what they have what they have been able to fill in with gaps as far as positions of need over the last couple of years with mid and late round picks. It's been phenomenal. I mean, no short of it. I mean, Puka Nacua was a 5th round pick. Kyron Williams was a 5th round pick. John Johnson was a 4th round pick. They have really done a tremendous job of finding value throughout the draft. They really have. And I mean, even their starting left tackle this past year and played well, Alaric Jackson, that went to Iowa. He was a priority free agent coming out of college. Like he really was. So yes, they are a very good scouting staff. Les Snead and the Rams scouting department, though, they have decided that they would rather invest first round picks for the most part in proven commodities. They spent some on Jalen Ramsey. They spent some on Matt Stafford. Like that was like, they basically said that pick, no player that we're going to take at that pick is as good as Jalen Ramsey's going to be, or Matt Stafford, or any other position that we're talking about there. And I think it's sound logic. I really do. I mean, at some point it's, hey man, that's probably too many first round picks you're trading, but it worked ultimately. Like if you're going to hate on it or you're not going to hate on it, they won a Super Bowl on it with it. So it worked. It absolutely worked for them.
You nailed it. Because what's the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. They won a Super Bowl.
Yes.
I mean,
it won.
Yeah.
They won. The first round pick this year, I'm thinking the Rams would probably go for a defensive lineman or an outside pass rusher. I mean, they just lost Aaron Donald, obviously, to retirement. So Jerzon Newton from Illinois maybe could be a guy that might be in the conversation. Maybe they go outside pass rusher like Leatu Latu out of UCLA. That's kind of where my mind is. I mean, I guess corner. Well, actually, no, they just signed Tre'Davious White. So maybe if Tre'Davious White's healthy, they'll be okay. And they got Darius Williams back. So I think defensive line, bolstering the defensive line. Losing Aaron Donald is a massive loss, man. That guy's one of the best defensive linemen to ever play football, right? So trying to find ways to supplement that production is probably a big thing for the Rams. So I would say defensive line, either interior or outside pass rusher, are probably the two spots I look at most.
Yeah. I saw a mock draft that had Latu going to the Broncos at 12. Is that too high for him?
If the injuries check out, I don't think so. No. He was at Washington. He had the neck issue, which had to cause him to retire early. Yeah. He had to retire. So if he's healthy, though, he's the most pro-ready pass rusher in the draft as far as like nuance and understanding of how to rush and having a pass rush plan. I still like Jared Verse more, but like Latu's really good, man. He's a really good player. So I get it. Joe Parr. Say Parr. Hey, Joe. Gino Gaduli said each quarterback has gotten grades each practice and knows where they stand. Given this, if all is fair, is it really possible for Steve Angeli to stay as number 2?
Well, actually, I think if they're going to do it this way, I think it's more likely that Steve Angeli stays at number 2. I think if it's about grade,
because you're grading consistency, right?
I mean, exactly. Yeah. Grades in this aspect are usually about percentage of you did at your job. Like that's just the reality. It's going to be, unless now there are some, like I had a grading system, Ryan, when I would grade games as a coach, where it was basically a plus or a minus. But then if you did something really good, that created a play of X number of yards, you got a double plus. So like if you were a guard and you just, like I think of the block that Alex Bars had against USC in 2017, where he takes the D tackle who's in the B gap right with his right arm and throws him into the A gap. Josh Adams cuts right behind it for an 8-yard touchdown. That's a plus. Like it's not just doing your job. You did your job at an elite level. If it would have resulted in a 25-yard gain, it'd give them a plus. So you're also impacting, you're also not just saying, okay, did you do your job or not? But did you make plays? If there's a system that's not just you did your job on a 15 out of 20 plays, so your percentage is this. But if it's, hey, you did this, but you also got 9 extra points, if you're a Harry Potter person, you get some bonus points for certain things, right? Then that's how you have to do it if you're going to truly, in my opinion, do it the right way. But you could like it's with anything. You can rig the system to get the answer you want.
Oh yeah.
It just if we're talking about grades. So in this, if it's just purely off grades, percentage of grades, then I could see Steve still being number 2. If the grades are done in a way that factors in playmaking ability, then I just have a hard time seeing him stay number 2. I mean, guys, we all saw it. Steve's a great kid, but everyone on the planet saw it. Everyone in the media that was actually at both games saw it. It's not close.
Yeah.
And one kid's in his first semester and the other kid's a junior. I mean, if it's that close now, and I don't even think it's close, it's a matter of time. If it's truly about giving the best player the opportunity to be in that role, it's not close, Ryan. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, it's not. The only guy that has a chance with the physical ability to hold CJ Carr's charge off, it's Kenny Minchie, not Steve Angeli. That's it, in my opinion. That's it. The only way that I can justify that one is it's pure seniority. That's all it is, pure seniority. Because I'll ask you this. Did you get the sense that Steve Angeli made consistently better reads beyond his number 1 read than CJ Carr did on Saturday? I didn't.
No. Nope. Oh man, it's gonna be a fun conversation of quarterbacks the rest of the offseason, is it not?
Yes.
Johnny S. Blue team scored 28. Gold team scored 21 for a total of 49. Thank you so much for doing the math. I really appreciate you, sir. Over under 5 games of 49 points during the season.
So let's set it at 4.5 because that's the better way, in my opinion, to do it. So last year, Ryan, they had 3. They had 3 games they scored 49 or more. It was against Tennessee State, Pitt, and Stanford, excuse me. They had another game of 48 against USC, another game of 45 against Wake, and another game of 45 against NC State. They had 42 against Navy, 41 against Central Michigan, and then 40 against Oregon State. So you're talking about 5 or more would have to be 2 more than last year. If it was set at 4.5, would you take the over or would you take the under?
I would take the under just because I think the difference in this offense is going to be you're going to have a couple of those high scoring games, but also I just hope, it's my wish, that the point totals just go up in the big games, right? So that we're still scoring a whole lot of points, hopefully in the 40s, but 5 games is a lot, man. That's a lot. That's a lot to score 7+ touchdowns in a game 5 different times. That's a lot of points, man. So I'll say under.
So last year, LSU had the nation's number 1 scoring offense, and they scored more than 49 6 times. So only 1 more than that. And those times came, and here's the thing, they scored 72 against Grambling, 49 against Ole Miss, 49 against Missouri, 62 against Army, 52 against Florida, 56 against Georgia State. So, 3 of the 5 were Grambling, Georgia State, and Army.
I'm pretty sure Jaden Daniels had 8 touchdowns against Grambling or something like that. It was some weird number.
They were over 49, I believe, by halftime of that game. When I look at Notre Dame's schedule, I think it's possible to get to 5. I do. I look at Northern Illinois. I look at Miami of Ohio. I look at Navy. I look at Army. I look at Virginia. Maybe Georgia Tech, who had not a very good defense. I look at Stanford. So I certainly think there's opportunities to get to 49 5 times. But to just predict it is that's a lot. That's a lot. Like I said, a team that averaged 45.5 points per game this year did it 6 times, and half of those games were against Grambling, Georgia State, and Army.
Yep.
So I just don't know that I can go there, but I think it'll be close. I mean, I do, but Ryan, as far as winning championships, your point, here's the point. It's not so much about whether or not you score 45 points a game this year. It's what do you do in those 5 big games? And the reality is last year, Notre Dame, did score a lot of points against NC State, poured it on a little bit late. And they did score a lot against USC, which has to be considered one of the 5 biggest games last year. Because at that time, that was a huge game. You were coming off the loss to Louisville. They were an undefeated top 10 team. It was a big game, big moment. Looking back, yes, USC wasn't as good, but Notre Dame players still had to be ready for what they thought was going to be a battle. And then the other 3 big games, in my opinion, looking back at last season, were so you had NC State and Clemson, USC. The other big game, the biggest games in my opinion last year, you have to look at Ohio State, you have to look at Louisville, Clemson, and then you could maybe add Duke in there, although I don't know that Duke is necessarily the same kind of big game as the others were. But if you want to throw that in there, that's fine too. That's the 6 quote-unquote big games. You scored 45 against NC State, but then 14 against Ohio State, 21 against Duke, 20 against Louisville, 48 against USC, 23 against Clemson. In 2 of those 4 games, your offense did enough to win your games, and the others they didn't. Just simply didn't. And if your defense didn't play phenomenal during stretches of the Duke game, you probably lose that game too. I mean, just if they don't make that big 3rd down stop at the end of the game, you don't get a chance to go on that last drive. So I'm going to go under, Ryan, but I'll just say this. I won't be shocked if they go over. I think they'll be at 4, but I won't be shocked if they go over because they could get it. I mean, because here's the thing, and here's part of it too, that why I'm going to go under, because Miami of Ohio is not a bum MAC team. It won 11 games last year. Northern Illinois is not a bum MAC team. They were a bowl team last year. You could score 45, 48 points and have a really good performance against them. I mean, you could. So, I mean, 49 is a lot of points, dude. It's a lot of points, especially with the new clock rules. So, yeah, we'll see. But I won't be shocked.
Bobby S. says, I watched the game and did come away more impressed with Emil Wagner than Tosh Baker. I thought he played pretty well. Baker is too slow out of his stance. What did you see?
I mean, there's a lot I agree with here, Bobby. I think Emil did play better than Tosh consistently. I thought that he played pretty well. I'd say he played solid. I think Emil, he just kind of did his job. I didn't think Emil played really well. I just think he was solid, which is okay. Did I think Tosh was slow out of his stance at times? Yeah, it's an issue for Tosh. So, but the only caveat that I'll say is the context of who they were battling on a snap-to-snap basis also has to be factored into this as well. Right. And Tosh spent the majority of the game going against Boubacar Traore, RJ Oben, Bryce Young. I think that's a little different animal. You know what I mean?
Pretty good.
Than what Emil was going against, which Josh Burnham was the only really impact. And Josh had some really big early wins against Emil, you know, and so that has to be factored in as well. But no, I mean, I think, like I said, I think Emil did enough in the game to say I deserve for this to still be a battle in the fall. That's what I think he did. And now for Emil, it's about, okay, what do you do next? Can you build off this performance? He's got a really funky stance. Have you ever noticed, like, he looks very awkward in his stance, Emil does.
He's high-legged. High-legged. Yeah, I would agree. Bobby S. also, as no one says, has Boubacar Traore passed up Junior Tuihalamaka as next man in at Viper?
I don't think he has yet, no. Do I think he will? He should. Look, here's the thing, Ryan, like, I talk to sources around the program, and they always rave about Junior, and I just have never seen it. He'll make a play here and there, but like he brings like almost nothing as a pass rusher.
Zero.
You know, he's a pretty solid run setter on the edge. I just don't see it. I don't blame Junior. I don't think that they made the move with him that they should have made with him. I just don't. And if you know, like,
he's just not an edge, man. Like, what do you want me to say? He's not an edge. He's a stack backer playing on the edge at a necessity for whatever reason. It's weird. You know,
because he doesn't have that length and twitchiness that Josh Burnham has.
No.
Like, I had somebody tell me that they think Junior is more twitchy than Josh, and I'm like, okay. Someone that I respect, but I was like, yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, maybe he doesn't practice, but I don't see it. I just don't see it.
It's a shame too, because I could say Junior, and I hope this doesn't happen because I think he's an asset to your team because I think he does everything right. But couldn't you see Junior in like a year or two saying like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go transfer somewhere else back to Mike and like be
lose
a good
15
player.
Pounds.
Mike,
right. I could see that. I worry that maybe the body transformation might have taken a step away. That's my fear. That's my concern. But and if you are going to move him to an end spot, why would you move Burnham to big end and Junior stays a Viper? That's the other thing, because I feel like at least Junior can set the edge. He's physical and he's a good sized kid. But yeah, it is what it is. But I don't know that he has passed him yet. But look, based on the practices we saw, Boubacar has not passed up Junior yet. As far as when I say practices we saw, I mean the rotation that they used when they
Right.
bring guys in. It would
Right.
appear that Junior's still ahead of Boubacar. Not oh, I saw them practice and I think Junior's still ahead. I'm talking about the rotation is what it is. It's not an evaluation of me of their performances. It's just an observation of, well, when they went to the number 2 team, that's the guy that they put in there. And when they went to 3, that's the guy they put in there.
Right. I do think it's very. If Boubacar Traore isn't at least a pass rush specialist this year on obvious passing situations, then that is misuse of talent.
Yes.
He needs to be on the field in that department.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that he'll play. I mean, they played 3 Vipers last year. I mean, they played Burnham and Junior and Patojo. So I think he'll play. But to your point, Ryan, it's how do you use him and when do you use him? And if your nickel team doesn't have Boubacar on it, especially, well, I'd say maybe dime for sure. Nickel, let's see him continue to develop as an edge setter, those type of things, because you can still run on 3rd and 4. But if we're talking about like their dime package, and when I mean nickel dime, it's more about if you're in 3rd and 9, you're more in a kind of a dime set where it's just pure pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have Boubacar on the field, you are 100% correct. You're not using your personnel correctly, in my opinion.
Oh, man. Obvious 3rd and long, Boubacar Traore, RJ Oben. You got Bryce Young inside, reduced down, and you got like Riley Mills or something at the other defensive tackle spot. Hello.
Or Jason Onye.
Jalen needs spying someone. Like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Now you got some long athletes, man. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Mike Reddy says, if you were a 2026 recruit and visiting Notre Dame 3 times in 2024, which weekends would you visit?
Okay, so there's a couple easy ones. Florida State on November 19th or November 9th. I'm there. I'm absolutely there. Louisville on September 28th. I'm absolutely there. And then the other one would be Northern Illinois because the home opener is always fun. There's always a good crowd on the home opener. And
home opener is always awesome.
Yep.
It's always great. Yeah.
Those would be my 3. Okay. Maybe Stanford because it's a rivalry, but I honestly just don't care about Stanford, Ryan.
What day is Stanford?
That is going to be in October. It is on October 12th. It's the first game in October because they play Louisville on the 28th, and then they have a bye, and then they only actually have 3 October games this year because they're off that first weekend in October. So they play Stanford at home on the 12th, then they play Georgia Tech at Mercedes-Benz, and then they play Navy at MetLife, which will be a game that just giving you a heads up, you'll probably be at covering that one. So
I dig it.
We also need to talk about the Army game as well. We'll talk about
where's the Army game? That's up in New York.
Yankee Stadium. Yeah. So we'll chat about all those ones, but yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see. But those are the 3 that I would visit. Those are the 3 that I would visit. Yeah, good question. Good question. Yep. Man, trying to think. No.
Well, if you're Jadon Blair, it could also be what 3 away games are you going to go to
Well,
watch
it's interesting, Ryan. Normally they always have a game in either Virginia or Carolina, but this year they don't have a game in either this year. It would be so if you are talking about Jadon Blair, the one that would make the most sense would be the Georgia Tech game, and then maybe tracking up to New York or New Jersey for a road game. But they're in Texas. They play at Purdue, they play at USC, and then they play in New Jersey and New York in their 2 other games. And so,
Do you remember last year, though? It was hilarious. Jadon Blair went to like 3 straight like Notre Dame away games or something like that.
Yes, it was awesome. Yeah, because, I mean, if you think about like where they were playing last year, he went to the Duke game, right? He was at the
NC
Duke
State,
game.
I think, too.
Yeah, he was at NC State, and then he was at Clemson.
Yeah.
So I think the only one so it was like 3 out of 4. The only one he didn't go to, I think, was Louisville. Actually, did he go to Louisville?
He might have been at Louisville. I think he was at I don't think he was at one of those other ones you said.
Louisville's one of his top 5, aren't they?
Yeah, I think he was at Louisville for the
That's hilarious.
So, yeah.
That's hilarious. But yeah, I could it's a kid. Yeah. I like that kid.
I like the kid too.
Christopher Crosby, what does each quarterback who played Saturday need to do this fall to put themselves in the best position to be the front runner to start in 2025?
All right, let's go seniority-wise, Ryan, and just go each guy. Steve Angeli.
I mean, Steve Angeli just needs to be more consistent as far as processing, and he needs to just keep producing, right? Like every time he gets out there, he just needs to make plays, right? He needs to win. He just needs to. That's the results thing is what's going to keep
Steve Angeli in that conversation, right? Is if he every time he plays, he just keeps producing. At the end of the day, you just got to be like, oh, okay, maybe he just produces. I don't know. Like, all right, cool.
Because Ryan, I mean, all the things we said about Steve, and he doesn't have this, and then those things are all true.
Yep.
But what did he do the last 2 times he was on the field on Saturday? Offense went down and scored. I mean, look, at some point in time, that's the key. I mean, for me, the thing specifically about Steve is he's got to take advantage of being the veteran, meaning you can't have CJ Carr going through reads better than you're going through reads. You can't have Kenny Minchie being more willing to take some of those downfield chances, or CJ Carr to take some of those downfield. You got to be the veteran, and the veteran's the one that can maybe make that extra read to bang that backside dig route. And that's CJ doing that right now, and that's just where, you can't have Kenny Minchie be the only one willing to take some of those outside shots that aren't wide open, like the one to Chris Mitchell was. And that's the thing, is where Steve's got to play like a veteran. Like, he has the poise of a veteran. He has the confidence of a veteran. He's got veteran weight room strength, but he doesn't process like a veteran. That's the thing for me. And that's where he's going to have to improve if he's going to really be the front runners. Because we're not talking about being the number 2. We're talking about starting.
Right.
For Kenny, it's just about, he's got to be more assertive.
Yeah.
And all the things he does. Kenny's got to be more assertive. That means going through progressions, how he conducts himself in the huddle, how he conducts himself on the sidelines, how he conducts himself on the practice field, in the weight room. Kenny's just got to, he's a great kid. Like, he is.
Yes.
And if you've ever met his mom and dad, you get it. Like, okay, yeah, now I know why Kenny's the way that he is. Like, there's really good people, right? But Kenny's got all the talent in the world, Ryan. But he just needs to kind of be, I need you to just ramp it up a little bit, be more decisive and know when to take those shots. There was a couple times on Saturday, I don't know if you could see this from the TV, but he had the post. And it's like, dude, if you're going to hold CJ Carr off, you've got to be willing to make that throw. Because here's the thing. If you try to make those and you don't make them, then you're going to get beat out. If you don't try them at all, you're going to get beat out. So make them, take them and make them, because you've got the arm talent to do it. But he's shown the ability to bounce back from adversity. He's got tons of arm talent. And I was surprised at how much, because in high school, Ryan, he would move around. He's a good athlete, but he always used his legs to buy time to throw.
It was like a last resort in high school.
Yeah. But he showed, hey, I can
you can move a little bit, man.
Chains, as a runner. So that was a positive, but he's just got to be more assertive in everything he does.
Yep.
And then with CJ, it's just keep doing what you're doing and put to work in the weight room.
Yeah, get stronger.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's the big thing. I mean, because look, you could argue he showed me in the 2 scrimmages we saw, he showed me a firmer grasp of progressing through the reads than any of the other quarterbacks on the roster that we saw. Just now, can he improve in that regard? It's general improvement from spring to summer, and then into the fall from a mental, technical standpoint. But it's just for him, it's just going to be about get bigger and stronger. Just keep putting the work in the weight room so you can hold up, and that's it. Because could you imagine when CJ's got 2 years in the weight room under his belt, what he's going to look like throwing the football?
Yeah.
Same with Kenny, now, and he's now going into that year 2. So it's going to be fun to see, but that's where I'm at, Ryan. We're on the same page.
Yep.
We're on the same page with those.
Agreed.
This is one that Jason Smith has asked us a couple times, Ryan, and I got to give it to him. So let's do this one.
Jason Smith, make a starting offense with Notre Dame defensive players and a defense with the Notre Dame offensive players. Okay.
All right. So offensively, I'm going to go Jack Kaiser at quarterback. I know that Josh Burnham played there too, but Josh is a little bit bigger. And so I'm going to put Jack there. At running back, you tell me I'm going to do these. And if you have somebody else, Ryan, you let me know somebody else that you want to put there.
Okay.
At running back, I'm going Micah Bell. He's going to be my
Drake Bell.
I was going to say that. Drake's my power back. He's my number 2 back.
Oh, you can't have 2. You just need to do one.
I can. Have 2. He said makes, I guess, starting. Okay. I'm going Micah Bell because I want to run read zone and have my speed guy. You're going Drake Bowen.
Go Drake Bowen.
Pretty good pick. Drake had 1,700 yards last year.
That's pretty good.
My wide receivers. Well, okay, you know what, Ryan? I'm going to go with yours because of what I'm about to say. I'm going to go with yours, Drake Bowen at running back, because Micah Bell is my slot receiver.
Okay.
I'm going to have Micah Bell in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have Xavier Watts as my Z.
Okay.
And my X receiver is going to be, you know what? I might actually have to put Xavier at X at this point and put maybe Christian Gray at Z.
Christian Gray would be one of my starting
Yeah.
receivers. Yeah.
And then
he
put
would definitely be
Xavier
one.
because I think he'd fit in the boundary as a receiver better than because he's stronger than Christian.
Am I allowed to include all the 2024 players into this conversation?
Anyone that's going to be on the roster in 2024, yes. Even maybe
Bronte Johnson's my ex. Bronte Johnson's my
okay.
ex.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So then I'm going to put Xavier Watts at Z because Xavier was a really freaking good wide receiver coming to high school. So then would you put Christian in the slot or are you going to leave Micah Bell there?
I might actually put Xavier in the slot and put Christian out in the Z. That might be more of a thing. I feel like Xavier can do some stuff after the catch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little slot action.
My tight end's pretty easy. I'd have Preston Zinner would be my tight end. That's him or Josh Burnham would be my tight ends. Yeah.
The other one I was thinking of is Bryce Young played a little tight end his last year, and that's a mammoth of tight ends. But I'd probably go with Preston Zinser.
Offensive line is going to be a little bit tougher. Let's see here. I'm going to have, that's man. Well, Sean Sevillano, I feel like he's got to be a guard for me, right?
Guard, yeah.
Not
flexible enough to play center.
No. I'd probably, you know what I have? I'd probably teach Donovan Heinisch how to snap. He'd be a pretty athletic little center, I think. Yeah. You know, let's see here. I feel like I'd have to have Riley Mills at offensive tackle, right?
You could probably do it.
Yeah, probably put him at offensive tackle. I'm trying to think who else.
Howard Cross at center, maybe. Howard Cross,
maybe.
Center,
yeah, he's probably Howard Cross probably do anything he wants to do.
Yeah.
Put Jason Onye at my left guard. He'd be a pretty athletic. Like put Onye and Mills at left guard, left tackle. It's pretty athletic backside.
I'm not too thrilled about this offensive line, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Who'd be my right tackle? That's
didn't Devin Houston play some offense?
Yeah, Devin Houston. Popped him at the same time as yours. Yeah, Devin Houston. That'd be my other one.
Gabriel Rubio at guard. He'd be one of the guards if he's available this fall. So,
maybe. Yeah. He'd be my rotation. So that's the defense. Offense. Let's go with the defense, Ryan. I know one for sure that Ryan's going to do, and we'll just start off with that one. Let's go big end. It's Cooper Flanagan is going to be one of your starting defensive ends. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Flanagan be one.
Yeah.
Who would the other defensive end be?
Jack
Larson, I guess. Viper?
Yeah, he was a pretty good high school tight end. Maybe Eli Raridan could maybe do that. He was a pretty good. He's a pretty good, pretty athletic kid. But yeah, Jack actually played defensive end in high school, so have Jack be your Viper. Offensive or defensive line inside. Jagasaw and Rocco probably be my. I'm two gapping all day long.
You know who else was a good defensive lineman in high school? Was Otting. Joe Otting was a good defensive lineman. Yeah, he was a really good defensive lineman.
I'm going to be two gapping all day, brother. I'm going with Charles and Rocco up the middle.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's good because I don't know if you have any linebackers ready. So I don't know.
No, I don't. Yeah, linebacker. Maybe I might have to put Eli Raridan at the defensive end so I could put Jack Larson at Mike. I think that might make the most sense. I'm definitely going 4-2-5. That's for darn sure. Because I don't know that I could come up with three linebackers. Could you Keedron?
Talent? Oh wait. I'm thinking wrong.
Keedron?
Keedron could play inside linebacker, I'm sure.
Play Will. Yeah. He's 225. Play Will.
Sure.
My corners. Boy. Well,
Jeremiah Love told me that he could be a lockdown corner if he wanted to.
Okay, so let's put Jeremiah in the boundary. Yeah. I'm trying to think of some other receivers that played defense in high school. Micah Gilbert obviously played some safety this past year. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't want Greathouse playing defense. I don't want Chris Mitchell. I mean, his brother's a pretty darn good cornerback. So maybe John, John could give Chris some pointers, and you could put Chris Mitchell at your field corner spot. Yeah. Nickel. Let's see. I mean, I got to think Jordan Faison could play or be a really nice nickel, don't you think?
Probably.
Yeah. Him or KK Smith, maybe Logan Saldate. I'd have some options at nickel, Ryan. I feel like I'd have some options at nickel.
Dang, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard.
Safety, I'm going to go Micah Gilbert is going to be one of my safeties. And yeah, boy, Aeneas Williams might be an interesting nickel option as well, Ryan, with that little stout stuff he's got going on.
Yeah. Oh, you know who was a decent safety in high school? Actually, pretty good safety. Aeneas Williams was a good safety.
Okay, let's go with Aeneas. Yeah. We can put him there. So that's safety. So let's just put it this way. If we had to come up with those teams, there's one thing that Ryan and I can guarantee. Notre Dame's not winning a lot of games next year with that lineup.
Oh, someone said Cam Williams on in the secondary.
Gilbert and Williams at safety. That'd be pretty interesting. Yeah.
Or even Cam at corner, man. He's athletic enough to play corner too if he wanted to, right? Like,
Yep. Yeah, they're not winning a lot of games that way, man. Winning a lot of games that way. Hey, and Andrew Gilmore, you're cheating. You said Devin Ford is a corner. He's a defensive player. Hey, that might be my running back, though, Ryan. Devin Ford might be my running back. I forgot about that one.
That's kind of cheating, though.
That's a little bit of cheating. It's kind of cheating both ways. It is a little bit. Let's be honest about it. Okay, Ryan, this is one for my Den Benami. Ryan Roberts, are the Chicago Bears smart enough to draft Joe Alt to protect Caleb Williams?
Are they smart? I mean, would the Chicago Bears draft Joe Alt if he was there at number 9? Maybe, but I think the problem is that Joe Alt's not going to be there at 9, Iden. So I think that you might have. I think that the Bears are going to draft best pass catcher available or trade down from 9. I think it's the two options that are on the board. So they'll draft Roma Dunze at 9, or they will trade back if Roma Dunze gets picked before 9.
So let me ask you this. So let me ask you this scenario, Ryan. Number one, do you think it would be smart for the Bears to trade up to get Joe Alt? I don't. I said the other day, it depends on how far Joe slides. Am I doing it at 5 or 6? I don't know. Would I do it at 7? Yes, I would think about that depending on what I have to give up, those 2 spots. But that would be one.
I don't think Tennessee's going to trade with you, though, is the thing. They'll take a tackle at 7. I don't think they'll let you trade up. Yeah.
So what you're thinking is, if I was going to trade up and get them out of that slot,
you have to get to 6 at least. You have to at least get up to 6.
Or if I was going to trade with the Titans, I'd have to overpay. Is that like in order to get them to go down?
Yeah, right? I mean they're probably kind of desperate for offensive tackles. They're starting offensive tackles right now in 2024. The Titans would be Nicholas Petit-Frere and Dylan Radins would be their starting tackles. So they need 2 of them, man. They might double dip in this draft. So I don't know.
We're trying to actually trade back up to 9 to get Fasciano. Actually, So if the 3 top receivers are gone, you think they would trade down instead of just taking the next best tackle?
Yeah, because I honestly I'm not 100% positive they're even looking for a tackle early in the draft.
Do you think maybe end? I think maybe they go Dallas Turner there if the receivers are gone.
No, because I think they just spent a lot to get Montez Sweat this past year as well, right? Like I think wide receiver is the easiest one. I think the problem is that if the top 3 receivers off the board, I like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot, but 9's probably a little high for Brian Thomas Jr. I like him a lot though, so I'd rather trade into like the mid-teens and try to get someone like a Brian Thomas Jr. I would feel a lot better about that valuation than because they need a guy that's an outside vertical oriented dude because they have DJ Moore's because of an inside out, but he's more like a yak type of dude. They have Keenan Allen, who's like a slot separator type of guy, but they don't have a lot of speed on the outside. So I think that could be a guy that they could target is someone outside oriented that could take the top off a little bit.
Okay. I got a question for you, Ryan. What's the one I think we might have been asked this already, but if not, like in the past, is there any team that's not being discussed as a potential top 10 trade-in team that you could see trying to get into the top 10? I mean, we're not obviously the Vikings. Everyone's talking about the Vikings. A lot of people talking about the Raiders, the Broncos. Is there anyone that you could say, hey, I could see this team trying to sneak into the bottom of the top 10?
I mean, those are the 3 most likely ones. I'm trying to think. So 14 is New Orleans. 15 is who's 15? Oh man. 15 is the they're a tight end team. People keep mocking tight ends to them. Dang. Why is my mind's drawing a blank right now for some reason?
What the Saints?
Who's 15?
15?
No, Saints are 14. 15 would be the
been doing this mock draft for a bunch of times.
I know who 15 is. I know who 15 is. I just can't think for some reason.
It's
the Colts. Then Seattle at 16. Then 17. I don't know, man. I don't know if anybody.
Jaguars.
Yeah,
Cool.
Jaguars could be a trade up team, but I don't know if Jaguars are going to trade up into the top 10. Like they could be a team that trades up to like 12 or something.
I've seen them mocked with trading for the Broncos to get a corner a lot. I see a lot of people
corner or
doing
wide
that.
receiver. Yeah, I can
I
see
think
them.
Every mock draft that I've seen where they do that trade, they take the kid from Toledo, the corner from Toledo.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's what they would do. I'm just saying like that's all the mocks that I've seen have had that.
I like Quinn Mitchell a lot.
Yep,
I like
that would be interesting.
Lot.
Your guy Jordan Reed, and I like Jordan a lot too. He actually had the Eagles trading up to 12 with the Broncos to take Terrion Arnold. So I thought that was interesting.
That's just not a Howie Roseman deal, man. Come on, Jordan. That's just not a Howie Roseman thing. If he's trade up for a defensive tackle, I think. The Eagle or an offensive lineman, I mean. You know, the Eagles have only drafted one first-round corner in the last 25 years.
Really? Who was it?
One. Lito Shepherd.
Wow.
Yeah. And even Lito was only like 20-something pick out of Florida. So, and they haven't drafted a linebacker in the first round since 1979. Wow. That's a fact. Jerry Robinson.
I've seen some weird ones like the like certain teams like haven't drafted a Notre Dame guy in a long time. Like the Titans have not drafted a Notre Dame player since Rocky Boyman.
Well, that could change.
Not in the first round. I mean, period.
That's wild.
So it's really strange. Really strange.
Yep. We had Eric Santini says, what is y'all's opinion on people and sports pages overreacting to spring games such as Arch Manning's when you can clearly see the wide receivers being the defensive back by 5 to 10 yards in every deep ball? Before we get into like that second part, I guess, Eric, I literally put out a tweet like a week and a half ago, like it's time for overreaction to spring game season. Like it's always going to happen, man. And sometimes it foreshadows what's coming. And a lot of times it doesn't, right? So people overreact a lot.
The year before Justin Fields threw 41 touchdown passes and 3 picks, he went something like 3 of 14 in the spring game. You know, the year before Deshaun Kaiser left Notre Dame, led Notre Dame to the Fiesta Bowl, he was so bad in the spring game, some people are saying that Montgomery Van Gorder should be ahead of him on the depth chart. So, to your point, Eric, I mean, yes, they beat him by 5 to 10 yards, and there's way too much overhyping, but he also did some good things in that game too, right? I mean, I thought Arch played well in that game. Yes, the stats were padded by the guys being wide open, but he still had to read it and get it out there. And there's some other throws he made that were really impressive in that game. So, look, you have a business to run, right, at some point in time as well. And if you're a site that covers Texas, why would you not? I mean, it's kind of like how we are with CJ Carr. Now, we're honest in it, and we'll say, look, it's got to go here. And the stuff that I've seen from people in Texas is not here's where I would have a problem with it. And I don't really have a problem with what I've seen. This is only what I've seen. There may be some really bad stuff out there. But from what I've seen, it's been mostly, Arch really showed a lot of growth. He showed a lot of improvement. He was a lot better this spring. And now when Quinn Ewers leaves, you feel really good about the next in line situation. Kind of like how we've talked about CJ Carr. You have never heard me say, with the way CJ Carr played, man, he might be able to go out and beat out Riley Leonard. That would be, dude, what are you doing here? But to say, I think he might have beat out Steve Angeli, I think that's more of a reasonable thing to say from a spring game. But I think the takes about Arch have been pretty reasonable from what I've seen. He played well. I mean, that's the reality of it. He played well. And, the stats might be a little bit more padded, but I still think he played well. But anytime you have a talented young player, you want to finally see it, right? I mean, you want to see him, okay, I knew he was good, and I finally got a chance to see him turn it loose and throw the ball down the field. So I have no problem with it. Ryan, the only point that I made is the only problems I would have with people talking about Arch is if they were starting to say, well, maybe he might beat out Quinn Ewers or something like that. Like if we were sitting there saying, like, guys, CJ Carr was so good. I haven't seen it. You've actually seen people saying that?
Yeah, I've seen some people say it. Yeah.
Like people that cover the team or just fans?
I mean, not like high level, but like some people that do this. Yeah, like it's out there a little bit.
That's absurd. Weird. Like, that'd be like us coming here and saying, like, and this is what I said, like, oh, CJ Carr is going to push Riley Leonard for the starting job now. Like, okay, let's not take it too far. CJ did great. He's putting himself up as the future, but let's not go there just yet.
Right.
And those are the things that I have problems with, to be honest with you.
Arch was good though, man. I
He
was
was.
actually very impressed by Arch.
He
man.
was.
Very impressed.
Yeah. Okay, Bobby S says, I got a recruiting question. If Tanuk Hines or Javon Boggs, if you can only take one, who would you take? And who's the next to commit?
Who would I take? Oh, man, that's such a hard question, Bob, because they're very different players, man. Oh, man, because Tanuk Hines is 10,500-meter guy, competitive, right? But he also missed part of his junior year, so like the development might be a little bit behind. Javon Boggs, on the other hand, he is competitive as all heck, super just wins through contact, great hands, but he's not the athlete, in my opinion, that Tanuk Hines is, right? Like Tanuk is just a little bit of a different athlete, but right now Boggs is a better player, in my opinion, pretty substantially, right? If I could only take one, I'd probably take Boggs, just because I do think that it would be more of a statement victory for Notre Dame. To be able to get him out of Florida from Cocoa, a kid that was once committed to Ohio State. Like that would have people buzzing. And then two is that I do think Boggs can be a really good player on college level. Like I do, right? And if you get Derek Meadows in the class, which they would still push for Derek Meadows, let's say if they get Javon Boggs, then I could say Javon Boggs is the high floor guy that I need with a Derek Meadows who's all about the ceiling, right? So I would say that one.
The whole room, Ryan. That's the that's the problem with the whole room. I mean, I think you nailed it right there. Like you and I could both make a case for both kids, and you just did it. Yeah. And I would say, look, which player on this board adds the skill set that Notre Dame most needs to keep adding? It's Tanuk Hines. Would you agree with that? Right? Speed. Florida versus Texas, wash. Doesn't matter. Do they need a kid to come in and play right away? Not really. So, that would normally play in Javon's favor. So that's kind of a bit of a wash. It comes down to really two things for me where I would lead towards Javon as well. Number one, I do think Notre Dame needs a high floor player in this class. I think you nailed that, Ryan. You're spot on with that because I love Elijah Burris. You know that. I'm much higher on him than you are. But I also am willing to admit my excitement's about the ceiling, not the floor. Sean Terry is a niche guy. Love the niche, but he's a niche guy. And Jerome Bettis Jr. is just not a guy that I see as being a difference maker at Notre Dame. So, you'd get – if you got Tanuk Hines, I'd say, boy, there's a lot of potential there, but I don't know that any of these guys are going to go to college and really play. Even a guy like Elijah Burris, who I like a lot, he's far from a sure thing. Whereas Javon Boggs, to me, gives you at least this. He's at least going to be a good Jaden Thomas, if healthy, type of player. That's what I feel like the floor is for him. And then, maybe he's even better than that, especially if you can get like a tick faster. And then the final piece is, I think that really helps you with Brady Hart.
Sure.
Like that's the other part to me. So the floor based on who else is in the class is so important. And then you mentioned Derek Meadows. He's another guy. Derek Meadows could end up being a stud. He could also end up being a guy that's just always tantalizing with his talent, but never turns it onto something, for different reasons, being a Deion Colty type of guy. For different reasons. And so you need that high floor guy, and that's what Javon Boggs is. And he's a different type of high floor than what Micah Gilbert was. Where Micah was more of a pure outside guy. I think Javon can be a slot Z type of guy. You know what I mean? And could do some things in the boundary, but you prefer him as a slot Z guy, where Micah Gilbert was more of an XZ guy. And so they complement each other. So that's why I agree with you. Those would be my reasons for it. I don't think you can discount. I'm not saying you're doing it, just generally speaking. I don't think you can discount the Brady Hart impact on this as well. And so floor plus Brady Hart. And then there's the proven production aspect too. Tanuk Hines doesn't have the proven production right now.
Touchdowns last year
against very good competition. Yeah.
Yes.
Very good competition. So
timelines are roughly the same as well. I just had an interview with Javon Boggs where he told me that he wants to take his official visits, then decide before the season. So this is a summer decision potentially out there. I think he said June or July actually is technically when he would like to make a decision. So I don't even think he's going to go into August. Tanu Kynes, when I interviewed him after his visit, it's before the season as well, but he doesn't have quite as defined of a timeline as what Javon Boggs portrayed to me as far as OVs, June or July. It was more of, I want to have it done before the season. So that's a little bit more, not quite as defined, I guess, for lack of a better term. We had Item Benami who says, after the jersey scrimmage and blue and gold game, what is the one thing you're most excited about going to the summer fall? I think, one thing you're most nervous about.
Nervous, still safety on defense. And, well, you know what? Viper is still probably after the game on Saturday, Viper is probably my biggest concern. So Viper safety. Offensively, it's right tackle. I mean, those, and if I'm not going to go right tackle, it'd be Riley Leonard's health. Those would be kind of the things that I would lean towards on each side of the ball, Ryan. What would, as far as the nervous part, part.
It's right tackle by far. Other one that I think Mitch Jeter will be a good kicker, but like I watched his 50-yard field goal and I was like, oh.
Now, in fairness, there was a stiff, cold wind blowing right in his face. Yeah, but still, you're not going to be attempting a lot of 50-yard field goals.
Punter
is a big one on special teams. Yeah, but Marcus Freeman flat out said we're going to go to the portal and get a punter. I mean, he just flat out said it.
It's good to hear,
which is smart, and it's worked out well for him. And recently with John Sott, the thing I'm most excited about on offense, there's so many potential playmakers. Like there was a conversation happening earlier. Chief Brody, my guy, I love Chief Brody, but he tends to be a little pessimistic. And he said, I'm selling the offseason trust in the wide receivers until they do it. And I think that's a very fair thing to say about like last year's room, because there was so much, I love Chris Tyree, but can he do this? I love Tobias, but he's got one career catch. There's a lot of what ifs. And I understand that there's some level of, they got to prove they can do it at Notre Dame, but like we have seen Bo Collins play at the Power 5 level. We have seen Chris Mitchell play college football. We have seen Chris Mitchell play college football against Power 5 teams on the road in the SEC and play well. We have seen Jaden Greathouse play and play well. We have seen Jordan Faison play and play well. We have seen Jaden Thomas play in college. We've seen Jaden Harrison play in college. So to me, there's such a higher floor with this unit than there was last year. Now, could you ask the question, and this is what I said last week, Ryan, I think right now this is probably a top 15 to 20 wide receiver room right now, based on what we know right now, with a chance to maybe be a top 10 unit. Last year's was the much higher range, much different range, where we had to project so much more with last year's group. So to me, I understand. I think the lack of trust that some people have at receiver and the unwillingness to be excited is a lot more about what we've seen at Notre Dame in the past than it is about this group of players. And that's fair. I totally get that. But what you can't deny, in my opinion, is you can be in the I need to see it mode. And in a lot of areas, Notre Dame needs to be that. I'm totally fine with that. But man, there's a lot more playmaking talent on this offense than there's been. There's 3 or 4 running backs that can just make you a ton of plays. There's a bunch of receivers with the talent to make big plays. And same thing at tight end. And that's the thing for me is like, there's so much talent there, but I'm so much more confident that the quarterback play is going to be really good. I mean, but just the overall athleticism and playmaking potential that they have on offense is so much great. It hasn't been this good in a long time. When you're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9 guys that could potentially be really good. I mean, think about again what we saw in the spring game, which was very exciting. No Riley Leonard, no Keidron Young, no Jadarian Price, no Bo Collins, no Jaden Thomas, no Jordan Faison, no Cam Williams, no Logan Saldate, no Jaden Harrison, no Mitchell Evans.
Right,
that's a lot.
Well, I mean, my positivity comes from the improvement that is made to affect space on both sides of the ball is kind of how I would portray it. There was a play Saturday where Jeremy Love caught the ball out of the backfield. And I think in some years, Notre Dame probably gets 3 or 4 yards, tough, whatever, breaks it off, dude, and takes it into a big gain, right? And I think that you have wide receivers and running backs now that can win the space game, which Notre Dame hasn't won enough of. Notre Dame's had guys that could get a good amount and get what's there, but they haven't had guys that always can make something that isn't there happen, right? So I think the space game on offense and then defensively, talk about the speed that they're being able to add on the second and third levels, that helps them in the space game there. Because again, 2020 Alabama, Devonta Smith just throwing them bubble screens, and I still have, and all due respect to Sean Crawford, because what a story he was of resiliency, right? But I still have nightmares of watching Sean Crawford trying to work inside and out and tackle Devonta Smith in space. Still have nightmares about this.
Or Nick
right?
McLeod and Clarence Lewis trying to tackle Najee Harris and John Mechie. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
Yes. So they needed to get better of affecting space on offense and tackling and making plays in space on defensively. And I think they're going to be a lot better in those areas. And that has me excited.
Yeah. Detroit Hunter with a super chat. Thank you, my man. All right, put each IB member into a Hogwarts house. I knew I shouldn't have gone there. I knew I shouldn't have gone there. That's my bad.
So we have Gryffindor, we have Slytherin, we have Hufflepuff, and then there's one more that I'm forgetting. What's the last one? There's one more.
Oh boy, I'm gonna look it up. Houses more Harry Potter. So yeah, you Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw. Oh, how did Ravenclaw's last item? Am I an idiot? Like, I've never seen the movies, right? Stupid. All right. Let me think. I would say Vince would be Hufflepuff, like no doubt about it.
Okay.
No doubt about it. Sean Stiers kind of has wisdom, right? A little bit of wisdom. But he's also good at heart. So I would say he'd be in Gryffindor. I'm not going to talk about you because you're my boss, so I'm not going to insult you in any way.
I'm a Dumbledore, so you're safe there.
Oh, okay, perfect. And then I would say Sean Davis would quietly be in Slytherin.
Okay.
Because if any of us ends up being a villain, I think it would be Sean Davis. All due respect.
Or the guy that plays the villain, but in reality is the guy that's willing to play the villain in order to truly, at the end of the day, save the day, which is what Severus Snape was.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
who to me was the most complex character in all of Harry Potter.
Oh, easily. When his Patronus was a doe at the end, it was like, whoa, man, that's incredible. Incredible. Just like Lily Potter's. Wow.
Yeah. But very complex character. And tremendous actor, by the way. I don't know that they could have had sometimes you say, like, you hear about a movie, they almost cast this guy. I was like, I think that guy could have done a good job there. That was the absolute perfect casting for that character.
Alan Rickman.
Yes.
R.I.P.
casting for that character. Yeah.
R.I.P. Alan Rickman.
Yep, absolutely. Good answer on the. I'm not saying you because you're.
I didn't even know.
You all know what that means, right? That means Ryan's about to put me in Slytherin. That's what that means.
No, honestly, I had the Sean Davis one in my back pocket, and I didn't know where anybody else was going to go, so I didn't want to think any further about it. To be honest, like people did people hear my Sean Stiers one? It didn't make any sense what I said, but yeah, just keep going. Sean Stiers would just be one of the headmasters because he's so wise. Where would you put yourself, Ryan? Slytherin probably, I guess. I talk to snakes a lot, so what's up? I don't know.
It's going off the rails, people. We're going off the rails.
Hour 3, this is what happens. Chris W said, thank you for super chat, by the way. If you are the Colts, do you trade up to 4 for Marvin Harrison Jr., trade up for 10 for Brock Bowers, or trade back like typical Chris Ballard?
What are your thoughts, Ryan?
I would not trade up to 4. That is a crazy jump, man. 11 picks? No thanks. That's a lot of draft capital. And I love Marvin Harrison Jr., but like, you have a couple good wide receivers already. Michael Pittman Jr. is a really good one. Josh Downs showed
all season too, right?
Yeah, he's very good. He's a 1,000-yard receiver. And then you have Josh Downs, who showed a lot of upside as a rookie. He was actually very good. He had like 800 yards as a rookie. So I like Downs a lot. I would consider the trade up to 10, depending upon what it costs me. If you're going to get Brock Bowers, that's one of the missing elements of this team is the tight end position, because Jelani Woods got banged up last year and he hasn't been able to become that guy. But if you can get to 10 for a reasonable cost, I would consider that. Or you can stick at 15 and just draft Brian Thomas Jr. if you want wide receiver, or you can go defense as a pass rusher. I mean, there's a lot of options at 15. I don't think you need to necessarily trade back.
And if you didn't love the value at 15 and you wanted to trade back, they're the positions that I see a lot of people predicting for them outside of tight end are positions where you could trade back 5, 6, 7, 8 spots and still get a good football player at that position, which is, from what I've seen in mocks, receiver and corner.
Yeah.
So, look, this is a great draft to move back to the thing that you and I were talking about before the show, Ryan, which is it's not a great draft in that there's just this depth of just you got to get that guy. So maybe this is the year that you're willing to move back and take an AD Mitchell at 25 and get a bunch of picks, and or take in the 20s a Kool-Aid McKinstry or a Nate Wiggins or somebody like that at that position, and say, hey, look, we're not going to get that kind of. But I don't see there's a huge difference between the guy I could have taken at 15 and the guy I could take 25, but we just loaded up on future picks. Because I like the depth in this draft or in future years or things like that. I could see some of that movement going on, Ryan.
Another note, though, about the Bowers one is that so I wouldn't trade up to 4 to jump 11 spots because it's going to cost a lot for 1. But for 2, Marvin Harrison Jr., in my opinion, is the best wide receiver in this class. But I still think you can find value in this class at wide receiver, right? Yeah. Brock Bowers, though, if you don't think Brock Bowers, I mean, Jatavian Sanders could be a solid player on day 2, but there's no clear answer after Brock Bowers. I mean, it's a guessing man's game after Brock. Yeah. So Brock is by far the best tight end in this class.
Adam Joseph said, Brian, are you going to rethink your decommitment for the Broncos now that they've traded for Zach Wilson? Why do you say hurtful things to me, Adam? I just don't understand. What have I done to deserve that type of treatment? But yes, no, I'm good. I'm good with my decommitment for now.
Carlos Garza with the question: what receiver room would you rather want to have? The one we have now, or the one where Tobias, Rico, and Braylon never left?
Well, if Tobias, Rico, and Braylon never left, then you probably don't get Bo Collins, Chris Mitchell, and Jaden Harrison.
Yeah.
And
maybe get one, maybe.
Yeah.
Like maybe.
And it'd probably be Jaden Harrison because of the kick game stuff. But I don't honestly, I'm good with the one that they have because I still feel like with Rico here, you're still kind of loaded up at slot type guys. You still have way too many slot type guys. I think the guys that with Braylon, Braylon could have been a really good player. I like Tobias. I think Braylon and Tobias would have benefited greatly from being coached by Mike Brown. Greatly, especially Braylon, because he's younger and has more time to spend with him. But at the end of the day, for 2024, there's a lot more known commodities in the group of Chris Mitchell, Bo Collins, Jaden Harrison. There just is. Mm-hmm. I mean, there just is. So with this team having the chance to compete that I think it has, I'm going with that group because I don't know that Braylon would have been ready to step into the Chris Mitchell role as that burner guy this year. I don't know that. You know what I mean? Maybe not. And Tobias is a different type of player there. And Rico, it's almost kind of like you'd have to play him because he's just so steady. But I'd rather play Cam Williams and Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison and more dynamic players. So I'm comfortable with the one that they have now. It's more known. There's a lot of what ifs with that group, in my opinion, Ryan. That's not saying a disparaging thing about all. I love Braylon, love Tobias, love Rico. They're all good football players. It's really the known aspect of it for me. That's really what it comes down to. So I'm not sure what happened to Ryan. Jason Smith with a question. Which we did that one already from Jason. So let's get to another one. Ryan's having some internet issue problems. That's what happened. Wyatt Kerwin. A few things from the Blue Gold game. Josh Burnham clearly got to Steve Angeli before the long catch and run by Love. Agree. Urlacher almost caught Chris Mitchell, but overran it. Agree. And Kia was everywhere. Thoughts? Yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it. Honestly, Wyatt, you did a pretty good job with that one. I thought Josh Burnham had a very sneaky, quiet, good game. I thought he was very good. I think Kennedy Urlacher showed me some things. He showed me some speed and some range. Now, he also had the angle on that play. That ball kind of hung up in the air a while, and Chris had to slow down for it as Kennedy was running as fast as he could. So that was part of it. that was part of it too. I mean, he had the angle and he never had to slow down, where Chris Mitchell had to slow down. And yeah, Kahanu Kia was really good in the game. He was. We talked about that in the post-game show and earlier in this show. And Wyatt, you're absolutely correct. And your question came in well before we got to that. But yeah, he was really good in this game. Carlos Garza says, I'm just wondering if y'all know, but during the BK era, did the players go to mass? I know they used to, and was just curious if they still do that. I feel I heard Coach Freeman brought that back. So they always went to mass under Brian Kelly. They just didn't always go to mass, go from mass to the game. I believe they still went to mass. I could be wrong on this. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is they still went to mass and then would then go to the locker room and do all those things to come from the locker room. What Freeman did is basically took the player walk back from the Basilica to the stadium, which I like. It's more of a traditional thing. I think Lou Holtz did that one. I'd have to go back and look at that one, but yeah, it was. That's kind of how that one played out. But they still went to mass under Coach Kelly. I'm pretty sure on that one. We got one from Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. In your opinion, who was more of a pleasant surprise Saturday, Rocco or Deion Colsey? Rocco was for me because I before spring started, I didn't even know that Rocco was going to be healthy enough to practice at all this spring. I had no idea that he was even going to be out there this spring. So, that Deion Colsey playing well is never a surprise to me. It's just like, okay, is he going to want to do it today? Deion's very talented. We've seen Deion have good moments, but with Rocco, I didn't even know he was going to be healthy enough to play. So the fact that he went out there and performed the way he did was awesome. And it's at a very important position where they need him to really step up. Bub says, do you think Sullivan Absher can get in the mix for the starting right tackle spot if they give him the opportunity? Well, I mean, yeah, we talked about this, Bubs. I think Sullivan could do that. I think Sullivan showed me enough this spring to where I'm going to say, hey, man, look, you're playing left tackle now. Keep doing what you're doing. We need to keep developing you to play on the left side. But you go out there and have a good summer and do all the things we're asking you to do and meet this and make sure you're working out here and doing all these kind of things. And then you build on what you did this spring. You trust me, you're going to be in the conversation when we're talking about needing to find the right tackle. And so, yeah, I would absolutely. I just don't think he needs to move to right tackle right now to be considered for that conversation, because then he's splitting reps with three guys where right now he's getting reps. We know Sullivan can play right-handed. We have 3 years of high school film of Sullivan Absher playing right-handed. So, if he can handle left tackle and you like what you see, then okay, sure. Then let's move him over there after the first couple weeks of fall camp and say, okay, now we're going to get you in the mix because someone's out of it. So, yeah.
You know who else played a lot of right tackle in high school was Charles Jagasaw. Played a lot of right tackle in high school. So you could be a little bit flexible. I mean, obviously I would rather keep him at left tackle, but there's a little bit of flexibility.
The only thing there, Ryan, is who would play left. Like that would be my – but you are correct. I mean, Charles didn't play left till his senior year. If Gerby would have played left as a senior, I would be more willing to consider that as a possibility.
Yeah, it was really weird that they didn't move him over to left as a senior.
Apparently, some guy I know, watches the show and stuff, but he's from that area, and apparently they have this really good young left tackle. Oh, and so they were just like, since Gerby already played right tackle, and they had a veteran there before, just leave him there, and this other guy will step into that spot. So sounds like that was it.
Gotcha. We had Ball Peen Shalele, who says, lots of excitement from the blue and gold game. Love the genuine positivity about the team. Who are three guys you see who have pushed hard for playing time this spring? Only three? It's been a lot.
Yeah, I mean, who are three that are pushing? So let's talk about guys who maybe didn't play a lot last year, Ryan. You know, because like Rocco Spindler pushing for playing time. Guy started 10 games last year before he got hurt. Right. So that's a little bit of a different story. So, I mean,
Luke Talich, guy that
Don Schuler
is safety position, I guess, in general. Yeah.
Pick a safety, any safety.
Yeah.
I mean, and same to the linebacker. I mean, those are a little different because they have to play. There's nobody else there. So some other guys that Boubacar, to me, this spring, it was not a given that he was going to be part of the rotation. He had to earn it. He's a guy that, to me, has done that.
Right.
Aeneas Williams, I don't know that I came into the spring thinking he was going to help them in 2024 because of the depth. He got the opportunity because of injuries, and he made the most of it. So I think Aeneas is in that conversation. I will say this. We had a question before a few weeks ago about should the Notre Dame look in the portal at tight end, and I think the way that Jack Larson played the spring scrimmage and then in the blue gold game, I'm far less feeling the need to have to go to the portal for another tight end because of injuries, because of the way Jack played. And then somebody in the chat just said it. I think KK Smith absolutely made a move this spring to say, hey, I can go play for this, not just with the spring game, but more so what we just saw all spring. Because if you just have a good spring game and you didn't do a whole lot the whole spring, it's not moving the needle really a lot for you. But KK is a guy that I've heard a lot of good things about this spring, and I think he did some good. He showed in the spring game. There's areas he's still got to get better. He's got to get stronger, but there's also a lot of talent there to work with. So just off the top of my head, those are the guys that more than anything have said, hey, this guy's got a chance to help. And another one, right? Micah Bell. With the way he played the last couple of scrimmages, he can play inside, he can play outside. He's a guy that I think put himself in position to maybe get a little bit more playing time this season than I would have said coming into the spring. Those would be good ones for me.
That's a good one, Mr. Bell.
Yep.
All right, Paulie B with the question: after what we saw on Saturday, out of the young guys who are potential starters or high volume rotational guys, who is still the biggest project player, has the most room to improve?
Out of the young guys. So let's just say freshmen and sophomores, or do you just want to go freshmen on this one, Ryan? How do you want to answer this one?
We do freshmen, sophomores.
Just do freshmen and sophomores. Okay.
Yeah.
Guys that to me, high volume rotational guys or potential starters who still have the biggest project players. I think it's the two really freaky ends. I think here's the scary thing. Boubacar Traore and Bryce Young are still very raw, fundamentally, technically. Boubacar has one move. It's a speed to power edge rush. That is his only move. The thing is, you still can't stop it. So, there's a lot of things he's going to have to prove to be a more every down player, set the edge better. There's still a lot of room to improve there, which is scary. Same thing with Bryce Young. I mean, you watched it, Ryan. That kid's got freaky skill, but he's still really raw when it comes to a lot of the technical parts of the game. Both of those guys have a lot of room to improve, which is kind of nuts to say that when you consider how well they played. Those are the first two that just kind of scream out at me, other than offensive linemen, because that's almost always the answer because of just how the uniqueness of that position.
I would still say Charles Jagasaw, even though I expect him to be the starting left tackle. I mean, he's far from near his ceiling. He's going to have some guys. I hate to bring it to you, but you just had 3 years of Joe Alt, right? I mean, there's going to be some inconsistencies at left tackle this year, just because Charles is going to get up some, right? But I think that we're going to see is that Charles, by the end of the year, you're going to be like, okay, buddy, he might be one of the emerging stars in college football. I think Charles Jagasaw has that type of upside, but I firmly expect the first few games of the year, there to be some bumps in the road. I firmly believe that that's going to be a fact. So Charles Jagasaw would be one that I would guess you can still consider a project because he's not near a finished product now.
And we talked about Cam Williams earlier as well as being that kind of guy as well, Ryan. So those are some young guys that still have a lot of room for improvement, but they're going to play this year. They have to play. There's just too talented not to play. That's the thing I love about the young talent in this team, Ryan. It's not. There's just too many guys where I'm like, hey guys, I know he's raw. I know Boubacar's raw. I know Bryce is raw. I know Charles is raw. I know Cam's raw. But figure it out, man. Figure it out because those kids have to be on the field. Figure it out.
Agree. We had Keith Wiegand says, Brian, in the Champion Lounge, you wrote about two positions that Notre Dame would be pursuing in the portal. Which positions?
Well, punter is one. That's obviously one, but that's not the ones I had in mind. It's unlikely there's going to be a fit there, but I would have my eye on tackles in the portal, Ryan. I would. One of two ways. Let's say there's a left tackle that jumped in the portal that fits what you're trying to do as a program and all those kind of things. And I'd say, okay, would you bring in a good left tackle that maybe has a year or two left and move Charles to right? I consider that, but I'm more likely leaning towards, right tackles, guys that just come in and kind of compete at that position. That's where I would go. And corner would be the other one. They're going to get a portal corner. Not so much a guy to play over Christian Gray or Jaden Mickey, but you just need depth. And they had Trayshawn DeVones It's my best shot at pronouncing it right now, Ryan. Ryan had an update on him. We put that out last week. He visited last week. That's on the board. A guy like that, a guy that understands, hey, I'm going to battle. I want to play, but if I don't, I'm going to do my role and learn from Mike Mickens and play special teams and be part of the rotation to do all that kind of stuff. Because you're a little thin, and now at this point in time, you're in a if Chance Tucker leaves, you're in a situation where you either have to move Micah Bell back outside, which I don't think is ideal, or you have to put Leonard Moore in the 2 deep right away. Right. Have to. Right. Now, could Leonard Moore earn a 2 deep spot, Ryan? Could Carson Hobbs earn a 2 deep spot? Sure, they're capable of it, but you want them to earn it, not, well, you're the 4th guy out of 4, so we got to put you there.
By default.
Yep. Exactly. You don't ever want to be there. So I think corner's a good place to go for that one. Mm-hmm. That would be mine. I don't, if there's the right end, but like honestly, at defensive end, I don't want them to go to the portal, and the only guys that I would want in the portal have already kind of been out of the portal. Like maybe if you'd have said Trey Moore wanted to come to Notre Dame, would I have looked at Trey Moore to play Viper? Yeah, probably would have looked. I'm talking about the kid from UTEP, right?
UTSA.
UTSA. I'd have looked at him. Sure, absolutely looked at him. Mm-hmm. But outside of some freak, outside of Keon jumping in the portal, which again, I'm just using him as an example, guys. I have no knowledge that Keon's going to jump in the portal and come to Notre Dame. I'm just using an example. Outside of something like that, Ryan, guys, develop Boubacar, develop Bryce Young, develop Josh Burnham. You've got RJ Open, you got Patel. You just coach the kids up that you have. I don't need another D tackle. I don't need another Viper unless it's a freak. Just coach the kids you have. You've got plenty of potential there, plenty of talent there. Do your job coaching. Whereas like corner, you literally need the bodies. Yeah. Safety, I would even still somewhat be open to, because you've got some kids coming along, but I don't want to have to rely on the sophomores if they're not ready. So I'd maybe consider a guy there. But I think I saw enough from Adon and Luke this spring to say I feel better there knowing Ron Hurd's coming.
Sure.
To help out at that spot. So
yep.
That's and anywhere else that you would look, Ryan? Any other positions that you would look in the portal?
You said punter. That's about the only one, really.
That's the biggest need. Here's one, Ryan, from Irish Fan 15. He said, Ryan, the Pats fan here, and I'm praying that Washington takes JD, so May falls to us. What do you think happens with the Pats? Rumors about us trading back now, potentially drafting JJ. Now, just so you know, Ryan, I believe this question was put out before you did your top 5 predictions. Right. So, what are your thoughts on first part about the Washington taking JD so that Drake May falls to him?
I think that Washington is probably going to take Jane Daniels. Yes. So I think Drake May will probably be the 3rd in the pecking order, which means that it'll be the number 3 overall selection. I do think, though, and I've had a really good conversation with someone at the combine, for someone that I trust in the know, that the Patriots are kind of in a window where they think that the offensive talent they have right now is not up to caliber to be a legitimate contender, right? So they're in a little bit of an understanding of like, hey, we need to be patient, and we have a little bit of a rebuild offensively. We like our defensive talent, but offensively, you need a quarterback, you need wide receivers, offensive line needs work. I mean, it is just a barren wasteland, right? It really is. So I think that New England's going to be patient. So for this one, Irish fan, I do believe that New England is absolutely a trade back candidate. I do. I don't think they'll force a quarterback at 3. I think they'll be very open to moving back, recoup draft capital, and let the chips fall after that one. I do believe, though, and this is just my opinion on this one, I think they're going to try to trade back far enough where they don't even have the temptation of J.J. McCarthy in there, because I think that J.J. is going to probably be a top 6 pick.
It hurts you to say that, doesn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean it really does. But I think he's going to be a top 6 pick. I think we're going to see 4 quarterbacks in the top 6, which again, it's just the world we live in at this point, right? But I think that I think it's going to happen. But I think that New England is going to trade back, and they are just going to focus on building up this offensive roster. So that could be offensive linemen. That's going to be wide receivers. They know that they need to get better on that side of the ball.
I mean, Ryan, I saw you tweet something about the NFL drafting linebackers, and yes. I think you and I are on the same page on this one. I just think the NFL sucks at drafting quarterbacks. I really do. And they just force the issue so much because they get so desperate. It's like, the year that you had, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance went in the top three. It's like we knew 2 of those were reaches. Everybody knew 2 of those were reaches. And guess what? Those 2 reaches they're not even with the teams that draft them. That was not that long ago, Ryan. That was the 2021 draft.
You can throw Justin Fields into there too as a top 15 pick. That's
at least he's shown some promise, but the Bears they didn't want him anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's just, Kenny Pickett reaching and taking Kenny Pickett at 20. That was always a big reach. And it's the same thing this year. Like, and I'm a big Drake May guy, but Drake May should in a normal life of drafting from 15, 20 years ago is more of a top 15 kind of guy than a top 5 guy. Same with all those guys that are not Caleb Williams, in my opinion. And so but that's just where we are. And that's why you see so many of these guys bust, because here's the other problem. They then reach for these guys, and you're not going to sit a top 5 pick for 3 years like you might a guy that's taken 21st or something like that. Like if like the Packers gave Jordan Love all the time in the world because they could invest that because they didn't have a top 5 draft pick invested in him. And I think from what I've seen and read, it sounds like that's turned out okay. They seem to, Jordan Love seemed to be a, solid quarterback.
He was very good last year.
And you saw the Giants have to reach for Daniel Jones. It rarely goes well when you reach 10, 15 spots for a quarterback out of need. It just rarely goes well.
It's also the teams that are typically drafting top 10 are usually bad organizations. So that never helps to throw because that's the difference between Drake May being a superstar in the NFL and being a below average quarterback is that the organization he gets drafted to. There's very few quarterbacks that are transcendent players that no matter where they go, they can figure it out. Like there's very few of those guys out there.
And with all this conversation being had, Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson went 10th and 12th. Yeah. While Mitch Trubisky went 2nd. Like if you were ever going to reach for a top 5 guy, one of those 2 guys you'd think would have been it. But nope, we're reaching for Mitch Trubisky and Zach Wilson and Trey Lance and, guys like that. And you're Daniel Jones and you're just like, guys, like Tua seems to be a good player in the NFL from what I see statistically, but is he what you expect from a number 5 overall draft pick?
No.
Yeah, that's the point. So anyway, that's just kind of how I feel about it. But 4 out of 6, like this is not a draft class where 4 out of 6 should get taken, Ryan. It just, my opinion, it shouldn't anyway. Yeah.
Michael S., if you were forced to choose Kenny Mindy or Steve Angeli goes to the portal.
Michael, I appreciate the super chat. I really do. I'm just not doing that. I'm not doing that. I hope neither one of them go to the portal. And if I had to choose, if you're giving me a choice, then my choice is I want them all to stay. I want them all to get degrees from the University of Notre Dame. I want them all to compete and have their chance and battle. I don't want to lose any of them. And I understand what you're trying to do, and I appreciate the super chat, but I'm just not going to do that. That's not our place. That's here's the thing. If any of those young men do make the decision to leave, we will talk about it. Yeah. But I'm not going to get into the projecting. Here's what I'll say in the portal. They need at least 5 guys to leave in order to get under 85 and bring in guys that they want in the portal. They need at least 5 guys to leave. That's the only thing that I'll say about the portal. And I'll tell you the positions I think that they should look for to add. But I don't think it's fair to the kids to do that. Because if Ryan and I were to say, hey, if I were to answer your question, do you know what's going to happen? People are going to run back and start putting on other boards. Driscoll said that Kenny's going to transfer or Steve's going to transfer. Mm-hmm. And I'm just not going to do that. I don't think that would be right for me to do. And my answer is I don't want any of them. I don't want Steve Angeli to leave Notre Dame. Steve Angeli is a valuable part of a football team. Kenny Minchie is a valuable part of your football team. Yes, I think Steve Angeli is 4th of 4. Do I still want him at this football team? Yes, I do. I absolutely do because he brings value. So I'm just not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. I just don't. Yeah. I don't think it's right. Real quick, Domerson's birth. Ryan, I don't know if you've heard about this. It says, has the NCAA officially announced if playoffs count against 4 games for redshirting purposes? Currently, I believe bowl games do not. but big difference with 4 additional games. Thoughts? I don't know the answer to that. I don't.
I don't know either.
I would hope that it would still be that way, honestly, because the postseason. I mean, look, here's what I would say: if you're not going to count it all, then what I would say is make it a situation, Ryan, where you up the number of games that they can play regular season and postseason. So you can't play more than 7 total games. You can't play more than 4 in the regular season or 7 total. So like if a kid only plays, 2 regular season games or 3 regular season games and the team wins 4 games, then he would save it. But if a kid plays 4 games in the regular season and then 4 games in the postseason, you've played half the season. I don't think you should get a red shirt for that. There has to be some sort of, finagling with that type of deal. But you have to – the problem is, Ryan, in this era of 15 to 16, if you play in a conference championship and you lose and still make the playoff, to win a championship, you have to play 17 games. You have to provide these teams with more players to play during the season. I think the way to fix this, Ryan, is just give everybody 5 years to play. That's what I would do. You got 5 years of eligibility. Why not? If kids can get it anyway, why not? You have 5 years of eligibility. Or make that first year be, like we just said, you can't play more than half the season, depending on however many games you play. Can't play more than half the season. Okay. But you have to have more bodies to get to ask 18 to 21-year-olds to play 16 to 17 games. They need more opportunities, in my opinion. They need more, or they need more options as coaches to have the depth to get to, because it's not just about Saturdays. It's about game. It's about practice. It's about special teams. It's about all these other type of things. So that's what I would like to see, Ryan. I don't know if you have a strong opinion on that either way.
It's above my pay grade. I haven't thought about it at all, to be honest. So,
all right. I get you, man. I get you.
Yeah.
Last couple here, Ryan.
Okay.
And it's habeas corpus is down here trying to start some stuff. It says Ryan Roberts thinks J.J. McCarthy is a top 3 pick in the draft. I've heard he feels very passionate about this particular point of draft business as well. Well played, man.
Loose comparison is to John Elway. I see a lot of John Elway in that young man.
There you go. Yeah. See, Ryan just really trying to get me here at the 4-hour mark.
He would look great in the UTSA Broncos uniform too, I think. So yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. We got Andrew Gilmore says, what did you guys make of Bob Kraft bad mouthing Bill Belichick? Even if Bill is a pain, he won 5 Super Bowls. Pretty sure he won more than that. Pretty tough 7. For Kraft to work against him.
Or
yeah,
6.
I think 6. I think he won 6 Super Bowls. Yeah. I didn't hear what he said. I don't know what Bob Kraft said.
Yeah, so basically it sounds like Arthur Blank really liked Bill Belichick, and then Robert Kraft sandbagged him. Told him not to trust him. You don't want him. And Arthur Blank listens to everything that Robert Kraft says. Here's my deal. Mm-hmm. If I am all about an employer telling another employer the honest opinion about the good and the bad about a guy he worked with, as long as you're not purposely doing it in a way that's trying to sabotage someone, that I have a problem with. But, hey, here's some strengths, here's some weaknesses. From what I read in the article, it sounds like it was an attempt to sabotage him, and that's my issue. It sounds like it was a petty, we don't get along, and so I'm a bitter old man, and I'm going to sabotage him. That's how it came across to me. That's the side of the story that was told in the article. I'm only responding to what I read in the article. It sounds like it was more of an attempt to sabotage. That I have a problem with. If it was simply like, hey, look, Bill's great, here's what he does well, but the reality is within 3 years, he will try to get more of the Patriot way in there, and he's going to, that's fine. I'm okay with that, right? And he's not a real friendly guy, and you're not going to have him over for dinner parties a whole lot, but he's going to work hard, and he's going to do this, and he's going to do all that. That's more of an honest evaluation. It just seems like it was more than that. It seems like he was slanting it in a way to where it's like he was trying to prevent Bill Belichick from getting hired. And I don't like that. I really don't like that. I think that's wrong. So that's what I think.
Seems like a interesting guy. Very interesting guy.
Yeah. Robert Kraft. He's got his own little shady background to worry about, but
yes, he does. that nobody talks
Yeah.
about either. Which is
No, at all.
Yeah.
We never so Bill Belichick's an a-hole. Okay, fine. He's an a-hole who wins a lot. Robert Kraft is a pervert and just not a good human being. So let's be real about that. But he's got a lot of money, so I guess we don't care.
Yes.
So, whatever.
Andy Mellon fan super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Emptying the pockets today for us. Who the hell is Mel Kiper? Funny story. Mel Kiper apparently doesn't have a cell phone. Found that out
Really?
the other day.
Still?
Yeah. We had
Wow.
Jordan Reed on the podcast, and Jordan said one weird thing about Mel is that he has like 5 house lines, but he doesn't have a cell phone.
That's
So,
wild. But when
there
you're
you
Mel Kiper, you can get away with that.
Yeah.
That's a
apparently
great
he's
draft
apparently
scene.
he's built out his whole house to be like his own in-home studio, so he doesn't have to go
crazy.
in anywhere. He just chills at home. So
That's crazy. I mean, hey, when you're Mel Kiper, you can get away with it, though. I like Mel. I always have. I do.
I like Mel too.
I
Man.
do.
He's cool. It's cool. Dude.
But for those who don't know, what Ryan said is that was actually from a draft moment. It was it Bill Tobin?
I think
Vince
yeah, I
Tobin.
think
It's one of the Tobins, right?
it was a Tobin. Yeah, they just asked about the first round pick. He's like, this guy is in the paper, bad mouthing us. He's like, who the hell is Mel Kiper?
It was Bill Tobin. Yeah,
yeah.
And wasn't it drafting? It was drafting the guy from Nebraska.
I thought it was Steve Ettman. Wasn't it Ettman?
Let me.
I could be
go
wrong
back
about
and
that.
look. Yeah, it was. I'm going to go back and look and see who it was, but I thought it was Trev Alberts. Is who I? Yeah, it was.
Maybe it was
Trev Alberts with the 5th pick instead of Trent Dilfer. Now, neither one of them really turned out.
Let's say, wasn't Trev Alberts kind of bad?
Yeah, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl, I guess.
Yeah,
went to an NFC Championship another year, but yeah, neither one of them were good. But yeah, Trev Alberts didn't work out either. And then the last question, Ryan. Here we go.
Jesse first is I know the game is still several months away, but do you see Nick Scourton versus Notre Dame's offensive tackles as the biggest matchup concern for Notre Dame versus A&M? What's Notre Dame's biggest advantage in that game?
I would agree with that, Ryan. I think that's yes, Jesse.
Scourton's good, man.
Yeah.
Scourton's a good football player, man. So yeah, that's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Biggest matchup advantage for Notre Dame in that game? I would argue it's the same exact matchup, but on the other side of the field. I kind of like Notre Dame's defensive line against A&M's offensive line. I think that has some advantages. I think A&M's got a good secondary, but I think there's some things Notre Dame can do in the slot and at tight end to create some matchup problems in that game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
an experienced linebacker too, coming back for A&M.
Yep. So I think those, and I think they have a good secondary, but I think it's a secondary Notre Dame can take advantage of in certain instances. I think Notre Dame can have some success running the football in that game because of their size, but A&M's still going to be pretty good up front. Offensively, we'll see what A&M does throwing the football. I think if they can protect Connor Wegman, I'm this, right? I'm a big Connor Wegman fan if he can stay healthy. He'll have some decent weapons this year, but I don't know that they've got one receiver and his name is escaping me, who's a pretty good football player.
Number three. Number three. But tall kid. He's a tall kid.
Yeah, dang it. Let me look it up. Give me a second. I'm gonna look this up.
He's still a younger guy, I think.
Yeah.
Apparently he was killing it in the
he did very well in the spring game, and I'm drawing a complete blank here. It's not Noah Thomas, is it?
It's Noah Thomas, yeah.
Noah Thomas? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a 6'6" kid, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Evan Stewart transferred to Oregon.
Yeah. But is he a guy that should create major problems for Notre Dame's corners? Not really. Not to the degree where it's all of a sudden you're going to lose a game. It's going to come down to, can you protect your quarterback and can you get the run game going? If you can, you should win. If you can't, it's going to be a much tougher game. It's going to be a trench game, Ryan. I mean, that's really what it boils down to is Notre Dame's lines are going to have to show up and play. And if they do, they should win the game. If they don't, then it could be a battle. So that's what I would say, areas where Notre Dame can have some success. But that's definitely the area where I'd be most concerned about. Because he's a good athlete on the edge, Ryan, but he's a big kid too. Like he brings.
He's huge. He can beat you. He's 285. He can beat you with speed though if he wants to, but he has crazy bull rush too.
I just have these visions of him getting into Tosh Baker's chest and just driving him right into right.
Oh yeah, you can't play with bad leverage against Nick Scourton. It's gonna be a bad idea. I wish he would have just stayed in the state of Indiana and played his college ball after transferring from Purdue. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Because then you could have brought in RJ Open and put him at Viper.
Ooh, imagine
You
him at
know?
big end. Holy.
Yep.
Holy.
Yep. Yep. Andrew Gilmore asked, will A&M's QB be an issue? He was highly touted, just been injured. No, I'm
He's
a big fan of Connor Wegman. I am. Is he a guy that should torch Notre Dame, who has one of the best secondaries in college football? No, but he can hurt you with his legs. He's got a good arm. He's a gamer, man. I like him. Should he be an issue? He'll be an issue if your defensive line. This is what I'm saying. If the defensive line does not put pressure on the quarterback, Connor Wegman can hurt you as a thrower and a runner. If you win that battle, then you should be able to shut him down. Because here's the one thing I'll say about Notre Dame the last 2 years. They've played a lot of really good freaking quarterbacks the last 2 years and have held their own in just about every time that they've done it. I think the only time they really struggled was against Caleb Williams 2 years ago when they didn't have Cam Hart or Tariq Bracy. And even that game, they had him running all over the place. You know, he made some crazy throws, but they did a great job against CJ Stroud. They did a great job against Drake May. They did a great, a really good job against Tanner McKee for the most part. They did a really good job against Jaron. I mean, they embarrassed Jaron Hall. I mean, they made him look really bad in that game. I'm trying to think of some other games. They made DJ Uiagalelei look really bad. You know, this past year, you know, they destroyed Caleb Williams this past year. You know, so Spencer Rattler, they held their own, especially in the second half. They really got to Spencer Rattler a lot and kept him in check in the second half. So, I mean, they've faced some really good quarterbacks and have kept them in check. And so I don't see Connor Wegman being that one guy they couldn't stop. You know, it would surprise. It'd be very concerning about the future of the season, Ryan, if that were to happen. So that's going to do it. Mr. Roberts, why don't you take us out of here, man?
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. Before you leave the YouTube channel, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the podcast, and hit that notification bell. If you're listening to us on your favorite podcast platform, Apple, Spotify, or anything else in between, make sure you're subscribed over there. 5-star reviews. Go to boards.irishbreakdown.com. Recruiting weekends will not stop just because the spring ball is over, so make sure you go there for the latest off-season intel. Of course, Brian will have some team intel for you all as far as how workouts are going and how they're excited to move it into fall camp. We'll have all that more at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Thank you so much for joining us today. That's Brian Driscoll. I am Ryan Roberts. Thank you all for stopping by here on the Irish Breakdown podcast.